I'm in the Air Force, and at this time, in the summer of 1991, I was stationed at a base in Wisconsin. This was in late June. I had just returned from a mission and was into the briefing room early. Usually, we were briefed about things to come, so we were thinking it would be another mission. When we got there, everybody was really quiet, and I thought something had gone wrong with somebody's family until they told us why we were actually there. A local police officer was giving his statement on what he saw that night. The police officer began giving his statement about what he had seen, which was a large cryptid, a term I would come to get very familiar with. This creature wasn't dogman, it was not Bigfoot, it was not Mothman or any sea monster. He described it as half man, half goat, long horns, red eyes, and long fangs. The officer said that he nearly crashed his car after this thing bolted out into the road in front of him and disappeared into the tree line next door. Now, he was not the only officer to have seen this. There were several other officers on duty that night who've also claimed to see the same creature, all sharing the same similarities. However, even after the briefing, we get to go and talk to him personally, and the guy seems really genuine in his story. Now, I head out on patrols with another airman, and I'm telling him the story as we put together equipment for another mission. He's really surprised and asks me if I'm sure it wasn't a person in a costume. I tell him, no way. What kind of weirdo gets out dressed in the middle of nowhere just for kicks? He tells me he knows somebody who does exactly like what I described. It was this other airman who he said frequently wore big heavy coats no matter how hot it got. It tended to stay up real late at night, walking outside in open fields behind our base specifically. Of course, my friend even confronted him one day about it while out on patrol. But instead of denying any knowledge, the other guy just smiled and said, "You've seen them too." Even as wacko and weird as this guy was, he had apparently seen the same being. So, I'm not really sure what to make of all this, but it's really strange that people in this area have talked about seeing the Goatman on multiple occasions. I still, even now, just about 30 years later, have very minimal knowledge of Goatman. I've heard about Dogman, I've heard about Bigfoot, but Goatman is still very new to me. But I actually stumbled upon your channel one night, just bored, browsing on YouTube, and I saw that you cover a topic not many cover. So I figured I would write up this old story that I can remember pretty fairly, actually, from back when, in the day. Maybe you'll find it useful, maybe you won't. Sorry it's so short though, but again, hopefully you'll find it of use. Feel free to message me if you have any questions. No one knows exactly what it is, but a large goat-like creature had been reportedly spotted in various areas all throughout the state of Wisconsin. So there I was, sitting in my truck taking a break after work, around 7:30 p.m., when all of a sudden, I hear dogs barking and growling. So naturally, I look over to where the dogs are, which is only about 30 feet away from me on the other side of some brush between these two smaller man-made ponds. The ponds were maybe 10-15 feet apart. The dogs had their heads down and were growling at something between the ponds and the reeds. Then, all of a sudden, one dog begins going from barking to going crazy and snarling. He went right through the brush and weeds to the other side. The dog tried following him, but couldn't make it through, so now the other dog was barking like crazy. Out of curiosity, I get out of the car and see what they're barking at. This wasn't like they were barking at a raccoon or something. They were acting like maybe it was a person. I don't know. So I make my way over there real careful like, because you could see something. But then I did see something, and I couldn't tell what it was. I had my knife out and drawn, just in case, but it still seemed kind of hidden. Then, all of a sudden, quick as lightning, this thing burst through the brush onto this path between these two ponds, now only about 40 feet away. At first, it looked like one large black animal, but after it stood up all the way, it was more grayish, with longer hair, and looked exactly like a freak of nature. Its body was reminiscent of a bear when it stands up, but its head was wrong. It looked like a ram or something. Long, twisted horns, beating, glowing eyes, and sharp, jagged teeth. It stood on its hind legs for a second, got a good look at me, and sized me up. And I got the scariest look into its eyes that I have ever seen. They were this reddish yellowish green, and it kind of seemed to be grinning at me, showing off its teeth. Whatever this thing was, I wanted nothing to do with it. By this time, another dog had already busted through the brush, wanting to defend his territory or whatever. But when he saw this thing, he turned right around after going one look at this thing, running back through the brush, yelping, as if something had just torn his leg off. And after that, me being alone in an area that I had no idea what this thing was, I hightailed it out of there, faster than you could think. When I got back to my truck, I sat for a little bit, trying to process what all had just happened. And I noticed two sets of tracks, one whatever had come from, and the other set going back through the brush. They were huge track marks with really long strides. This creature definitely wasn't some stray dog or anything like that. I mean, it was huge. That's all I can really say about this incident for now. But if anybody has any info on what this could be, please let me know. Whatever it is, it's still out there, and so are those dogs who seem to have encountered it as well. Hopefully, those dogs are safe. So here's my full account of the Goatman encounter that happened. I was about 12 years old, and this took place in northern Texas. This post has been a long time coming, but for obvious reasons, I've not really talked about it much to anybody. It's one thing to see something you can never unsee once in your life, but when others are involved, it becomes even more difficult to tell them what happened. So, if you are willing to hear my full story, read on. But if not, I understand. What led up to the encounter? So, 2002 to 2003. Me and my friend were spending the night with his family at their rural home in northern Texas. The area we were in was pretty secluded. We felt comfortable letting us stay outside until the early morning hours, without worrying about anybody bothering us. It wasn't a big deal. There literally wasn't another house for miles, so we just hung out next to this small barn-like structure they had on their property. We ended up getting bored of our surroundings and decided that it would be fun to go fishing in one of their ponds, right across the highway from their house. The highway is literally less than 100 yards away from their house. So, we grab our fishing poles and start walking over to the pond. We had only been there once before, but pretty much knew where it was located because of how close it was to the highway. So now that you have some idea of how secluded this place is, let me give you a little perspective. The nearest body of water from location would probably be around 5 miles away, if I had to guess. It wasn't too far away, but at 12 years old, it felt like it. Since we were so tired after spending all day trying to find things to do without getting bored, both of us were ready for bed as soon as we got back home, which was probably roughly at 11:30 p.m. A day or two later, us and our friend had to go back home. His family still wanted to be nice and let him stay the night at our house without asking for anything in return. So he pretty much just followed us around all day, doing whatever we did. So that night, my friend decided that since it was dark out, he wanted to sleep with me on my bedroom floor because of how close I was. Now, I didn't want to sound like a douche by telling him no, it wasn't happening. So I told him, okay, sure. And he ended up falling asleep on my floor, sometime past midnight. Keep in mind that my family was upstairs in bed and I had no pets of any kind. Now here's the encounter. This is going to be a long portion, but if you're going to read the whole story, it of course has to be included. At around 12:30 a.m., I woke up. I heard my front door open and close, and I woke up to see my friend walking into the bedroom with a flashlight. He said something along the lines of, "You need to see this." We both got up off the floor, followed outside, and led to the driveway. Once we got out there, he immediately made me turn around and look behind me towards the barn-like structure that was sitting on top of a hill, roughly 200 yards away from where we were standing. The second he turned off his flashlight, I could see it. It appeared to be a large, bright white figure, but what struck me as odd was that this white figure was like that of a large goat. And I don't mean a large goat, I mean a large goat, meaning 8 to 9 feet tall and walking around like a damn minotaur. So at this point, I'm totally dumbfounded. I don't know how to react, and of course, my friend is having none of it. He saw what we were looking at, and immediately began sprinting towards his truck parked next to our street. Of course, he ran off to his truck, jumped in and hid, and I ran back in the house. And by now, my parents must be wondering why their front door just opened and closed on its own. So I wake them up and ask them what I should do. They told me go back outside, and I realized my friend was still out there. He was freaking out, having a mental breakdown, hyperventilating, when we both looked back over to the hill. Whatever it was now gone. I don't know what it was, but it freaked us out. So long story short, we ended up back in the house and tried to sleep the rest of the night. So, from what I've been told, which was pretty recently, I guess, something also had attacked my friend's vehicle about a few weeks ago. He called the police, but they wrote it off as a bear attack. Now, whatever this was had torn his tires off his car. I'm not exactly sure what this is. This is right around southern Mississippi, by the way, since he moved over there. Now, my other friends who I talked to have claimed to see white faces staring in their windows at night. I don't know if this is all paranormal, I don't know if we're just seeing strange shapes, but either way, any help would be nice, because all this is very, very weird. Hello to all. For years, I've been interested in what people call Goatman. The creature has taken many forms for me. My encounter begins when I was just 13 years old. It was summer, and it was just another usual night for me. This meant nothing but the usual teenage mischief. I had my friends over. We were about to break into our usual abandoned house that we had claimed as ours. You know the one. We've all heard stories, of course, and none of us believe them. It was just another place for us to hang out. My parents had gone on vacation with my 2 younger sisters, leaving me alone with my older sister, who was 19 at the time, getting ready to go off to college. I had asked if she would let me have some friends over. She said I can only have one spend the night. She didn't want too many people here. My friend Jeremy ended up spending the night this evening. We watched movies, went outside and smoked cigarettes. You get the picture. Nothing new or interesting happened, until the next day. Jeremy had left to go home around 5 p.m. that evening. It gave me plenty of time that I usually went to bed around 11 or 12 at night. After Jeremy left, my friend Denise asked if she could hang for a bit before me heading off. Well, she did. We were watching TV when I decided to lay down on one of my couches and fall asleep for about an hour or so. I remember waking up with Denise shaking me, saying there was somebody in our backyard looking over our fence, but only seeing their head. After I saw this goatman-like creature outside my house, nothing has been the same for me, nor have any of us witnessed it again that day. I'm currently 25, and still to this day, I get afraid sometimes going outside at night. My name is Jeremy, and my wife's name is Chantel. We're trying to figure out exactly what we saw back in July of 2017, and we're hoping maybe you can help. Where do I start? Well, we were camping at a state park, just outside of Portville, New York. It was a super warm day, and we decided to take a hike through the woods. It would be nice before we headed back home. We parked at the state park, hiked up to a long meadow, and we just sat on the grass, taking in the lush, beautiful scenery for maybe about 45 minutes. Then, we headed back down into a deeper thicket of trees. In these trees, there is a small creek that runs perpendicular and eventually dumps out onto Route 305. This pretty much cuts right past this forest, at least what I've been told anyway. Here's where things get interesting. We made our way back toward 305, following the small creek, maybe by about 200 yards or so, behind some houses. My wife points up ahead and asks, "What's that?" While pointing in between two houses across from us, our attention immediately goes towards a creature standing close by, maybe no more than 5 feet tall. It looked like a goat, except it was standing up on two legs, really long horns, kind of like a gazelle that you'd see in Africa. You know what I'm talking about, right? Kind of spindly and pointed. It was like that, except it was clearly walking around on two legs, at least from the distance we were at. It didn't seem to notice us, but as we sat and observed it, both my wife and I were like, "What is that? Is that an upright walking goat?" And as we studied it more, my wife studied the lower half better than I. She made note that its legs and lower body was not like that of a goat or any sort of stag animal. It was more human, and we only got a peer at it for maybe less than 10 seconds before it veered off and we couldn't see it anymore. Has anybody else seen anything like this before? Let me know what your thoughts are on the matter. I would love if I can get more detailed information. Please let me know if any of you are free. I will try my best to answer any questions that come to me. I'll try to keep this short and as brief as possible. I love to explore different states and try to go hiking and spelunking as much as I can. And with pre-COVID times, things were much different. Before the pandemic, like the rest of us, I wasn't packed down into a house, stuck, left to my own devices and depressive thoughts. I was out exploring the world, becoming a man, becoming one with nature, diving into places many deemed impossible or dangerous. Hiking 10 miles a day, I was in fantastic shape. But I'll skip the boring backstory on me. I'll get right to my sighting. Now, before I go any further, I can only tell you the general area of Montana that I was in. Because, quite frankly, I believe the cave that I found was an unmarked one. Since usually all the ones that are marked have been found and have actually been made safe by park rangers and such, or so I believe. So, I like to do a lot of off-trail hiking. And what that means is I generally start on a trailhead, and then I just veer off the path. Of course, I keep a compass on me, so I generally know which direction I'm going, and I know where the main roads are. That's always very important to do. Always know how to read a map and to keep a map on you at all times. So, if for whatever reason you happen to lose your compass or you get lost, you know how to get back to safety. I never try and go more than 20 miles outside of the lines of any major highway, road, or trailhead for my own safety. This way, if something does ever happen to me, I'm only roughly 20 miles away from the nearest point of civilization. This keeps me safe and allows me about 2 or 3 days to get back to where I need to go. Okay, now I'm off trailing, and I'm maybe about 9 or 10 miles out at this point. I set up base camp, the night goes fine. I get up the next morning and begin exploring more. Well, I come across a series of caverns. And I don't just mean any caverns, but almost tunnels that interconnect. I decide to take my interest more and explore these further. I've kind of noticed an immediate smell as soon as I get into the tunnel. It smells a little bit stale or like feces, and also just kind of a stink, this pungent body odor kind of smell. This really just damp, really musky odor. It was really foul, but I keep pressing onward. I'm mainly about probably 300 feet in the cave, and I notice there are many other tunnels that connect and also go outside. But I also hear movement coming from further down the cave in another large tunnel after all of them connect into one large tunnel. And I worry because I hope I have not stumbled upon a bear's den. But whatever it is sounds bigger, and I hear it start to move. And I notice one disturbing thing. A bear would be moving around on all fours in a cave, especially if I disturbed it. This was like putt-putt, putt-putt. meaning that something was bipedal in this cave. So I quickly pulled out my maximum flashlight, shined it off in that direction. I couldn't really see anything, but I could hear it coming in my direction. So I started to make my way back slowly towards the entrance, while also keeping my eye behind me. This sound was following me and catching up. Because there were so many winding turns and curves in this tunnel, it's not like I could just shine my flashlight back and get a straight shot at whatever it was. It was trying to catch up to me, I could hear, but it never ran, just walking quicker, and it sounded heavy from each thud of its footprints. And as I rounded the last corner, this thing made its way in full suit. Let me just say before I actually get into describing what I saw, I've never been a believer in UFOs or the paranormal or Bigfoot. Those things always seemed silly, and I had never ever had any sort of weird experience camping, hiking, or being out in nature. So I always just bought those stories as fake, scary ghost stories told around the campfires to scare kids. Little did I know, there's probably actually some truth to them, as horrifying as that is. Standing now fully illuminated in the light was this woolly gray animal. I guess you can call it or say it resembled a bear to an extent, but the head was wrong. It reminded me of a ram or a goat, but more elongated. And it opened its mouth, and it had all these jagged, broken, sharp teeth. It had horns on its head, which is why I bring up the resemblance to a ram or a goat. The horns even coiled and twisted back the same way a ram's does. And its eyes were even similar, except they were more set in the skull. I got the immediate impression this thing was not too happy with me stumbling upon its den, and that it looked fairly upset that I was even seeing it. I did not take my time to sit there and observe it further. I made a hasty retreat and moved all the way back to my campsite, which was roughly about 2 miles away from this point. After getting back to my campsite, I knew that this thing had not followed me out of that tunnel. I quickly tore down my tent and my campsite and moved going west in the opposite direction of where I had just come. This was in southern Montana. I have no idea what this was or what kind of animal this could have possibly been, but you seem to be a guy who knows a lot about these strange sort of animals. I see you cover things like dogman and cryptids and Bigfoot. Maybe you could possibly tell me what it is that I encountered. A group of friends and I were at a cabin in Pennsylvania. This was on a Saturday night around 8 p.m. We had been seeing weird stuff all afternoon. So this night, we decided to go investigate. We stupidly left our flashlights in the car. We decided it was getting dark and who needed flashlights, right? But I didn't think having them would do so much good anyway. It's a pretty big field we were walking in that was only half a mile away from the cabin. Part of me thought the moonlight would kind of help guide us. We were sitting there for about 20 minutes or so before actually leaving, just hanging out on the porch. And the hairs on the back of me raise up. I get this horrible feeling like something just isn't right, like I'm being watched by somebody. So naturally, me and my buddy Steve get up to go investigate and ask our friends if they had any feelings or saw anything. They say no, but we all started talking about what we'd seen this past week. And that's when I realized none of my friends had actually seen it. At least what I'm about to tell you. Only myself and Steve. So, we're out there, discussing what this was, when I see it. The figure darting behind some trees all around us. We decide to watch it. So I'm looking around for a bit, and I decide to go get the flashlights from the car. I tell Steve, but he had bigger balls than I did, and wanted to go see what this figure was, without a flashlight or anything. I go to the car, which is maybe a minute away. I get the flashlight, and here he comes, sprinting towards me, white than a sheet. Now, I should include that even though Steve saw it, at least before this, he only saw it in figure form. He never actually saw it up close like now. So he was curious, but I think he thought it was a Bigfoot, and he really wanted to see one up close. He wasn't afraid of Bigfoot, so this made him excited. However, once he started jogging back up to me and was terrified, he explained that this wasn't a Bigfoot, and he would now be haunted for months afterwards. After this, he would constantly wake up with nightmares about what happened. Even after seeing a psychiatrist, he was traumatized. This thing had also kind of chased him too. I'm pretty scared about it, but not like him. He explained to me this was some sort of beast with large horns and large fangs, much like the way a bear would, or as he described it, a saber-toothed tiger, how it has fangs sticking out of its mouth long past its jaws. That's what he described this as. When I asked him for more details, he said it kind of reminded him of a goat, but didn't go into much detail about it, so I really don't know what it is he saw, but whatever it is clearly traumatized him. My guess is maybe it was a demon. My wife and I saw something very similar 3 years ago in southern Iowa in response to these goatman sightings you've been writing about. We were camping with family at my brother-in-law's house in Davis County. We heard a loud scream coming from out the tree line. At first, we thought it was maybe some kind of bird. It was so loud. But my wife, who knows birds much better than I do, said it wasn't right. About an hour later, while sitting around the fire, everybody started telling stories about things they've seen in the woods that could simply not be explained. This prompted me to ask if anyone has ever heard of dogman or anything like that. My mother-in-law then told us her grandfather always said that there was something out in those woods when he pastured his cows alone as a child. He said the only time he was ever frightened is when he saw this hairy man-like creature running across his path one day. They all agreed that this thing dogman has been around in the area for a very long time, and there might even be other things. She also chimed in again and said that her grandfather, too, had seen a large creature, unlike the dogman, instead was much bulkier in size and had large horns and resembled that of a goat. Before I could even ask more questions, they started talking more about it. Said that, like dogman, this thing too was over 7 feet tall, covered in very dark, thick fur, and had glowing eyes. It was in the same vein as dogman, but different. It seems not to like when people go into its territory, but apparently the kid never felt threatened by it or anything, at least until approached. Everybody seemed to be pretty firm in what they believed in. Why, we didn't talk much more about it though until later on in the evening, when we were getting ready for bed. I was walking inside the camper with my wife and brother-in-law behind me, still talking about what this could be, and I jokingly said, what if it's actually the goat man? Just for fun, really. Then, my youngest brother-in-law says very quietly but sternly, "Look." I turned around at the same time he did, and saw something standing off in the distance, maybe 40 feet away from us, right at the base of the tree line. It looked exactly like a hairy man or bear standing up on 2 feet, staring at us. But the head looked exactly like a deer almost, with long horns stretching at the back. At least at 40 feet away and obscured from part of the brush. That's what it looked like. My wife let out a scream, which prompted everybody else to see it too. Then, they all ran for the house. We all stood looking through the window at it, watching it walk over to where the van was parked, looking inside of it, before walking back the way it came. What was it looking for? It never made a noise, which is even creepier. We kept saying things like, "What is that thing? Is that a goat man?" But never got too carried away. We didn't want to scare the kids. All of us had trouble sleeping that night, even though none of us really wanted to go outside afterwards. I mean, can you blame us? My brother and I were stacking bales of hay on a beautiful morning in July. It had been very hot, and we wanted to try and get the day's work done early, before it became too unbearable. We still had at least another 3 hours to go, and it was just now 9 a.m. My brother began acting funny, and I didn't exactly find out why until just a few moments after I first sensed it. I looked up from the bale of hay that I was currently stacking, scanning the area until I found what he had been nervously looking over at. This large thing standing atop of a hill, roughly maybe 300 yards away, where we were working. Its face pointed towards us, but it couldn't have seen too much due to the thick shrubbery growing all over. It appeared to have very large chest, legs and arms and head, yet, even though it mostly blended in with its surroundings, one feature on its chest stood out enough to give me some detail about its overall body shape. A small patch of hair surrounding the area on the upper part of its head was darker. I felt my brow furrow as I tried to think of an explanation for what we were seeing. I can think of nothing other than Bigfoot, but this seemed very unlikely, given the fact that this thing was only a few 100 feet away, and the fact that it looked more like a goat than it did an actual ape. Suddenly, it turned to face us and began running downhill after us, the same way an Olympic runner runs. It covered this distance in less than a minute, leaping like some kind of large animal. My mind could not process what was happening fast enough for me to feel fear, despite all my training playing it out in slow motion in my head, a picture taken mid-run. It landed out and let out a terrible roar. I heard my brother's terrified screams as well as the clanging of equipment and sounds of something getting thrown around at high speeds. I sprang to action, grabbing my nearest tool, which had to be a chainsaw laying on top of one stacked bale of hay that was upright, just enough for me to climb onto it. It must have fallen from the truck bed. I just started buzzing away, ready for this thing to come at me. It quickly darted off, sideways, into the tree line, now roughly about 80 to 90 yards out, like it knew what was going on. It knew it had been spotted. I quickly put the chainsaw down, grabbed my brother. We needed to jump in the truck and leave now. Just then, I heard this other scream and roar that happened just close by. We were not alone. There was more of them. We needed to get out of here now. It was not safe. My brother kept saying, "But we have bales," and I told him to shut up. I grabbed him by the collar, threw him in the truck, and we flew out of there. We didn't come back till closer to evening time, which doesn't make a lot of sense, right? You know, with the sun setting and all. And it was eerily quiet. We had to get those bales, though. And I would say we probably spent another hour doing it before we just told Grandpa, "Screw it, you can do the rest, Pa. We ain't doing it." After we told him about what happened, I could tell by the expression on his face he too knew what we were talking about. And although he refused to acknowledge it, he understood and ended up finishing up the last 2 hours for us. Crazy. Spring of 2018. I had gone to visit my cousins that lived in a much more rural area in Colorado State. I had a friend in the area as well and was going to be visiting him just outside of this major city. I just got done driving up to my cousin's house, and at the time, I was alone. I parked my car in front of his house, and as soon as I got out, I distinctly heard this growl from behind me. It sounded what I thought was a bear at first, something that's not uncommon for the area. But it didn't really sound like a bear. I heard another growl get let out. Again, this one was deeper. Didn't sound much like a bear. In fact, this one sounded much more angrier. I faced where the sound had come from, which was close enough to make out this figure crouched by a tall fir tree, roughly about 30 yards from me. It looked like a large person, I thought to myself, not fully believing yet what this could have been. I mean, it was kind of dark and covered by the shade of the tree, so I didn't see all the details just yet. But I could tell whoever it was crouched down on one knee and kind of hiding behind the tree. Their head was tilted slightly downwards and a massive frame. There were no yet details I could make yet, other than the fact that it looked exactly like a large man, just covered in something, maybe fur. But as my eyes adjusted more to the shade, I could see that it had long claws, and it was in fact some sort of animal, covered in a thick coat of hair, and the head was most disturbing, resembling that of a farm animal, like a goat or some sort of ram or stag. That's exactly what it looked like. And I saw horns, kind of curling on the back part of its head. This thing goes from a crouching position to standing upright within a second, and immediately, I nearly fall back in panic. This thing was much larger than I expected, and I could tell it wasn't a deer. It looked nothing like a deer or a bear, but my brain was scrambling to try and put two and two together and trying to figure out, alright, what moves bipedally, but yet what looks like this and has large claws? My brain could turn up with nothing. So I quickly got up, scrambling to my feet, running to the front door, opening it, and telling my cousin, "You need to come see this." But as he comes running out, whatever it was already scrambling off into the darkness. It was enough, though, that he caught the last half of it, so he kind of saw what it was. Enough that he could tell that I saw something not normal. And I guess it spooked him. Having never seen something like this before, we decided to do a bit of research. Maybe we can find out what it was. The only thing that was coming up, though, was like Russian folklore of some kind. Was this the elusive Bigfoot creature? Although I've heard Bigfoots don't look like this one did. I've been in the woods many times in my life, and I have never seen anything that resembled this. I'm not sure if this is a new species or if somebody with a mental illness is trying to pass themselves off as something more than human, maybe in an elaborate Halloween costume. I have never seen anything close to resembling what I've just described to you. This is the first time I've ever told anybody about being so up and close with this creature. It's been almost 3 years now since it happened. Please take my word for it when I say that this is not something you see every day. If any of you get to see such a thing, I would love to know. Because I've only ever heard of this stuff happening in the wild state of Colorado. And I've now had at least 4 other people tell me they've seen similar things. Maybe not the exact same thing, but very similar. We're afraid to tell more people about it because, especially in this day and age, with all the conspiracy nonsense floating around, you don't want to get called a nut or someone who's crazy. Anyway, I want to thank you for taking the time to read this, and if you have any questions, please ask. I just want you to know that what we saw was real. It was a living, breathing, flesh and blood animal, even though most people will probably say it was fake since they can't know exactly where and when it happened. But that's fine. I don't expect them to. Thank you again. My story is short, but I feel like I need to tell it. I have family that lives far out in the desert of Arizona. It's not exactly the prettiest state in the world, but they choose to live out there. They love wide open spaces. Well, one night, they were watching a movie and heard strange thumping noises outside. They got up and walked around the house, thinking it was maybe some cattle or something outside in the field next to them. But upon looking outside, they found nothing. That is, until they looked upon the roof and saw an 8-foot-tall black figure standing there, staring down at them. Its arms were long like an ape's, and it had these creepy human-like hands. And this strange head. It was long, flared nostrils. Kind of reminded them of a horse, but noted that it had horns on the back of their head. They also mentioned it having piercing yellow eyes. They completely freaked out by the sight of this, ran back in the house, locking all the doors and windows, even too afraid to call 911. I mean, what would they say? They would probably take it as a prank call. So the creature just stayed on the roof for about another hour or so, I was told, before jumping off and disappearing into the night of the desert. I'll tell you now, they keep a pistol at every door. I can't blame them one bit. No joke. This thing was creepy as hell, especially if you're by yourself. There's no telling what this was. This happened one day when me and my friend were out hiking in the woods in Washington state. I wouldn't go as far as calling us avid outdoorsmen, but we were pretty thoroughly experienced. We both had survival training and knew what we were doing and how to make it in deadly survival situations. That's what makes this story so interesting. While I wouldn't exactly call it a deadly situation, it could have very well escalated into one had we not fled the scene. Who knows exactly what kind of creature was here? Now, the afternoon was beautiful. We were probably 3 miles down the trail when we stopped for a moment to catch our breath and drink some water. It was a little drier out than usual. We were trying to stay hydrated as best we could. After we were done, my friend suggested that we head back to the car, grab some sandwiches. He had just bought a cheap cooler, filled it with food, ice, and good water. While I agreed with him, part of me wanted to stay out there for a few more hours, just really enjoy the sun and open air. If you live in the Pacific Northwest, you know how rare of an occurrence sunshine can be. We both had earbuds wired into each other's phones. We could listen to whatever we wanted as we chatted and listened to music. We didn't really think too much of it when we turned the music off right then and there. However, that would end up playing a crucial role in what happened next. After all, if you're not listening closely to your surroundings, it's not likely that you're going to hear all the warning signs. After we headed back, I took a few steps and froze. Immediately, my friend stopped and asked me what was wrong. I couldn't quite point out exactly what it was that had set off this unusual feeling in my gut, but something definitely was not right. It didn't matter at the point because we had heard this unearthly noise coming from somewhere behind us. It kind of sounded like a goat screaming at the top of its lungs. I could still recall how blood-curdling the sound truly was with each passing moment. It just kept repeating over and over. Since we were fairly far away from the denser brush and trees, we didn't see any goat out in the open. It was too early in the season for hunters to be out there either. I mean, hunting season was still months away. And as far as I knew, goats weren't something that were hunted. And for something to make a sound like that, it had to have been pretty close by. Really confused as to where these sounds were coming from, we decided to look a little further, try to find the source of these noises. We took a few more steps, and the goat screams seemed to stop. My friend looked at me as if he thought I was going crazy, but then we heard them again. This time, though, they sounded like they were coming directly behind us. We turned around and saw nothing. So, we decided to take a couple of steps toward where we heard them coming from. We stopped trying not to alert whatever it was to our presence, listened very closely for another minute or so, and all of a sudden, these goat-like screams turned worse. They got guttural and very human-sounding, like a man and a goat mixed yelling. We both realized there could only be one reason why this thing was doing this. It had to have been the legend of the Goat Man. I know that sounds silly, but I have no other explanation for what was making these sounds. This wasn't like it was just some goat screaming. These sounds, it was like coming from a demon. It was like something you'd hear in a horror movie in Hollywood. And that's immediately where both of our minds went to. So we fled. We ran. We got back to the car. The sounds continued the entire time as we were leaving, even getting into the car. And in fact, the noises only grew louder, sounding like they were coming from all directions. The sound is still ringing in my ears today when I think back to it. I told him not to mention this to anybody. I didn't want to get ridiculed, especially coming up with something as ridiculous as the Goat Man. How embarrassing. But after finding out that there are online communities that have had real sightings and experiences with things like this and Bigfoot, the things if you brought up in normal conversation, you would get laughed at, mocked, ridiculed. I'm just glad there is somebody like you who will at least listen to my story. All I can say is just be careful out there. You never know what's lurking behind those trees. So, this isn't my story, but actually my father's. One day, I was listening to your channel, and he walks in my room. And he asks, "What's going on?" Asks me, "Who's that? What are you listening to?" So I tell him, "It's your channel and what you cover." Well, he kind of acted a little strange and told me that he too had something happen himself. Way back when he was in his 20s, he went on to tell me that for a short time, about 2 years, he worked as a ranch hand for this lovely old couple. After 2 years, he got a career move and moved out of state. But during this time, he did all the usual work that a ranch hand does. Even stayed on the property for some time. You know, helped out with the usual chores, all that. He said the pay was really good, and the couple was very good to him. Amazing hospitality, the pay was well, and they treated him good. It was a great job. But he got offered a really good gig outside the state. So he had to make the decision to further his life and his career, which is why he no longer did it. However, he would tell me some really strange stuff. What happened on their property, especially during the nighttime. He would often tell me about seeing strange things in the sky, weird shapes and objects he just could not explain. I asked him, "Do you mean like UFOs or aliens?" He told me he is not exactly sure. One time, just off the top of his head, and keep in mind there are many, he sees this large triangle or pyramid hovering in the sky. It was probably a mile or so, if he had to guess, away, just sitting there, hovering up in the sky. It was about dusk or so, and he said it was kind of black but had this golden shine to it. He's sure that the elderly couple has seen this stuff before, but they never said a word about it, and they were always gone in the evening, nights, and early morning. Again, this is just one of many occurrences. Oftentimes, he would tell me about seeing small humanoid figures off in the trees, just after night. Just these small dark little shadows. And he would always get the impression that he was being watched, and began to feel very unsettled deep down in his stomach. Of course, there were others. There were nights where he felt like he was being watched very closely, especially when he was tending the horses. He told me that it always made him the most uncomfortable for whatever reason. He's not sure why I asked him if he ever saw a Bigfoot or a dogman on the farm. He never did. In fact, I think he kind of swiped at his hand in that motion when I mentioned Bigfoot, like he was saying, no, I've never seen anything like that. But he did go on to tell me one time he found about 6 chickens that were all torn apart. He explained they weren't even eaten. It looked like something had just picked them up and tore them in half. After thoroughly checking the area for coyotes or any lone wolves, he found no tracks, nothing. So he waited at night to see if the assailant would return. And what do you know? This large, burly creature he described on 2 legs like a man, hairy like a bear but also short, stubbier legs, long claws, long teeth. He would go on to take a couple shots at it. But have you ever seen the Rudolph the Reindeer Christmas special? It's actually the one, I believe, from back in the 1960s. There's a character in it called the Bumble. It's like this big, abominable snowman. Anyway, he brought that up. He said the creature and size was kind of like that. Burly, very woolly and hairy. But the head was more of a sheep. He said it had the same kind of eyes, but very sharp teeth, and these long black horns that jetted back. He said they actually kind of shot upward, the same way a bull's would, where they're rounded and point upward. But of course, this thing kept coming back and kept coming back. It's like it wanted more. It only wanted to kill these chickens, and whatever it can get its hands on. It had already killed a sheep and a goat, several chickens, and even a dog. It never ate them, would just do things like twist the heads off the bodies, or tear them in half, and leave the bodies. He said this thing just enjoyed killing, and every time it showed itself, he would shoot at it several times. Oftentimes, it would happen at least 3 to 4 times a week, always right around midnight to 2 a.m. He's not sure why this was the time it showed up every night, or at least every few nights. He even had to go as far as try and locking up the chicken coop, putting extra fencing around it, and doing whatever he could to try and keep this thing out, hopefully driving it away. He even laid down bear traps, but they didn't work. This thing either disarmed them, showing exuberant amounts of intelligence, or would just go around them altogether, terrifying him. Even one night, when he was tending the horses, he had sat down and fallen asleep with the rifle in his lap. I guess this thing tried to break in. He woke up to the sounds of the horses neighing and going completely crazy. So he jumps up, running over to the stalls where the horses are, shines his flashlight, and sees this hideous creature trying to break into the horse stalls. The horses were already losing it. So he fires a couple of shots at this thing and successfully drove it away. I guess he didn't see it much again after that. But he told me that that wasn't the only weird thing to happen. Weird stuff was constantly going on just like this. But he mentioned that this was the most prominent. Everything else was far and few in between. I guess for him, it didn't really make sense for him to talk about. That's out of his mouth, not mine. At least I got him to tell me his story. And after listening to your content, well, I actually binge watch a lot of your stuff. And I can pinpoint what sort of cryptid this could have been. It makes me wonder, what do you think he saw? It doesn't sound like a Bigfoot. And judging by the way he described it, it wasn't a dogman. I had asked him if he thought it was a canine, like it all, or resembled a werewolf in any way. He said no. It definitely was not like a wolf or bear in any way. It was its own thing. Do you think maybe this could have been a sheep squatch? That's a cryptid not many people talk about. I wonder if this thing could have just been a hybrid sheep humanoid or something. Anyway, I'll let you be the judge. I'll go ahead and email you back if I get any more information out of him. Until then, thank you for all the stories you read. I greatly appreciate it. I often find myself going on night hikes. I love them. They've always been relaxing to me. I'm not the only one who does this, though. A lot of people do. There was a time when it almost got me killed, but I'll get into that in just a minute. I started going on my night hikes right around 7:30, arriving at my usual spot by 8 p.m. The sun had already descended down in the sky. The moon had not yet come up, so there wasn't any light, except for what was given off from the city in the distance. It made for some pretty good scenery while walking through the wood during dark hours like these. I had been going on night hikes for a couple of weeks now. I did it to get a break from the city life. The last week, however, I noticed something following me while I was going on my hike. Every time I would stop and look back, there was nothing there. It made me feel very uneasy and nervous each time this happened. Even though it continued to follow me every night when I stopped for a break, it remained in the shadows and watched from afar. It really scared me, but I stopped spending time in the area where it would follow me. The other hikers told me they experienced the same thing while hiking here at night. I had several friends who enjoyed hiking here, so that's where I heard it from. Unsure of ultimately what was following me, I decided to come back a little earlier. So, this night, I stayed till about 8:30 p.m. I arrived at my usual spot and sat down on a tree stump that was nearby. The sun had already gone down, but the moon hadn't officially begun to really rise up in the sky yet. A few streetlights were lit up in the distance, but there wasn't much light, besides from them and the stars above me. And this is when I noticed something moving towards me through the bushes. It wasn't close enough for me to see what it was, though. Seconds later, it emerges from the shadows and made its way closer to me till it stood about 25 feet away, where I was sitting, on top of an elevated rock near some trees. This thing looked huge, like some mutated cross between a goat and a man. A humanoid with glowing eyes and large horns, huge claws, and it looked pissed. It shimmered in the light of my lantern, but only when I shone the light on it. I just stood there for a second, speechless at what I was seeing. Oh, and by the way, I'm probably a weirdo for bringing a camping lantern with me. But when you're hiking out at night, you need all the LED power you can get. Without warning, it began running right towards me. Unsurprisingly, of course, I took off in the other direction, just as fast as my legs could carry me. I could still hear it crashing through the bush and trees as I ran. But I eventually stopped after a few minutes of running, turning around. It wasn't following me anymore. I couldn't hear it. I could still hear it breathing, though, and watching me through the trees. I couldn't see it, and it really made me nervous. I kept very quiet while trying to stay on the move, not wanting to make a sound. I began to hope that the creature had lost interest, going back into the woods. I eventually made my way out there. I've never seen a goat man before, nor have I heard of one, but this creature looked very real. And I'm still a little freaked out, to be honest. Apparently, others have had experiences very similar to what I went through. I have heard that goat men are actually pretty common here in the woods. A few weeks after my encounter with this goat-like humanoid, I decided to go check out the area again to see if anything was going on there that night. Sure enough, as soon as it got dark outside, every now and then you could hear these strange moans and groans, deep, raspy guttural sounds and grunting noises coming from somewhere nearby. I didn't want to tell anybody what had happened, so altogether, I just tried to avoid going on night hikes again. I wasn't able to find any information on these goat-looking creatures, so I just tried to look up Goat Man the best I could. Now, what I could find out is that apparently, goat men are these humanoids with long horns, sometimes seen at nighttime. There's many urban legends surrounding them, but I had a hard time finding actual accounts of them. Some people say that these are harmless cryptids, but others have experiences of them attacking them. I don't know what I saw for sure, but I can definitely say that it did look goat-like and inhuman. Definitely not a person in a costume. And the description fit what I read about others, having very long horns, claws, glowing eyes, goat legs, and of course hooves. If anybody else has experienced something similar, I'd love to hear it. So this was a few years back when I was in high school. My girlfriend at the time lived in Florida with her mom, and her mom had just turned 49, so she was throwing her a party for them outside. I got the wonderful invitation of coming, so I flew down there to go see my girlfriend. Her mom was loaded, and she loved me, so she would always buy me tickets to come down and spend days at a time with my girlfriend, and I would fly back roughly 4 or 5 days later. Well, this time, something really creepy happened. After flying down for a 5-day weekend, my girlfriend and I had gone to the store and bought her this really nice birthday cake. It was like this hot, vibrant pink. Very 80s glam style, if you know what I mean. The trip itself was wonderful, and we had a beautiful birthday party outside for her. Everybody got down to business. She opened all of her gifts, ate some cake, everything like an event should have been. It was almost perfect. And then, behind the barn in the field behind the house, we saw this creature that had glowing red eyes and horns staring us down for seconds before disappearing. We've never seen anything like it. In fact, it looked like something out of hell. All I can think of was Satan when I saw it. The family, including I, all freaked out because we had never seen this before. It didn't take us long after that discovery for everybody to run in the house and hide. Obviously, I never want to see something like that again. In 1998, I started a new job up in Seattle, Washington. I used to work nights, but on this night, my shift would change to begin working days. This was one of the worst shifts I've ever had. So my manager called me up, asked me if I wanted to switch my shift so I could work with her. She was also a good friend at the time, so I didn't mind helping her out. So this way, she'd have an easier time leaving for errands and whatnot, before it got too close to sunset. The sun had just set when we got into our separate vehicles and left the lot, heading home. There were 2 different routes I could have taken when I left my home at dusk, heading towards town. The first route took me through a dark forested road with no streetlights or markings. only a faded yellow line. There also was no other cars in sight. It was pretty desolate. No traffic at all. And tonight, I figured this is the best way to go. It was also a Thursday night, so traffic wasn't too bad, and I felt much more comfortable driving through this place at night than the alternative route, which would take me about 15 miles out of the way. Now, the secondary road was also pretty dark, but it pretty much had no markings whatsoever. I mean, you could tell nobody ever traveled down these roads, at least on car or foot, or so it looked. Everything was overgrown, telephone poles kind of bending over, roots tearing up the concrete and asphalt. Just years and years of neglect. A very poorly maintained road. But anyway, I was closely watching my speedometer fluctuate when something popped into my headlights that made me slam on my brakes. The suddenness of braking for this creature standing in the middle of the road caused me to swerve towards the left side. I didn't want to drive over it or hit it. I can only imagine the damage done to my vehicle if I hit this thing. I've probably driven down the same road about 20 times, maybe more, before I ever saw this thing. Basically, it was this upright creature with large pointy ears, but it looked more like a sheep or a goat, and had long horns like Baphomet, if you know what kind of demon I'm talking about, and large fangs sticking out of its mouth. Its arms were massive, and had huge claws draping almost down to its legs. They actually reminded me of that one lady who never cut her fingernails, and they kind of just dangle like long claws. That's what they reminded me of. And its eyes were glowing red, blood red. I'm telling you, this thing looked like a goat man. It just stood there, staring at me. But in one fluid motion, as this thing appeared, I swerved around it, avoiding it completely. Now, I can't go driving down these roads alone anymore, without looking over my shoulder constantly, or thinking this is going to happen. My friends, family, parents, nobody believes me. They all think I had a bad dream or just made it up. So, I'm just running this out in case somebody else goes along these roads and sees what made me slam on my brakes all those months ago. There are no houses around here for miles. It's pretty rural. So, I want to let people know I don't think it's safe to be here. There's also a large population of deer. I don't know if that's maybe a food source or what, but that is something I've had to look out before for at night. Anyway, if you find yourself coming down these dark roads at night, just keep your eyes open. You never know what might appear. I went camping with some friends back near the Ozarks in the east. We were sitting up around a campfire telling stories, and got to hear about one of their family members who had an encounter with something scary. It was dark out, but they said that it felt like it was watching them all night long. A goatman creature, apparently, that seems to be able to shapeshift between human and animal form. It's also said to live in this area. I can't tell by their genuine fear if they were making it up, or if this was an actual experience. They seemed pretty spooked by what they saw. Well, after enough stories, we got tired and we all crashed out in our separate tents. I, having been the most freaked out, was expecting something to happen. And I was right. In the middle of the night, I heard something just outside of our camp. I assumed at first that maybe it was a large bear or some other animal, and so I gathered up to one side of the tent. Then I hear this loud screeching sound, and I heard it run away. I'm not sure what it was, but I was pretty scared by it. It sounded like it was almost right next to our tents. Of course, because of how dark it was, me or anybody else couldn't see a thing. I tried to stay really quiet though, so whatever it was would go away. But when the thing started running off, you could just hear its heavy breaths. You could feel shivers down your spine. When I say large, it was very large. It scared me. I knew deep down in my core, this wasn't a normal animal I was dealing with. Well, the next morning, we all found huge hoof prints. I mean, just massive size. I've seen cattle footprints, and this was much larger. Maybe we got visited by the goat man. I mean, I've heard of Bigfoot leaving their footprints behind, but This wasn't a footprint. This was a massive hoofprint. I'm still scared to kind of talk about this. I mean, was this a goat man? Is that exactly what I heard? On this night, I was out on routine patrol of the county. It was dark, and I'd been driving for about an hour since my shift began at 10 p.m. As is customary with me when I'm in my patrol car, a blue polo shirt and a pair of cargo pants had replaced my uniform today, which I wasn't wearing in the presence of the general public anyway. The windows were rolled down to let in some fresh air during this time of night. It's not too hot, yet still humid enough that you can't stand being inside your vehicle without air conditioning. It was now close to 2 a.m., and suddenly, something appeared on the road ahead of me. At first, I thought it might have been an animal, maybe making its way across the road into the nearby woods. But then I saw just how huge it was. So I slowed down to about 15 miles per hour just to have a better look in my high beams. My initial reaction was pure fear, plain and simple. I'd never seen an animal so big and so up close before, which is saying something, considering I'm 6'4" myself with a fairly large build. It was furry all over, except for there's patches of bare skin, revealing themselves on its chest, face, and so forth. They were black in coloration, instead of the brownish hue and the darkness of the rest of its coat. The hair itself seemed long, not like what you'd see on a long-haired dog or any other breed, but rather thicker and more plentiful. I don't think it was a bear, to be honest. It didn't have the face or head for it, and that description did not fit an earth sign creature at all. When I look back on its face in memory, there's no way I can recall any kind of snout present. Either this thing had evolved for millions of years without ever growing such a feature, which seems highly improbable, or else what I saw wasn't so much an animal as it was something else entirely. It was pretty scary at first, but I kept telling myself that it was probably just a big dog or something. That comforted me until I pulled into the driveway of my destination, which was this old country house where somebody had called us earlier. Now this thing was at least 6 feet tall, if not more. Massive, hulking, and this thing had opened its mouth, revealing what looked to be rows upon rows of teeth. But it didn't snarl or growl, just baring its teeth, staring at me with an expression that seemed very aggressive. I even saw it raise up its arm. It had a paw at the end of it, which was brandishing some kind of black, curved, long claw that looked to be about 4 inches long, if I had to guess. The creature turned around and disappeared back into the woodline before I could get out of my car or radio in for backup. I was pretty scared at first, especially since I'd never seen anything like this creature before in my life. At first, I thought it might have been a bear due to people are always getting mauled by bears here in Pennsylvania. But then, when I saw its face for the first time, that was terrifying. I've never seen anything like it before, but if I could compare it to any animal that exists, or doesn't exist, the closest, I guess, would be a werewolf, because werewolves look really similar to the way this thing did. Minus the snout, of course. It didn't occur to me at first, but then I got on another call on my radio, where witnesses were claiming that they'd just seen something similar. Only this time, it had been chasing after a fellow officer. The officer involved was terrified by what he saw, and apparently, there was some seriously large footprints left behind as well. I'm not sure who else is out there seeing these creatures, or why they're popping up at all. But maybe, if we keep our eyes open, we might find out. I'm a small-town police officer, and we get a lot of calls that can be classified as weird. This one definitely fit that description. It's about 1:30 p.m. on an early Saturday afternoon. I'm on my usual patrol route. I get a call from dispatch, telling me there is a break-in into an abandoned house downtown. They suspect 2 people may still be inside and did not want to send any more officers, until they knew for sure. This did not really bother me. More often than not, we kids who just wanted to play around in the place after seeing some urban legend or something online. At least, that's how I felt when I was younger. At least once every couple of months, somebody would go in there. But this was not the first call of this building, and we would see things like graffiti, trash, all those usual things. Eventually, it became such a headache for us that we kind of just stopped responding to the initial calls. But this one sounded important. I pull up to a stop sign, not too far away, idling, so I can listen to an update from dispatch. And I get another call from dispatch, saying that one of the 911 calls connected to the break-in was coming from inside the house. This means that there was somebody being trapped in there calling from a cell phone, which meant that this could have been a possible kidnapping situation. And this wasn't too far-fetched either. This particular house was so run down, who knows what kind of drug deal, sex trafficking thing there was going on. But for some reason, this particular call just felt wrong. As soon as I got done finished talking with dispatch, I leapt towards the house, and when I made it there, both front doors were broken open, and it looked like the back door had had its way kicked out. There's obviously no alarm on the place, since the building is surprisingly almost dilapidated, and every single window was boarded up poorly, enough for me to hear a ruckus inside. The sheer stench that hit my nose like a wave. It smelled like something died. It didn't just smell like rotting flesh. It was like rotting flesh, death, urine and feces, vomit, and every other horrible thing you can think of, all blended together into this thick, hazy cloud of odor, and it made me gag. I'm not somebody who gets sick easily, but I knew right away that whatever was making that smell had to be pretty bad. I double-checked my safety again. My firearm is always on safety, unless I'm actively using it, and I drew my taser. I wouldn't have used the taser if I saw any movement at all, but it seemed like whatever was in there couldn't hear me doing so, so I figured they were still alive. I entered through the front door slowly, making sure not to step on anything that would give away my presence or make me known. I knew that nobody could have made it out alive after being exposed to this odor for so long. When I walked inside, there was nothing to see except abandoned furniture, some of which had looked like it got thrown across the living room with a lot of force. As I walked through the living room, I saw that somebody had spray-painted graffiti all over the walls. Most of it wasn't anything too special, just your average upside-down pentagrams and 666s on every wall. But there were a few pictures that stood out to me, due to how detailed they were, even though they looked like they were made in about 5 seconds with spray paint. Each picture had some variation of the same thing. A large human-like figure wearing tattered rags and robes, standing directly behind or over another person with some sort of knife, and the other person was tied up in some kind of strange apparatus. The background of each picture was black, except these sinister red-looking eyes on either figure. I was about to turn around and explore further, and that's when I heard the noise. It sounded like a very quiet moan coming from somewhere close by. My stomach started churning again, even worse than before. No matter how many times you see or hear something that sounds like that, it still makes your skin crawl. I called out, asking who was in here, but all I heard back was more moaning. So I called dispatch to give them an update on what I could see or hear, trying to keep the bile down in my throat. Dispatch, this is Officer Tegan. I'm here at the abandoned house on Main and Broadway. There doesn't appear to be anyone in here, but and right when I said I heard noise from down in the basement portion of the house. It sounded like thrashing around, and I couldn't be certain. The noises grew louder, but I approached the basement door and slowly descended. The door was missing, so I looked down. It was dark. As I started descending down the stairs, I noticed that the basement also was accompanied by a foul odor coming from the dark depths below. I could hear what sounded like a dog or something else that's easy to mistake for a large animal pacing around in the basement. It sounded large. I called out again, demanding to know who was in there, and all I got back was a growl and a snarl, scratching and tearing. I figured some large rabid dog had been kept down here. I heard nothing, but then silence after a moment. So I went down another step. That's when things escalated from bad to worse. Out of nowhere, this unspeakable figure emerged from below me and started lurching towards me at the base of the stairs. I couldn't get a good look at it since it was dark, but I can make out the shape of what looked like a faceless man in tattered rags coming up at me. He wasn't just faceless, the man simply did not have a face, just skin. This was completely terrifying. So I pulled out my firearm, but he kept coming up the stairs, and I screamed, "Stop! Stop right there! Put your hands in the air and get down on the ground, or I'll shoot." But it didn't seem like he was going to be complying with my orders anytime soon. He kept coming closer and closer and closer. I warned him, and so I fired 3 shots at this faceless man. This man was struck twice in the chest, once in the head, twice in the chest, knocking faceless man's body down to the ground at the base of the stairs. He just got back up, like getting shot with a gun was nothing, and leapt off into the darkness of the basement. I ran back up the stairs to the front door. "Send someone to my location, now." I gave my location and that there's no man with a face in the basement. I'm not sure if he's injured. I shot him 3 times and he didn't even seem fazed, and he ran off. I'm not sure if this is due to drugs or if he's hurt or what. We need to get him into custody before he hurts anybody else. I took a quick look around my surroundings outside. I didn't see anybody or signs of anybody being around here. But I still think it's best that I stay put until somebody arrives to take me off this assignment. After a moment, a car pulled up, and the sheriff got out. He asked me what had happened, so I told him everything from start to finish. I showed the pictures of my phone, and he just kind of stared at them for a few seconds, without saying anything about them or even handing them back to me. At first, I thought I was going to get laughed at, or have him say something negative. But it seemed like whoever was inside those pictures wasn't funny anymore, which was also disturbing. After a moment, the sheriff handed my phone back again and told me that I was not to speak about this. And he said it with such an ominous voice that for a second, I didn't recognize my supervisor. I was sure he knew something about all this, but I didn't know what. The way he was acting, it just didn't seem right. He relieved me right then and there on the call that night. I went home for a while, and like I said at the beginning, there are many things us officers endure that can really shake you. This was one of them. I still am trying to process what exactly I saw that night. I'm an officer, and I have many harrowing stories I could share with you. This is just one of them, and I've never shared it with anybody outside my immediate family. It was late at night, maybe 10 p.m. or so, when the dispatch called me to inform me of a suspicious person. When arriving at the scene, there were 2 women standing outside their car near a broken-down fence. They told me they had been driving on this route, inside the Navajo reservation, and they saw what appeared to be a skinwalker, or so they thought, wrapped in animal skin, walking only 20 yards from their vehicle. When I approached where this skinwalker supposedly was, I saw nothing, but decided to investigate further. The skinwalker must have heard me coming, because suddenly, it appeared, covered in blood. Everything, but about 5 foot 3 inches tall. I drew my weapon, demanding this thing stand there and not move a muscle. Not knowing, of course, at the time, this was actually a skinwalker. I thought it was some crazed lunatic. When these things don't want to be seen, they're quite impressive. After all, they are supernatural. This thing, a skinwalker, is a Navajo evil spirit that can change into whatever animal it pleases. Wolves, bears, coyotes, and so forth. They possess supernatural powers and practice black magic. They are not to be messed with, and can shapeshift into any form right in front of you without warning. This being didn't say anything, just staring at me until it shapeshifted back into human form, which we all saw right before my very eyes. I'll cut it short, but this thing basically ran off into the night, and it was an old, frail man covered in animal pelts and blood. Completely changed my view of the supernatural and skinwalkers in general. I'm still trying to comprehend that this even happened to me. It was July 15th, 2015. I was a second lieutenant in the U.S. Army and had been assigned to patrol our base for strange activities. It was around 9 p.m. or 2100 hours that I had heard strange screaming off in the woods while patrolling. The screaming seemed to be getting closer, and so I peered into the darkness of the forest, but saw nothing at first. After about 10 seconds, I started to hear heavy movement coming towards me through the brush. Whatever it was sounded large. There was loud rustling noises, as if something was crashing through everything in its path. I readied my M16 rifle and switched on my night vision, slowly scanning as much of this area as I could possibly see, as fast as possible. I see a few strange red figures moving in the darkness, but I still could not make out what was the cause of this screaming noise. After switching back to normal vision, I tried to look for whatever it was with my bare eyes, scanning frantically in random directions, although at the mercy of what little lighting I had around me. I saw something strange among the trees, roughly 30 meters away from me. It looked like an emaciated, skinny deer, standing on its hind legs, with its front paws or hands lifted up in the air, as if they were hands. I thought this to be immediately strange. This thing stood perfectly still on its hind legs for a moment, before reaching down with one of its strange arms or legs to grab onto something, which sounded like metal when it struck something hard. I couldn't see. The animal then proceeded to walk slowly towards me, still on its hind legs, holding itself up perfectly. I was frozen, holding onto my N16 raised to my head. I didn't know if this strange deer could see me or not, considering there were no lights near where the encounter happened. And just as I was about to fire a warning shot into the air, something large crashed through the forest off to my right. This second thing moved very fast, and must have been incredibly strong. It ripped the trees right out of the ground to get closer, snapping their trunks with strange ease. I raised my N16 and opened fire on the second creature in front of me, following it through my scope so I didn't waste rounds. After about 10 rounds, the strange thing just collapsed to the ground, without any kind of struggle. Strange black liquid began to pour from the strange holes in its skin that I can only assume were now entry wounds. Everything went silent, except for a strange hissing sound coming from far off in the distance. I stopped firing, started walking slowly towards where the strange deer had fallen to see what was making that noise, when out of nowhere, another set of red eyes appeared, but this time behind me. This time, however, it was much larger than whatever had knocked the first deer, and I knew I had to retreat, and there was going to be more of them. I turned around, running as fast as I could towards the base camp, falling into a ditch that connected it to where I was patrolling. I began crawling through it. Whatever was chasing me had jumped over the ditch and was now trying to grab my leg with its strange arms and legs. I shouted at it to stop trying to grab me while still moving forward. But whatever this thing, it wanted my flesh. It started crawling through the dirt after me too, crawling much faster than any animal should be able to. This thing appeared to be half human, half mutation of some sort of humanoid. I reached out for my radio, which allowed me access back into the military base. I grabbed it, turned it on. This caused whatever was chasing me to screech loudly in anger, stopping. It then started coming at me again. I hit the radio transmitter button and began to scream. "Help me, I'm being attacked," over and over, hoping somebody would hear it, wherever they were. I reached the end of the ditch that connected with the base camp, just as whatever was chasing me climbed out of the other side. I ran towards the gate to escape back inside where there was safety yet again. But this thing wouldn't stop chasing me. It began running at me, right through our fences. Things like deer don't just run through fences without causing them damage. This thing was stronger than anything I've ever seen. This was something beyond human comprehension. And suddenly, two things happened. First, my radio fell silent, leaving only static in my ear. Second, the thing chasing me leapt into the air and reached down with both its arms and legs to grab onto my shoulders. I was too close to base camp gate to turn around and run away. So instead, I did something very stupid. I turned around, unsheathed my K-bar knife in one fluid motion. This thing didn't know what was coming. It continued after me with an unquenchable thirst for blood, its eyes glowing menacingly in the moonlight. And that's when time began slowing down. I raised at my knife, which looked small compared to what I'd just seen, but would still do some damage if I struck true. This creature paused its attack, as if it realized I had a weapon too, as I swung down as hard as I could, cutting deeply into its neck. I watched as this black liquid poured out from the wound I inflicted, slowing dripping to the ground below. It gave off one last hideous screech before collapsing to the ground in a heap, and started turning a strange hue of grayish blue. The eyes that once stared back at me with such hatred now looked like large marble stones carefully set into this thing's face, the one that would never move again. And I stood there for what felt like hours, watching the body of this strange deer man thing, until finally, others arrived and I blacked out from shock. When I awoke, they told me two things. Firstly, that I had been out cold for 18 hours. And secondly, the creature I saw also killed 3 of my men. I was stationed in northern Kentucky when this incident occurred. We were performing standard perimeter patrols after it got dark when we all heard these horrible noises, like a woman being murdered or something equally horrific. One of my guys went up to scout the source of the sound and found what appeared to be some kind of man with antlers, what he described as a hybrid of sorts, pushing over one of our trucks actually. When he came back to inform the others, one of these things trying to attack him. Another guy went out there with his rifle, shot at it while it ran off. My experience wasn't the first time we dealt with these beings. Days after, I was talking to a friend who was also in the military, and he informed me that a few years ago, they had a similar incident happen. They received orders from their higher-ups not to tell anybody about this thing. He said that they were never told to speak of this ever, even with their families. No one else knew what happened to him except for me. And to my knowledge, nobody else has been told about this. And I can't discuss these events with you over the phone because if I do, well, let's just say there's people who have disappeared for less than speaking on the phone about things like this. I'm going to keep this short and brief. You can call me Thomas, by the way. We'll be in touch. I have so much more to share with you. The date was June 24th, at around 10 p.m., when I responded to a very strange call from a man who lived just a little ways out of town about some very strange animal attacks. He had heard about them from one of his neighbors. So I drove out there to see if the animal was still possibly in the area. But when I got there, it seemed that all was gone. After driving around for a few minutes, looking for maybe coyotes or other feral dogs, I saw something large standing next to a big rock in the middle of an open field nearby. When I first arrived at this field, everything looked normal. At first glance, and from the distance I was at, I thought it might have been a fox. After all, they are fairly common around these parts. But then it turned its head to look at me. And whatever the thing was, it had a really long snout with some weird-looking fangs hanging down from it. It also had these dark black eyes that just stood out so much. This creature was also very pale. I think that's one of the reasons why the eyes stood out so much. Then, it did something that I have a hard time talking about. It stood up on two legs. When this thing looked at me, I became very frightened, almost falling out of my squad car. I didn't know what else to do, so I grabbed my shotgun, opened up my door, and began pointing my weapon at this thing, having no idea what it was I was dealing with. When I did this, it disappeared into the darkness without looking back. I got back in my car and went to call in a report about everything that had just happened, when something hit my windshield. The severed half of a deer carcass. Just then, I noticed something large moving in the trees, and I got out to remove this dead deer from atop my squad car. The whole time, my car's headlights were still on, but what I saw next is something I still cannot explain. A really big, dark beast with claws, and these huge horns leapt right out of the brush into the middle of the road, blocking my path. It then, without hesitation, charged at my squad car, and making an incredibly loud sound that echoed. Imagine the sound of a lion crossed with an elephant. I'm talking loud. This creature jumps up onto the hood of my vehicle while it kept ramming itself against my windshield, until finally it shattered, sending me flying into the ditch. While getting up and running away, this creature made an ear-piercing screech that absolutely froze my blood cold. It ran after me for a few feet, then stopping suddenly in its tracks, making that same sound again before disappearing into the darkness. I was standing there, armed with my shotgun and my squad car now totaled, surrounded by these strange creatures in the forest. I called for backup. I had no idea what I was up against. And these creatures, let's just say the academy doesn't train you for these situations. I stood there, waiting for a response, but none came. So, I decided to try and find my way back, while these things were off snarling in the tree line. I had my shotgun at the ready, and I was about to pump these things full if I needed to. The same thing stepped back out into the open again and charged at me, full force. Let me pause here for a moment, because this is what this creature reminded me of. Do you remember seeing Monsters, Inc.? You might remember a character named Sully. Big, colorful monster, right? Well, this beast had that same shape and build, covered in thick hair like a yeti or something, with horns, but much more grotesque and angry. As it charged, I fired 2 shots at it, and sent it screaming off into the woods, where I began hearing more growls off behind me from the direction of the field. I knew more were coming. I had to leave now before things got worse. I began running down the darkened road, and I could hear these things chasing me, keeping up with me, paralleling me in the woods. The road was also surrounded by these wire fences, and for some reason, I turned and saw a huge pair of glowing red eyes right between the 2 trees up ahead of me. This whole time, I really thought I might die out there, alone in those dark mountains, terrified against whatever these things were who tried to break down my squad car. I was convinced I had stumbled upon a pack of mutant rabid bears or something. I don't know what these things were. I jumped down into the side ditch on the road, where also there rested a large storm drain, and I waited for my backup, and I could hear these things going crazy, snarling and growling, making all sorts of noises. I could hear my partner coming shortly thereafter in a squad car, just a couple of moments later. He pulls up. I don't waste any time. I jump right in. He tries to back up and the car spins out. One of these creatures had lunged out of this car and began biting and chewing on the tire. I thought for sure this would be our end. But he finally regained control of the vehicle, and we went flying down the road with these things giving chase, until they finally stopped about 3 miles later. They couldn't make it around this large turn in the road. As soon as I got back to my station, I called off work sick immediately, packed up all my stuff right there, and left town. Left everything behind. Whatever those things were, they were definitely not from around here, or anywhere else on Earth as far as I know. I've heard about that farm now on the same route, which I refuse to deal with. All around their barn are stricken with dead cattle, ripped apart and mauled up, only bones being left behind. When I got back to town after talking with other locals, my whole station was abuzz about this family and the animals that have been killed by these creatures. I'm terrified for anybody who has to set foot on that property. I'm telling you, these creatures were the size of a man, if not larger, and had ursing bear-like features. And they lurked in the shadows between trees and were very dark. I couldn't tell if they were all black or just dark in color, with only their yellow eyes showing. I thought I was going to die right then and there before even making it home. It was scary. It was like being in a horror movie to have 4 of these things giving chase at speeds faster than any man could run or hope to escape from. I, of course, felt relief that my partner was there with me when he pulled up. Otherwise, I would have been killed for sure by the looks of it. All their anger directed toward us, as if I intruded upon them without knowing their intentions. These things were hostile. These were animals I'd never seen, something from another world. I'm not brave enough to ever go back out there and check out that farm or those creatures for myself. I need to find out what those were, and how they've managed to exist all these years without ever being seen or heard. I didn't know such things were real until my actual encounter. But now it makes sense why there were so many hunters lost in those woods over the past decades. These were definitely werebears from a horror story coming true right before our eyes. Like I said, they were easily the size of a man or bear, but with the face and body more akin to a human, with werewolf-like traits. The entire experience was so terrifying, I can't believe this was even real. I wonder what story will be made up by the public to cover up the truth about the hunters getting lost and all the mishappenings that have been happening. I have zero clue if there's a connection. After all, the public would never believe such a thing. The encounter has affected me in a way that would have shaken any rational person. Hard to leave without missing a beat. To me, I'm just glad to get rid of that horrible memory as much as I can. I'm lucky I lived. I feel silly calling it this, but maybe it really was a werebear. I need to find out what these things were and how they've managed to do this long. I'm going to keep my name as an officer out of this story. I'm still active and on duty, and would prefer this to stay as anonymous as possible. Sorry for my writing and it being all over the place. I was kind of frantic and manic while I was doing this. Thank you. My partner and I were out on our morning patrol when we saw this strange creature out of the corner of our eyes. It was large, hairy, and had these amber eyes. At first, we thought it must have been a bear, but as we got closer, it did not look like anything of a bear. So we stopped the car and decided to take a closer look. The way it was acting looked like it was potentially hurt. Again, we thought it was an injured bear, and we needed to remove it from the situation. As soon as we got out of the car, it started growling at us. We stopped dead in our tracks and looked at each other. What do? We shined our lights on it to get a better look and were horrified to realize this was no bear at all. This was some type of humanoid being. It looked pissed, reaches down, and you could tell it takes strength, and pries open the bear trap that it was stuck in like it was nothing. It then looks back at us like it was getting ready to charge. We instantly realized this is not a bear in any way or any animal we knew of. Nothing is capable of pulling a bear trap apart like this. We made sure our guns were loaded and ready to go. It then took a couple of steps toward us, and that's all we needed to see. We got back in the car and decided to get out of there ASAP, speeding away. The strange creature looked exactly like what people have described to be Bigfoot. Now, I'm not much a believer in those kinds of things, but let's just say that this early morning perhaps changed my opinion on all of that. As for my partner, I think he's still a little skeptical. I think he even believes that it was partially a bad dream or just a bad vision or something. How else do you come to terms with these kinds of things? Our encounter takes place just outside of Anchorage. My officer boyfriend and I were driving to my house, and he gets a call that he was needed by a woman who kept screaming, "It's here, the Kushtaka." My boyfriend and I were confused. He didn't think anybody else knew about the legends in this area, besides a couple of officers and a few people here and there. Before he could even finish the call, this being steps out in the road about 100 yards away, causing my man to halt right on his brakes. And right before our very eyes, there it stood. Dark black fur, no nose or tail, small pointed ears, and sharp covered, blood yellow teeth. It was about 9 feet tall, very slender and skinny. We were all sort of just frozen in place while staring at this thing, what I guess you can call a skinwalker. I began sobbing uncontrollably out of fear, and my boyfriend, the officer, starts reversing, and this thing slowly begins making its way towards the vehicle. My boyfriend does a 180 and speeds off. Then, this thing begins flying after us. My boyfriend floors it even more, and this thing is now catching up to our car, while suddenly just disappearing. All of the police protocols kicked in, and he immediately got online with dispatch, and I just kept praying to whatever God would listen that this thing did not follow us home. We went to my house, where we were both terrified. It was dark at this point. Thankfully, nothing had followed us back here. My mom had heard me whimpering when I came into the door. She had asked what had happened. I told her about our encounter with a skinwalker. That was the only encounter we have ever had, although there have been a few other close encounters in this area before and after. In fact, one time, there's a local tribal elder who told us that they saw that a Kushtaka's way of luring prey to them was by taking on human form, and they appear as deformed, strange humans. But as you get closer, you can see their true demonic nature. Get too close, and they'll snatch you up into the woods. He also reminded us that these creatures can be killed by bullets or decapitation. Otherwise, the flesh will regenerate back over time. They even take the form of these strange creatures like the one we saw that night. They are to be avoided at all costs, and we are to try our best to not speak of them, mention them, write about them, or even think about them. I figured enough time has passed now that I can safely write this to you, while my boyfriend and I are still together and he still serves on the force. It's a whole other world out here in Alaska. It ain't like down there in the other 48 states. These things own the woods up here, and if you're not careful, they will own you too. My story takes place on St. Simon's Island in Georgia on June 30th, 2014 at roughly 2:34 a.m. I was called out to the island for a strange sighting that had been reported by some campers nearby. When we got there, they told us what had happened and where they saw something strange. They said it looked like a strange creature about 5 feet tall with glowing green eyes, strange hands, and almost bent over like an ape, walking on all fours. The night was calm and somewhat chilly. No one around us except for the campers who saw whatever this thing was. I didn't want to go into the woods with them, but my partner insisted that we needed to investigate further, just to see what they were running from. We began walking through the brush and only had walked about 10 feet, and I started smelling this strange odor, like blood and decaying flesh mixed together in some strange concoction of death and decay. They said it ran off after seeing the flashlights, but left behind this odor. We began to hear screaming off in the distance. Nothing we have ever heard before. Way more than just one person screaming at once, too. It sounded like multiple screams in unison. It sounded like everybody around us was screaming for help, or just letting out their pain and agony. I've never heard anything quite like it before in my life, and it really freaked me out. We decided to just leave and not look into it any further or report our strange encounter. And personally, I've heard of strange stuff before, but never took it seriously. I had heard stories in particular of Bigfoot actually, and the likes, but never knew if they were real or not. I guess when you live in a place like this, and you see and do some things that make the stories worth listening to. Usually at night, around here, you can hear screams echoing off in the distance. Sounds like it's coming from all over the forest. They've been reported before, but most people just think it's some psycho out there with a voice changer, or something. Or maybe a prank. Sometimes without fail though, on certain nights, if you're outside of your car and alone for too long, hearing those screams makes you want to get inside ASAP and lock every door you have. Of course, this isn't the only time we've heard about these kinds of things. I've had many fellow officers report much more terrifying things going on. Seeing strange eye shine way too high off the ground to be anything but a large black bear. Strange apparitions and shapes appearing off on the side of the road. Ghastly figures with glowing eyes trying to attack fellow officers. And even horrendous 911 calls of strange humanoid beings trying to break into people's houses. These are things that many of those cop shows won't tell you about, and many of the public won't discuss, believe it or not. But there are far more paranormal cases you will deal with as an officer than you would as a civilian. I used to be a 911 operator for a county's name I will not mention. I've personally received all sorts of very disturbing calls. But this one I'm about to share is one of the few that really stick out to me. I can't remember the exact date or time of the day it happened, but I remember some of the details as they have been forever burned into my memory. The original call came from a female whom was frantic, scared for her life. She refused to tell me where she lived, but I was able to narrow it down by the way she described her surroundings and some landmarks that were within eyeshot of her location. It took roughly 5 minutes for the cops to get there. By then, this frantic woman had already locked herself into her house, equipped with a baseball bat in hand, ready to defend herself against whatever was trying to break in. The officer slowly approached the front door of the trailer involved, shining his flashlight into it as he cautiously approached. He could tell something large was on the other side of the trailer, thrashing around, trying to break into it, ripping and tearing at its walls and windows. He called out to this thing, asked what it wanted. He just assumed it was some methed out drug addict. But the only reply he got was a loud, deep growl, instantly telling the officer this was no human. The officer proceeded to unload his gun into the sky to hopefully scare off this large bear, or so what he thought was a bear. And he thought it worked, because whatever was making all this noise fled into the woods. Although, by fleeing, he could hear how loud it was, and that it was ultimately on 2 legs and not 4. The citizen whom called 911 had never heard of Bigfoot before, and was not any way aware of what she might have seen that night. She claims it was one of the most terrifying things she had ever witnessed in her life. That's why she called for help immediately after, and this thing had fled. After speaking with this woman on scene, this officer decided to do some research about what she saw, and knew it wasn't anything like what we've seen on TV or read in the books about Bigfoot, or what is depicted as Bigfoot, also known as Sasquatch. So I myself have also done extensive research on these same types of creatures. They're very real. I've done enough to tell you that it is very unlikely for this thing to be some sort of bear or anything like that. This lady had seen something else entirely, and if she ever sees it again, she'll recognize it immediately, especially if they're trying to break into her house. I've also contacted the local wildlife authorities who were aware these types of creatures existed, although more in rural areas, more specifically around farms where livestock are also present. They told me that Bigfoot sightings are actually quite common, especially in this part of the country, but they typically don't go after people unless they feel threatened, or so they tell me. So why would one act out against a human like this and try to break into a trailer? Well, from what I've gathered from talking with this alleged eyewitness, it was maybe acting out of curiosity, but I'm not too sure. And before writing this up, of course, I've spent several hours speaking to the officer who had arrived on the scene in question. He spent a lot of time reiterating to me just how serious the situation was, and how when he realized this wasn't a bear or some large animal, and that it was actually something on two legs, he knew he was scared and he was in for something that shouldn't be there. As a cop, I have seen it all. Drunk drivers, meth heads, speeding tickets, even a few dead bodies that were clearly the work of some sick and twisted killers. But nothing could prepare me for what I saw that day. This was the night I saw something that couldn't be real, but with my own two eyes. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. And I know what I saw. Nobody will be able to ever convince me otherwise. I'm just glad our small town is sparsely populated, so very little happens here at all. Now, I haven't always lived here. I used to be a cop over at a much bigger city where I dealt with much more heinous crimes, like murders and disturbing things the general public would never want to deal with. And on this night, we would get quite the shock when a woman by the name of Mary Hawkins, her name completely changed for the sake of the story, called out to us at about 2 a.m., reporting an incident outside her house. She's a young, attractive woman, in her early 40s, and is known around town since she's lived here for decades. She said something was happening at the back of her property near the tree line. I'm the officer who personally responded to the call and checked it out. There was nothing there that I could see, so I drove straight to her house after that, thinking perhaps something had been messing with her. I figured an animal or something. When I arrived, though, at her door, she looked shaken up, but instead insisting that she saw something very weird outside. She went on to describe a tall bipedal entity covered completely in thick brown hair, except for its face, which was nearly bare with pale white skin. She described it as having no really ears or nose, only slits where its nose should have been, and large pointed ears on top of its head. She said it had red glowing eyes and a mouth full of fangs that looked like they belonged in a Halloween horror prop store. She was terrified, and my presence didn't do much to calm her down either. Now, Mary Hawkins had been known in our community for a while. She taught the local preschool, was very involved in the local Baptist church, and spent a lot of her free time helping out with the community, like homeless shelters and feeding. This is not a woman that would fabricate this kind of call, nor would she try and waste an officer's time by calling them out here and putting on the best performance an actress could do. It just made no sense. This was a genuine, honest woman. Why would she make something up like this? I could tell by the way she was acting. This was genuine fear. She was spooked, and she had clearly saw something that was completely out of the ordinary. The image of her face just would not leave my head all night long. It almost looked like she was in physical pain, speaking out about what she experienced. But at least she seemed relieved at seeing our car in the driveway, and knowing we would do our best to keep an eye out for her. I actually didn't end up going back to Hawkins until around noon that very next day, which was strange to me, since I'm usually eager to get rid of cases as quickly as possible. But something about her case felt different, that I had to go back and check up on her. Now, so many thoughts were racing through my head on the way there. How could something like this happen? Was this simply just an animal misidentification? I don't know. So I arrived and rang the doorbell, patiently awaiting for Mrs. Hawkins to answer. She answered, tried to smile, and you can tell she was still shaken up about last night. Maybe she thought we'd found new evidence, or perhaps found the creature in question. But we did not have what it took to solve this mystery. At least not yet. We walked together out to the backside of her property, again where she originally spotted this thing. And once more I explained to her we couldn't find anything. But then we both heard it. This scream that echoed throughout the entirety of the property. It was so loud and shrill, we both froze when I heard it. And Miss Hawkins fell to the ground sobbing. That's when I looked over for the first time and saw the creature Miss Hawkins had described. What I was looking at was a werewolf-like creature, probably about 8 or 9 feet tall, long shaggy black hair all over its body, and the only parts completely visible were its hands and face. The creature's hands were very similar to a human's. They were larger, had coarse black fur sticking up from the back of its hands, and its face looked like a wolf's, except, unlike what she described to me, this thing actually had a very large snout, and no slits for noses. But as it got closer, it was salivating, revealing sharp white teeth. This thing was slow at first, almost acting cautiously. We knew in that moment we were in danger. I told her, "Come on, we gotta go." And we headed back to the house where this creature was heading for, in our direction. I fired a few rounds at it to deter it, but it didn't help much. At that point, it felt like time had slowed down a bit, and I remember just being able to think ever so clearly. This wasn't going to be a normal day, and if this thing got inside this woman's house, it would mean the end. I took aim again as it ran back into the woods, just as I was about to fire off another round, and this creature disappeared. It was like watching the predator. It just sort of dissipated. Mrs. Hawkins, of course, was now completely traumatized, more so than last night, after seeing this thing again. As for me, I'm not really supposed to be talking about this, but I feel like with your channel, it's a line of communication that should be open. We as protectors of the public need to make this stuff known. I'll end the email for now, but know that these things are very, very real. Long before I retired from being a sheriff, I'll never forget one event that has really unsettled me greatly. I was called out to investigate some possible livestock killings that appear to have been done by a large unknown canine. I had my weapon with me, though I hadn't expected to need it. It was the middle of the day, and there wasn't any trace or sound of any creature around, except for one lone dog barking in the distance. We poked around the scene but couldn't find anything more than what looked like exceptionally large wolf prints. The animals that were killed were literally torn to shreds. Not eaten on, and not picked at, just torn to bloody pieces, as if whatever had killed them did it just for the fun of killing. Now, that's not normal for the animal kingdom. Wolves are predators. They prey on their victims. They'll graze on its corpse afterwards, but not this time. After that day, I would check the property frequently to make sure nothing else had been killed, but it seemed like whatever it was had moved on, since maybe it was aware of our presence. Even so, I always kept my weapon near me after that. I would never know if it was going to be near again. I never did see anything else unusual. Not until about a year or so later. This was the event that really unsettled me more, and helped me make my retirement come early. I was in town patrolling when we got an alert, saying somebody had seen something large, like a large wolf running across a back road where these killings had been taking place. What stood out to them was just how abnormally large this wolf was, easily the size of a car. We suspected that maybe this was just a misidentification or an over-exaggeration, but perhaps it was just a lone wolf acting out of hunger. We couldn't get there fast enough to catch up to it, but we found traces of blood leading into some brush. I don't think I'll ever forget what came next. The trees parted, and out from them charged this massive canine thing. Just like the call had came, easily the largest wolf we'd ever seen in our lives. It stood up the way a man would on two legs, and looked at us with a hint of intelligence in its eyes. Its eyes alone pierced through me, like it was looking inside of me, and could see my every thought. I can never get that image out of my head. Even after all these years later, we fired at it immediately, but it stood there without flinching, then finally turning around, looking back at us, and running back towards where the animals were, on the other side of the forest. The other men who saw it said they couldn't get a good look at its face or body, just because of how fast it moved, and the angle in which they were at. But I swear on everything that is still holy to me, It was a werewolf. I believe they're real. They may not be people that change under a full moon, but they are certainly creatures out there that are real and they eat on the flesh of this world. I have heard of stories of my uncle encountering this thing when he was fishing, but none of them were ever very clear or accurate, so I never gave much thought, until the day I believe I saw the same thing myself. This was back in 2012. My little brother and I went off fishing of a pier with some friends on an island off the coast of Alabama called Dauphin Island. We didn't catch anything that day, so we decided to pack up early, right around noon, before anybody else had come down there yet, since leaving would be easier instead of having to deal with everybody around us. We started hearing strange noises in the water around us, which immediately caught our attention. Lots of movement and splashing. Even my little brother was perplexed. So we both turned and watched, expecting something to happen because we weren't quite sure what all this movement in the water was about. Were the fish suddenly biting? And then, I don't even think it was more than a few seconds later, out from the water suddenly emerges this dark figure that was the strangest thing I've ever seen. In fact, it had come so close, it could have easily reached out and grabbed hold of me. The thing was shaped like a snake or serpent of some kind, and appeared to almost have a sort of beak at the end of its face, and sharp fins on both sides of its dark, slender body. It stayed horizontal to the water surface, as if swimming forward towards us, getting ready to strike, before disappearing back into the depths below, from which it came, without ever taking its glowing eyes off of us. We sat there in shock, waiting for about 5 minutes after, just to make sure that this thing wasn't going to come back. Well, I think it was more so from shock than anything else. I mean, it's not like we were wont to wait around for this thing. To this day, I don't know exactly what it is we saw out there in those waters. Yet, whatever it may have been, I know one thing for certain. I don't ever want to see it again. I was fishing one day out off the coast of Costa Rica. We had already caught a plenty amount of fish. Some new species as well that apparently have never been seen before in this area, and tons of jellyfish. We began also descending closer to the basin when we got a radio call from one of the nearby ships saying that we needed to back out of the area immediately. Apparently, and here's what's weird, is something very large was ascending from below, and apparently, judging by the sonar equipment, was set to collide with us. While waiting for instruction, everyone prepared their equipment in case they should return immediately, or continue on course to try and avoid collision with whatever was coming upward, an enemy submarine, or what. We weren't exactly sure. We were told it was a biological life form, and nothing could have prepared us fast enough for what was to come. If we did collide, the impact would have been devastating on our fishing boat. This was no military craft of any kind. We were a fairly smaller fishing boat, nothing fancy by any means. We turned the ship around and headed back in the opposite direction. And as we're turning around, we're getting word over the radio that whatever this signal is that's giving off to other equipment is supposedly colossal in size and had completely ascended from the depths below. After being showed a readout of the machine estimate calculation, reading somewhere or anywhere between 50 meters or 60 meters in length. I don't know about you, but I'm really unaware of anything living underneath the water that is that large. My first thought was whale, but I'm pretty sure whales don't exist in this part of the ocean. And if they do, none get that big that I'm aware of. Unless we're talking colossal-sized whales, but either way, it was pretty scary to say the least. I'm pretty sure that on that day, we were bound to encounter something far beyond our imagination. Something that only exists thousands of feet below the surface. something we probably didn't know exactly existed, nor would we may not want to. But I can tell you this, that since then, my fishing days have been far and few in between. I don't want to say that this experience directly contributed to that, but I would be lying if I said it didn't have a piece to play. The thought of being capsized out in the middle of the ocean by something large coming up to the surface is downright terrifying. In fact, everybody on board was scared out of their wits. I think we all avoided a huge tragedy, and a special thanks goes out to the boat nearby that warned us. It was late at night when I went out to do my last check on the net, before finally calling it a night. It had been yet another successful day of fishing. I was feeling pretty good about everything as I walked alongside the side of the boat. The sun had just begun to go down roughly about an hour ago, and there was still more than enough light for me to see clearly, at least what I needed to around the ship without needing any real artificial lighting on board. That's how large some of our fish were getting out here. Since we started setting up shop here 4 years ago, nothing has really changed about our fishing methods. Yet, the fish have been getting larger and larger, and more consistently better. I don't really know what to think about it anymore, other than the fact that we're going to need a much larger boat if we plan on doing this long term. As I was walking alongside the boat, something large came up into view ahead in the distance. It looked as though if it were just floating there as lifeless and not moving at all. I thought it was odd. At first, I assumed maybe it was just a large piece of driftwood or some sort of buoy that had drifted out from somewhere else. That had just managed to drift out somewhere else. Then, I see a large mass begin shifting around slightly from side to side before coming to rest once again. Several more seconds had passed by, and nothing, just lifeless movement. Now I was growing concerned as well as confused at what it was I was seeing. As it began to take shape more and more, I could tell that this was some sort of large serpent-like creature, something that was too large to be just a normal fish and larger than a regular sea serpent. I assumed it had something to do with all the large quantities of fish that we had been catching recently. Probably a food thing. Whatever it was, though, I wanted nothing more than to get away from this large mass, because the more and more I looked, the larger it seemed to become. I started cutting across the water towards the stern of my ship, hoping beyond whatever this large thing was, if anything, it would go away quickly. I didn't feel like paying attention to its movements anymore. I continued on the way I had originally come, not wanting to turn around or look behind me for any reason whatsoever. But something told me to turn and look, and as I did, even though I had probably made it no more than 50 feet away from where I was when I originally put my eyes on this thing, it had grown in size. No, not grown in size, more of it had emerged on the surface, and I was stunned to see that it was larger than I could have ever imagined, much larger than initially speculated. And now it wasn't quite so lifeless, but actually having much more movement, and it was very clear now, and unfortunately not very far away. It was undulating up and down slowly, kind of like a giant eel would, instead of side to side like I had originally thought it might be doing since I first saw this thing. I realized that this oceanic monster was much larger than I could have ever thought possible. If this thing would have been several hundred feet long, I would have believed you. While not so massive in girth, the body of this thing, as it continued to emerge more and more throughout the water, proved to be longer and longer and longer. And I could tell it was sort of stretching outward. It was really hard for me to tell if there was a face or eyes because I couldn't really see that. In fact, I was just so focused on the jet black inky color and how long and slimy its body looked, like an elongated tentacle sprawled out. I wanted nothing more than to get back up on deck as quickly as possible, but I worried about appearing weak or frightened, so I ran for my life where I left my crew before, turning around and seeing this thing again. The adrenaline pumping through my veins had made me feel like I was running faster than I'd ever run, and I could finally breathe at a sigh of relief as I had reached up onto our boat's deck, and nobody else appeared the least bit concerned. I turned around once more for a third or fourth time to see it fully vanishing under the water's surface. It's been several months now on sea since seeing that thing, and I'll never forget it for as long as I live. I've seen all sorts of crazy stuff out on sea, things you probably wouldn't believe, and yeah, this is among them. Even my captain has some pretty scary stories of being out on the ocean himself, seeing things like leviathans or large sea serpents from time to time, although I don't exactly know how valid they are, considering every time he's ever told about them, he's been pretty drunk off rum. So I've always tried to take that whole sea monster stuff with a grain of salt. And while there might not necessarily be krakens and leviathans, there is definitely life forms out there that exist in the grand ocean that probably don't want to be seen until they're ready to be seen. The sea could be an incredibly deep place with all sorts of creatures living within them. It would only make sense for any of you sailors out there to exercise a bit of caution whenever sailing, exploring, or just plain out enjoying the world. I believe this thing possibly had left us alone because either A, we weren't food, or B, it did not see us as a threat. Either way, I'm glad things never escalated further. It could have gotten really ugly very quickly. I thought this day would be like any other. Well, I was wrong. I sat there looking out at the water from my family's back porch. The day was gloomy and overcast, with little peaks here and there of sunshine. It always kind of looked foreboding, but that didn't stop my crazy family from wanting to go jump in the lake. I was a little nervous about going in the water. I always was. I hated how cold it was and the initial shock it is when you jump in, of just the icy cold water pretty much gripping onto your entire body. But my family, well, they loved it. 65 degrees and they'd all be out there, going head first, diving into the water. Me? It could be 85 degrees and I would still need a wetsuit and a preferred heated pool. But that's just me. And unfortunately, this experience did not help but reinforce those feelings ever more. So my cousins were all taking their sweet time getting into the lake, just having fun. So I put on my shirt, my shorts. I wanted to show them I wasn't afraid to go swimming just yet. I stood up quickly, walked down towards the dock, where everybody else had already just now jumped off and were heading towards the center of the lake, if not the other side to possibly try and race each other. Even my sisters made their way back to shore before I could even get in. They were already getting their towels on and walking back up to the house. We were a pretty close family, so we spent a lot of time together. It was nice, but at times, I felt like I was a little left out. Sometimes they would just go off and do whatever, and leave me with little no choice but to drag myself behind. This was kind of one of those times. Well, eventually, everybody else started heading out into the lake, instead of just sitting around talking. Even my mother got in, which is weird. She virtually never goes swimming. It's still her decision if she wanted to get in or not. But after watching everything that happened and my cousin not wanting to get in again after that, well, I guess I shouldn't be too shocked. So I made my way back down the dock and see that majority of all my family was getting in the water, calling for me to get in. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous, but a few minutes later, after my brothers had all fully submerged in the water, I, of course, was the square one. Them were being eager, wanting me to jump in, and I could feel my skin tingling with goosebumps as I walked down toward where I knew the water's edge was. The wind at this point had begun picking up, and there was this unmistakable chill in the air that had not been there all morning. Everybody else seemed completely unaffected. I tried my best to ignore it. I made my way onto the dock, jumping off without any hesitation, and as soon as my feet hit the water, they were nearly numb from how cold it was. It felt like jumping into an ice bath. So as soon as I re-emerged, I swam out away from the dock, towards where everybody else was swimming around together. I didn't want to see anybody that was too scared to go even a few feet further. My family, ecstatic that I was now in the water, all decided they should have a race to the other side of the lake, and they did so, of course, leaving me behind. I was not the best swimmer in the world, although I could swim fairly well. I felt like the rest of my family were all Olympic swimmers. According to their speed and stamina, it always blew me away. But just then in that moment, as I was probably about 50 to 60 feet away from the dock, I could feel something slithering underneath me. Something slimy, like seaweed brushing up against my legs. I kind of had an urge to grab onto something, to pull myself away, but there wasn't anything near me, since I was just treading open water at this point. And the feeling of dread grew inside me like wildfire as I swam further away from the dock, not wanting anybody to see how scared that I really was. For some reason, it kept drawing closer and closer until I could feel it all around my legs. This long, slimy thing wrapping tightly around, and making movement now impossible. Slightly panicking, I tried kicking at it, but I didn't feel like anything was really there. Squeezing so hard now, I could feel everything. That's when I full-on panicked. I tried to scream, but my voice locked up, no matter how hard I tried. It began to drag me underwater, and everything got darker the further I sank. The harder I fought against whatever this was dragging me down, the stronger its grip became around my legs, squeezing them tightly together like a snake or a python constricting its prey. What initially felt like slimy seaweed brushing up against my leg now felt like a tentacle of some sorts. Some sort of long, muscly arm holding against me, pulling me down. I continued to push upward, reaching towards the surface for what felt like forever. But I couldn't quite get there, no matter how hard I kicked or swam with all of my strength. So I decided that instead of panicking in that moment, I would do everything I could to fight back against this. My arms were now burning, but the more I reached for the surface, the closer it came to me. My whole body now was on fire with pain, and my lungs felt like they were going to explode from the inside out. I could not stop fighting against whatever was dragging me down, and I felt something brush up against my face now, and instinctively grabbed at it. It did nothing to slow this thing that had grabbed me in its clutches. Instead, I felt a branch or something that was drifting. That might help. And in that moment, I felt what can only be described as teeth sinking into my leg. Jaws locking themselves around my thigh and pulling hard enough back. It nearly pulled me back down in the water. And for a split second, I took in a large gulp of air before being yanked down back under the surface. And of course, my family at this point were so far away from me, completely oblivious to what happened to me, they didn't hear or notice a thing at first. This thing, whatever it was, began to be wrapping around me even longer and tighter. Its body wrapping around mine several times over, before finally coming back towards its head to join with what looked like a fin sticking straight out of the top of it. The pressure inside my lungs were growing worse and worse, as whatever this thing was pulling me deeper into the abyss below us both. It would move in these modulating patterns of slowly releasing me and then gripping tighter, releasing me a little more, then gripping tighter. It's almost like it was reworking its muscles so it can get a tighter, stronger grip on me, all the while pulling me down, down, down. And in one of its modulations of movement, as it was releasing itself to pull tighter, I used that moment to break free from the excruciating pain of my entire being. And just as I broke free, I felt these teeth biting down onto my arm this time. I felt flesh tearing from my arm, and for a second, I was free from its clutches, but I wasn't entirely out of danger yet. Finally free, I swam towards the surface, began going as fast as I could towards the shore, with this thing under the water right next to me pursuing me. My whole body now was going numb from the lack of oxygen, the blood loss. I didn't dare slow down, not even for a moment, or try and scream, because I knew that would deplete my oxygen. I could feel the water around me churning as this thing swam upwards towards me, directly below my feet. Whatever it was big, and it was now gaining on me, fast enough. I knew I was not going to make it far before its teeth were locked around my legs again. Knowing how close behind me this was made me swimming nearly impossibly fast as I kicked harder than I ever have in my life. I felt like forever before all of a sudden this thing came right back at me and slammed into the side of my leg so hard I went completely under the water yet again. Then I was pulled down by this thing yet another time, and somehow managed to break free a final time and got towards the shallow part of the shoreline. Now, whatever this was appeared to be retreating towards the darkest, deepest part of the lake. I was able to drag myself out of the water and onto the safety of land, where I could finally catch my breath. Every single inch of my body felt like it was on fire and burning, like I just nearly died. I don't think there would have been any better feeling than being back on dry land. My whole life had been consumed by an intense fear of open bodies of water, and that continues to grow to this day. I never wanted to go into that lake for as long as I lived, but even more so than before this. If only I could have got a better look at this thing. Maybe if I knew what to expect when I went out looking for it. The sheer terror of the unknown, mixed with the pain in my arm and leg, were enough to weaken me so much. All I wanted to do was curl up into bed and stay there forever. Finally, my family hearing all the commotion as soon as I'd climbed back onto shore and collapsed. They were freaking out and I had an ambulance called. After seeing the lacerations and bite marks on my arms and legs, they were very unsure of what had happened. As soon as I was back home, they were worried about me. They didn't want to leave my side for a second. Funny how things change that once you're hurt, now all of a sudden they're there for you. I couldn't keep living like this. There had to have been a better way for me to cope with what happened out there. Instead of letting myself stay paralyzed by fear, I aimed to finally put all this behind me. I hate using the term lake monster, but there was something in that lake that was going to drag me down and finish me had I let it. I've gained a lot of perspective on life since this has happened, I feel. With every day that passes, I feel like I need to do more and more life exploring. If there is anything out there on the big blue sea waiting for me, then it's for me to find out what it is. I refuse to let myself be held back by fear anymore. Not after this. It feels good knowing that if something wanted to try and get me again, I'm ready. The setback has only made me stronger in mind and body, which is exactly why ever since this happened, I've been working on holding my breath underwater longer than anybody else, doing deep training exercises. It doesn't matter how hard or long it takes, one day I will defeat whatever was lurking beneath the surface of that lake. I refuse to let anybody ever get in the way of achieving my goals. After this experience, I feel I've grown so much as a person. I feel liberated by what had happened. The biggest thing that has changed is probably the fact that I know for sure that there are things out there, things we don't know about. Whether or not they meant to harm me or not, or maybe this was just some terrible accident, maybe I was the next thing on the food menu. Whatever it was, I'm glad I survived. The whole ordeal has even taught me how lucky I am. Who knows what would have happened to me if I had not been saved at that precise moment. I'm ready to take on anything. My friend and I had been diving already for a couple of hours. We decided to take a quick break. We found a cool little underwater cove that was lighted just at the mouth, below the water's surface. No visible openings at least, so it looked more like a little alcove. We wanted to explore more. We decided to dive down there and see if there was anything in this little alcove. My fear began to grow as we neared. My friend kept going deeper and deeper, past his safe limits. Now, this was turning into something else entirely. To my terror, this large eel-looking thing emerges. As we're swimming away in fear, I could see this thing slowly following us, while he continued looking behind his shoulder towards us, until we swam out in open water, somehow beyond its reach, because it started turning around. My friend had a very hard time getting back up to the surface, but was able to make it after struggling through decompression sickness. He did not stop for his decompression stops. As for me, I did not go diving again after that day, at least for a long time. If I ever see that thing again in an underwater cave or anywhere else, I would definitely not be ready for it this time around. And unfortunately, my friend passed away from the decompression sickness. This is a tragedy I've had a very hard time coping with. When you lose a best friend, it's something that you can't wish on anybody. I always try and keep his memory alive, so I remain loyal to the things he enjoyed, which is why I try and recreate those things that are fun and exciting that he enjoyed on land. My fear for the unknown was so intense that it paralyzed me, leaving me no control over my own body. It was like watching a horror movie unfold before your very eyes, just as you were being attacked. And all I could think about was the danger we were both in real time for this whole ordeal. But also felt bad for other people who were out there on the boat. They had no idea what was about to happen next, along with thinking about how much worse it would have been if something actually got one of us instead of only part of us. And after everything was said and done, all I can really say is that I just wish we could have done more of the time we had together. And my friend, who at times appeared like a very experienced diver, he must have panicked and made very rookie mistakes. We're not super experienced by any means, but we've gone diving here and there. We know the diving basics. So for him to forget those things, I can imagine the fear that he must have been experiencing. But this eel, or whatever it was chasing after him. And we have never, at least I have never seen an eel that size before in my life. Maybe someday, in the future, when we're both free of our mortal coils, we'll meet up with each other again one day. I can only hope. It was 2009, and we just had a very bad storm off of the coast. I had been on a commercial fishing vessel as a first-hand account of what it was like to see a large storm. Even though all these events are true, I would rather have them attributed to somebody else in order to maintain my anonymity. We were out fishing when we all saw something large come up from underneath our boat, causing us to rock back and forth in the water violently, as if I was in danger due to whatever large thing came up from under my boat, making me feel unsafe in my own little world out there in the ocean. You feel so small compared to everything around you. It didn't surface, but I've heard of stories like this before, as if these dangerous encounters with large dangerous sea creatures are common. They're common enough that they're a staple in the community of fishermen and sailors alike. I was also on a fishing vessel out at sea when we first saw it on our starboard side, coming up from the depths where it lived. As you can imagine, we were more concerned about being capsized or having our boat damaged by whatever this thing was that was approaching us. It was only visible, though, for a few seconds before finally disappearing back down into its underwater habitat. It looked long and serpent-like, as some have described them to be. I couldn't see what kind of skin those lines along its body were. I was too busy panicking and protecting myself from this sea creature. This is something that has been passed down throughout the generations of fishermen, based on their stories and legends. But keep in mind that this is only a fraction of all the crazy stories and tales you'll hear people talk about. I'm only now willing to share this with the world in order to try and save other sailors, fishermen, and ocean lovers alike. As if these dangerous encounters with large sea creatures are common enough. I don't want anybody else to have to go out there and go through this. I mean, life is precious, especially when you're so far away from land, it's hard to see shore, always reminding you you're that far away from home. I was in a boat off the coast of Virginia, out in the ocean. I was out that day just hoping to catch some fish for my family, since they always ask for more every time I bring something home. It was around noon, a gorgeous day, not a cloud in the sky, and it was such a great time of year for fishing. It was at its peak. It wasn't cold, but it also wasn't hot. Even the bare sun was beating down on me. It was great. And there was very little waves that day too, which I think is strange, since it always seems like there is some sort of movement on water, even if it's very slow and barely noticeable. But all there was on this day was calm waters as far as the eye could see. The only thing moving in the water were schools of small fish darting here and there near the surface. I started to hear some disturbance from underneath those little fish dashing, but I didn't worry too much about it though. I mean, it does happen from time to time. I started making my way out further, and it seemed that it was coming from a spot slightly away from where all the fish were darting around. I didn't think much of it. It definitely wasn't anything to be scared of, so I kept going on with what I was doing. But it looked as if more fish were there up closer to the edge, closest to me, and they were getting more and more frantic by the second. Now, this very strange behavior, since fish are normally not timid at all, it's just something you see them do often, especially in a large group. I just kind of wrote it off as it being weird, and then it hit me. I was the only one there, and of course this happened to me. I heard large amounts of movement in the water, like a large fish coming up to the surface. I looked across in the distance of the water, and something large just barely breaks the surface. At first, I wasn't sure what it was, but as it began coming towards the boat, this was nothing that I'd ever seen. It looked like a snake or an eel, a lengthy body, making its way closer to my boat. Its head, though, was submerged down into the water. I couldn't fully see it, but it was kind of swimming and moving weird. It wasn't side to side as you'd expect. It was moving in a zigzag pattern. I froze up, realizing I'd never seen any sort of thing like this before in my life. The appearance and everything was strange. It had multiple sharp fins jutting down its back, and little black plates, or so it looked like. That's why I say it kind of resembled an eel, but it didn't. It was very girthy and very long. It acted very aggressive. I wasn't exactly sure how to do or how to act. Then it began to violently thrash about, jumping out of the water, the same way a shark does when it comes up from underneath and catches a fish. It would land back down with a loud thud, and it seemed like it was doing its best to try and get in the boat. It got closer and closer each time, with each lunge coming out of the water. And this thing was massive in size. I'd say roughly 25 to 35 feet long. We're talking humongous. A massive body with girth for its size. It tried to get in the boat one last time, leaping out of the water and landing almost near the edge of my boat, opening its mouth each time, trying to nip with razor-sharp teeth. I was startled and terrified, so I quickly cut my engine on my boat. This thing suddenly disappeared underneath the water, presumably swimming away from the boat. However, although no longer visible on top of the water, I did not want to take any more chances to have this thing get near me, due to its size alone. We're talking about a large aquatic predator here, and let me just reinstate to you, this thing was easily over 30 feet, and this is why it threw me off first seeing it. I never could have imagined a thing like this. I almost wonder if they thought my boat was a threat, for food or for what. I was only roughly 7 miles off the coast of Virginia when this happened, and I've been out here many times and have never seen anything like this. And so I suddenly hear another loud thud, and this thing is back. It's now thrashing around more violently than before, jumping out of the water again, and landing with such powerful force it would cause my boat to rock back and forth. After seeing all these crazy movements out of nowhere, I try to go as fast as I can, and well, it kind of just disappeared after that. That's about the extent of my sighting. For all I know, this was some unknown sea serpent or sea monster. I don't know. My grandfather and I were going fishing on a lake outside Modesto, California. It was a beautiful summer day, and we had just pulled up to the boat launch with our brand new blue canoes, fully assembled after having put it together inside my own grandfather's garage. I watched my grandfather pull the canoe into the water while I untied it. We both jumped in and got settled. We were sitting on opposite ends of the boat, with our fishing poles in hand, when he finally decided it was time to get fishing. It didn't take long before we realized how hungry we were, after not just having any breakfast or lunch. So, we decided to finally have a quick break for a bite to eat. My grandfather had brought some freshly cut fruit, pineapples and strawberries. The two of us sat there and quietly enjoyed our snacks, while just taking in the beautiful surrounding of the lake, taking notice of its rather deserted state, even though it was a very busy Saturday elsewhere. There appeared to be no other boats on the lake. Very rare. After a break of about 30 or so minutes, we both got back into our spots in the canoe and decided to try some fishing again. This time, I had my hook in the water, and I could feel something nibbling at it right away. My grandpa was no doubt watching me as well, because his line wasn't long behind mine when he finally had a tug on his end. Our excitement builded and crescendoed as we realized we were catching fish, and before too much longer, we each reeled up 2 decent-sized bass. They weren't massive, but definitely large enough to eat and enjoy. Nothing to scoff at for sure. We continued to fish like this for a while longer. After about an hour or so of catching these fish with no end in sight, my grandfather tried something a little bit different. It was another hour and a half before my grandfather began to pull up his fishing rod, and I watched as he reeled in faster than usual. This had me ready for anything, but what happened next only made the hair on the back of my neck stand up like never before. I heard him shout out, "Holy hell!" as his arm strained from a solid tugging force coming from underneath the water's surface, turning our day into something much more interesting. My first thought was that he must have hooked a massive catfish, which would have been incredible considering how big these fish are. He began to pull up on his fishing rod with all his might. No doubt the fish he hooked was a lot stronger than him. I watched as my grandfather started to struggle from trying too hard, and at that moment, I decided to stop admiring the view around me, jumping into action. I thought it would be best for me to move closer to where this tug-of-war was going down, so I could try and help him if needed. I pushed myself over towards where he was struggling. When I got close enough, I saw what he had hooked. A massive fish that looked like a shark that was pulling with all his might. After a few seconds more, the line had completely snapped, and this thing dove down and vanished. The shark-looking thing must have been at least 5 feet long. My grandfather and I both stared in disbelief for a couple of seconds before deciding to fish again. After all, this was our last chance. We cast our lines and headed towards the center of the lake, where it got deeper. We knew that's where the big fish were hanging out. After about 2 hours or so, my grandfather started to get yet another tug on his line. He reeled it in faster than usual once more. This time, I wanted to be ready just in case something happened. I pulled my fishing rod up and held it in hand, waiting for whatever he had hooked to come to the surface. It must have been another massive fish, because as I watched my grandfather begin to strain again from pulling so hard, the line nearly snapping once more. But this time, there was yet another tug at my grandpa's end of the line. Whoever was on the other side of this thing was not done yet. And what happened next is something that will forever be burned in my memory. I saw what appeared to be a shark-like face emerging just below the water. The way it moved seemed unearthly, the way its head emerged and the way its body followed after. It was much more massive than I could imagine, at least 10 feet long, grayish skin, and almost kind of having scales. It wasn't a shark, but it was shark-like. It also had a wide flat nose and 2 small eyes, a mouth full of sharp teeth that were more jagged teeth. They looked broken and disgusting. I could tell that whatever this was, it wasn't going to let go any time soon. I jumped into action yet again, and I moved over in an attempt to help without hesitation. This thing dove under the water, and I knew we had to get back to shore. So we quickly grabbed our oars and began going as fast as we could towards the shoreline. I don't know what that thing was or what kind of shark it could have been, or maybe a fish, but I hope it will not return. I can tell you that one thing for sure is my grandfather and I will probably avoid that lake next time, but at least we got some killer bass. This story is one that still deeply bothers me. The way the water moved strangely that morning, like something was rippling through it. The sky an eerie yellow color, like the sun wasn't bright enough to light up the whole scene. But there were no clouds in sight. No sign of any oncoming storms or bad weather. We were supposed to be here for another hour at least. But I swear, something was off about this whole place. Even when we began moving again. Everything just seemed wrong somehow. At first, there didn't appear to be anything wrong. We had been seeing tons of strange fish lately, since coming from our normal fishing spots around the Alaskan coast, even all the way down to Cali. The government has been sending us all over the coast. We sounded the depth and checked our readings. It said that we were shallow, but too shallow to be where we were apparently. We shrugged it off. We've had faulty equipment reading before, and sometimes if you don't let it recalibrate itself, it can cause temporary issues like this one. So we continued with our work, catching a few more fish than usual, which is good because they won't be able to hide from us at these depths, until Evan caught something of concern on his line. A long black thing was attached to his hook. Looked like some sort of kelp or something. It was too thin to be fishing line, however, so he cut it off and threw the rest of the small piece overboard. What was that? Who knows? Maybe our equipment messed up after all. Wait, did you say something? Everything seemed calm for now. We've definitely seen plenty of strange things happen in this area before, but this hasn't been anything like whatever Roscoe saw earlier during his shift. He didn't even describe it because he said no words could really do it justice to what he saw. I thought it would end up being some sort of whale or giant squid. They've both scared me half to death before when I first started out on a fishing boat. But this was different. I know I've said that before, but trust me when I say it wasn't anything like the whale we saw the other day, with its innards spilling out on sea. Or even just earlier today when we began working and that giant squid came up from below, clamping onto our nets, exploding into pieces. Whatever Roscoe saw was far bigger than either of those things. Smaller than the island in all honesty though, but still not to be messed around with. What he was doing at such an early time. Like I said, there's only so much you can do, especially in these parts. There's hardly anything in the water to begin with, so at least up here we have a decent view of things. I don't know why you'd want to get up here early and come out this early in the morning, when there's nothing around here to see, no matter how much time you spend staring into the ocean's depths. Who knows? Maybe he just wanted some peace and quiet. Or maybe he had one too many drinks last night and was trying to clear his mind. Whatever it is, it doesn't make sense because we're supposed to be doing any maintenance, or whatever they're calling it now, until our normal shift today at 2. But like I said, Evan got curious and snuck out before anybody else could notice him leaving. He's always been that way. I'll give him that much. Either way, I wasn't near as worried about it as the others were. They were running around trying to fish something out of the water, while Evan was still trying to figure out what this weird fish was that he caught earlier. Everybody else seemed pretty concerned for some reason. Scared even, if I could dare say so, but unlike them, Evan had a different look in his eyes when looking at this thing. Interested. It didn't make any sense to me why somebody would be intrigued by such an ugly thing, considering that it looked like it had just come from itself. But then again, we've come across some pretty strange things during our time out at sea. The whales and the squid were just a couple of them, so maybe this is another one of those sea creatures that people keep talking about. Don't really know why they're called creatures if they aren't living, but I guess not everything can be perfect. It's hard enough keeping my mind straight on, even just normal days without thinking like this happening. So honestly, I'm glad to be alone right now, and away from everything else until we settle back down and go back home for a day. It didn't look all that harmful to me. If anything, it seemed more scared than we were. I don't think it wanted to be caught all that much. As soon as we let it go, it tried to unclip the fishing equipment from the tail that it got away from, with ease. It was like it was using some sort of telekinesis or something, diving back in the water and disappearing. Nothing too out of the ordinary happened after that, but Evan's reaction was still pretty weird. He didn't seem afraid at all. If anything, he was glad we got to see something like this, something not many fishermen get to talk about. Commercial fishing boat life is not as glamorous as many sailors make it out to be. It's a rough life, and can be for many of us on board. You are stuck out at sea for months on end. Minimal shower access. You stink. All you smell is sea. The food sucks. I can go on and on. But that's not what I'm here to write to you today about. We were about 40 miles out from the coast of Maine fishing large amounts of tuna. We got word that another boat was trying to contact us through the radio, but we couldn't hear them. So we went up on deck and noticed these extremely large fins emerging from the ocean. After seeing 5 or 6 of these things emerge completely out of the water, one came right under the boat. This thing was at least 4 times larger than I was. The creature that we saw was pitch black, jet black eyes. The depths of its pupils swallowed all light, it seemed. It had what looked like multiple limbs protruding from its body. Not sure if they were fins or appendages. The head looked very crusted and elongated. I know it sounds like some form of alien life from a movie or something, but what came out of those depths was real. It just kind of swam circles around our boat with the other 5 or 6. We felt like we were in danger, having no idea what it was we were dealing with. This was about 8 months ago now, back in January. It still feels so real to me. I know what I saw out there. Nobody can argue with me about that. These things came right up under us. They never resurfaced again after that moment, and we were all very alarmed by this uncanny experience. I am writing this as a witness to what I saw on the lake. It's been several years since this happened, and it leaves me shivering and petrified. If you have seen what we saw on the lake, you would understand how we feel about this unknown monster of unknown origin. We were fishing in a bay, days after trying to get people by boat. We found a good spot where the fish were plentiful, and the waters were peaceful and calm. The afternoon was clear enough that one could see through the top of the water. We could catch things like salmon, but not so clear that it left us vulnerable. The shadows were still deep and unknown. I remember my good friend Joe going frantic on the boat, making those little noises that only a panicked man can make as he tried to pull up a particularly heavy fish, but it got stuck in the engine. I turned around and saw what appeared to be tentacles stuck in the rudder, but this wasn't from an octopus. These were longer, and they appeared to have stingers all over the arm, at least from what I could see. Not wanting to say or see anything bad happen, we all ran over, carefully pulling at it and trying to pry it off and not lose our focus. However, my heart sank when we could see what it was attached to. Its face, gill slits and dark eyes, its whole head covered in this dark purple-like shape. Nothing like we knew of any fish before us. We tried to think what would have happened here, and how this thing's tentacle got caught up in the rudder. My sister, who was with us, Kelly, didn't seem too convinced that this thing was actually living, since she claimed that there were no records of any kind of fish like this ever existing, and freshwater octopi did not exist. But yet, I tried to convince her, this thing is right here in front of us. Hundreds of teeth, but you could tell it was stuck in the rudder, trying rapidly to break free. So Joe just grabs the machete and cuts right below the rudder as it's writhing and severs the tentacle just like that, while my other friend, with his rifle, shoots a bullet into this thing's head as soon as the sever is made. This thing writhes and squirms and disappears further into the depths. We get the engine started and the rudders going, spitting off all the blood and gunk and tissue that was tightly wrapped around the rudder before. How this thing got its arm stuck in our rudder, or how that happened, we have no idea. But all we know is that this was some sort of freaky mutated octopi-looking thing. Hopefully, it's now dead. Hello, my name is Edward, and I have never believed that there are creatures similar to what many call dogmen, or what others know as werewolves. However, my opinion changed on the night of August 23rd, 2008. I'll never forget it. This is my experience. My wife and I were driving back to our cabin. This is in the northern woods, after visiting friends in town. This summer, it was very hot and muggy, but because of the time of night, it was cooling down quite fast, and it started to get foggy. The road went about a half-mile through spruce bog, then up a hill. There was a farm field that was on the right, more hardwoods on the left. I was in my mid-50s at the time, and did not believe in things like this that we were about to see. Out of the fog from the farm field, going right to left, came a creature. The creature was easily 8 to 10 feet tall. The best way to describe what we saw would be to say, it looked like a person and a wolf mixed in one. It looked like a werewolf. This thing or person was covered in hair, upright, and had fur all over. Now it jumped up in the air, landing on its feet, directly in front of my wife's van, no more than 20 feet away. The craziest thing is, when it landed, it moved and glided. It was so graceful and so silent. It's like it was the perfect predator, and its arms were sticking straight out in front of it. I've never in my life seen a canine look or act like this, and we had been going very slowly due to the fog, but as soon as we both saw this thing, we stopped the van. We just both looked at each other like, did we really just see that? And we did. It still freaks us out to this day. Another weird thing is that we both felt it was not of this world. It didn't move naturally. Like I said, its movements were just so smooth and fluid. Like when it moved, it kind of glided. But that's just the feeling we got. My wife has never been able to speak about this, especially what happened and afterwards. We're very hesitant to tell many people about what we saw. We don't want to get told we're fools. However, I did tell a good friend of mine, who didn't laugh. He said when he was little, his dad was a logger and would tell him all the times about seeing a dogman. I'm so glad I found your channel. I see that other people have similar creatures like this one. It must be difficult for some of these people to talk about what they saw and try and explain to others what they saw. I hope this helps. Here in Michigan, there's a lot of dogman sightings. I'm a believer. You don't have to convince me. But one sighting I wanted to share with you was back in 2015, where a guy and his girlfriend were driving down the street. She had just got out of work, and it was late at night. She looks over to her left and sees something bolt from behind one house to another. What was weird about it is that the thing bolted across the road in a very strange way. In a way that at first made the guy and the girl both think it was a cougar. However, what caught their eye was not its movement or color, but its height and size. Once they saw that, they fully realized this was no cougar, as they could see from their perspective just how fast and how large it really was. It didn't move like any normal feline or any normal animal would. This both freaked them out pretty bad, so they decided to go get some food and maybe talk about it and hope calm down after that. And as they're driving away, they see it just standing there under a street lamp, staring them down as they drove past slowly. He described what he saw that night as being very dark in color, with a wolf head on a man's body. The girlfriend described it in the exact same way. For nearly 6 months, I and 3 of my buddies had been camping out in the woods. We were all about 20 at the time. This was also in Ohio. We had constructed a small lean-to and would spend weekends there. The location was all about 30 minutes away from our hometown. We knew of it because we used to hunt there when we were much younger. The last weekend in October, I think it actually might have been November, one of my friends wanted to go back to get some firewood. He grabbed his .22 rifle, headed out on his own around noon. About 2 or 3 hours later, he returned with an odd story. While pacing around near the creek that ran through the area, he heard movement. Looking up to see what he thought was an old man in a gray overcoat. But as the figure came closer, it was very clear this was no man. It had long white-gray fur covering its entire body. Its fingers were unusually long, ending in sharp claws, and the face was nothing more than 2 large black eyes, and that of a head of a wolf. A very long snout and pearl-white teeth. And it stood on 2 legs, like a human being, not like a 4-legged animal would. And upon seeing this bizarre moving thing silently moving through the underbrush, my friend, instead of panicking, shot at this thing and fled back to the lean-to, leaving his rifle behind. When he got back to camp, he thought that perhaps it was a bear, but realized this thing looked more like a wolf than anything else. And when he was telling me about it, I was kind of shocked by his reaction. I mean, this is a guy who never gets scared. He's been out in the woods tons of times, does not really react to anything. So to see him be so upset and to be reacting the way he did, this clearly had to have been something out of the ordinary to shake him up so badly. I mean, the man was freaked. I was driving home with my son after he had just got off work at 10 p.m. He worked pretty late, and after going through high school, he had just got his very first job with a close family friend and was working evenings. He was lucky if he got off at 10. So this night, I had picked him up and was driving him home. It was also in the summer. It had been very hot today. And for the record, we live in northern Kentucky, right beside a large farm. So at this point, we're a few miles away from the house, going down a very small hill towards an intersection. There's also a small window of trees that you can see through them enough to see if other cars are coming from either direction. This is also right before you get to the intersection itself. At this point, I didn't see if there's any other traffic at all, so I had a green light and began making my way through the intersection. But something caught my son's and I's attention off the right side of us. Almost directly behind some trees that were obscuring our vision was what could be, because it was dark outside. It seemed to be a humanoid figure, and at first, I thought it was a person trying to flag us down, dressed up in all black, but something about the head and the hair that kind of stuck out to me. I saw what appeared to be pointed ears, kind of like a Doberman Pinscher, or so that's what it reminded me of. And I realized shortly after we got closer to this was no human, because whatever this was immediately took off running diagonally across the road in front of us, so quickly that I could barely catch what was happening if I was not looking directly ahead. My son and I both saw this thing, and to our amazement, gasped. And my son just kept asking, "Dad, what is that thing?" "I don't know, son." It looked like a large crooked canine or something. I say crooked because the way it kind of leaned over and bent itself, like it was deformed or its spine was bent. It was inhumanly fast, and the structure did resemble that of a canine when it came to the head. But the body was something else. Being in Kentucky, you hear all sorts of stuff, and I've heard of the term dogman before, People say it's synonymous with a werewolf, but I don't think this was a werewolf. This just looked like some sort of really large dog. Could it have been a dogman? Very possibly so. I've heard there are a lot of accounts out here in Kentucky, and the whole South too, even ranging down to Mississippi. I guess when I saw that thing for the first time, I was so flabbergasted that I wasn't exactly sure what we were looking at. And it ran across the road so quickly, we didn't even have time, my son and I, to process it, let alone slam on our brakes to stop for this thing. I will say it was pretty long and pretty dark, but it never looked over at our vehicle, just kind of was trying to get out of field of view, or so I sensed. Here's my story with a dogman. My stepdad's friend owns some land in Titusville, Louisiana. He does a lot of hunting on his land and has had some strange incidents with animals there. One day, while out on his four-wheeler, checking up on one of his deer stands, he came across an extremely large bipedal canid that was darker than the blackest nights you could ever imagine. It appeared to be covered in hair or fur and was shorter than any dog he had ever seen. This thing was easily maybe 4'5", 4'6", but he also claims that it was very, very hunched over. But when it rose to its feet, it was much taller. Now it growled at him and snarled before running off to the dense woods, almost kind of seeming agitated to see him. The only thing close to this creature is what the old legends depict as a werewolf or a rougarou, huge and covered in hair. But at the end of the day, it's just an animal. Who knows exactly what this thing was? Probably some strange creature, that's for sure. Louisiana is surely not lacking in strange sightings of monsters, ghosts, and even giants. It is the voodoo capital, and it has more than one place to come to mind when you think about something spooky or unusual happening. This state is also home to the infamous Honey Island swamp monster, who, some say, is actually a bigfoot, while others say it's a swamp monster. Swamp creatures are not the only mystery around here either. There are haunted houses, abandoned plantations, cities with lost histories around every corner waiting to be discovered. So, you never know. It wouldn't really surprise me if there really was a dogman or a werewolf living around. I'm pretty sure I saw a werewolf when I was about 10 or 11 years old. I was walking home from school. I live in Louisiana, and around my way, there are some deep woods where you can get lost if you're not paying attention. It's pretty hot down here, so the kids would do anything to get out of being inside. And my friends and I would play outside all day. We loved the humidity. This one time, I'm walking back from riding bikes with a few friends when I hear this noise off in the distance. It sounded like somebody was coughing up, but it sounded different, and it made me uneasy. At first, I did my best to ignore it, until I got close enough to hear what the noise was really coming from. That's when I began running, right? Well, apparently, some large creature had begun coming after me. And although I didn't see it at first, I could just sense it, so I began running as fast as I could. And at first, I thought it was my own paranoia, but I started running faster and faster and faster. And the next thing I know, I'm jumping over a metal fence, and now I could hear something actually behind me running. But when I turned to look, the thing that I saw blew me away. It was real. Whatever this was a living werewolf, in the flesh. Long black fur draping down, very wild and unkempt looking, and was viciously chasing after me. Now, what's weird about this is the people who I tell this story to don't believe me. In fact, I'm pretty much mocked for it. But this is the only time where my gut instinct acted, because I feel, looking back, that this thing was preying upon me, and it was watching me already through the tree line. I could just sense there was something coming, and so I just started running. I've never acted this way or done this in my life, except for this one time. Normally, My body and I would never do such a thing. But this was different. After I jumped over the metal fence, which was quite a feat because I was a pretty out-of-shape kid, so I must have been scared, I tumbled over and fell on the other side of the fence, pulling myself back up, and I could see this thing running right up to the fence. But instead of jumping over, it just stood there and gave me this look like, yeah, you better run. And it kind of was pissed and nodded its head, and then jumped to the side where the trees are, which now if you go a little further ways, the fence ends. So my first thought, after seeing this thing is going to go around and try to flank me from the trees. So I kept running further and further, and I threw my backpack down so I could go a little faster. And then I could hear this thing again. It was doing exactly what I feared it would do. It was going to flank me. I could hear it coming off and breaking through all the bramble and bushes to my right, coming at me at a 90-degree angle. And if I didn't act fast, I would soon be dog food. But my house was just right up the street. So very quickly thinking, I pulled out my textbook that was on my backpack on the ground in which I just dropped and got ready to chuck it at this thing. But right as I did that, and lifted the book above my head, ready to throw this at this thing to stop it. I mean, I was at the brink of fear. What else was I supposed to do? I had no other means of self-defense. This was all I had. It stopped. Whatever it was, just sat there in the woodline and stopped. I could hear it breathing, very slowly, very heavily. These long-winded, raspy breaths. It was waiting for me. It wanted me. I was trembling with fear, expecting to be taken out any moment. I had no idea what was going to come. So I stood there and held my ground for probably another 30 seconds. And then, as this thing began pausing, I couldn't hear it breathing anymore. I began to hear more movement next to it, and to the left of it. My only understanding in that moment was that more of these things were approaching next to it, and they were all getting ready to jump me. And I think in that moment, they began to move closer to me, because I could see the trees start swaying back and forth as they were approaching, closer. I just dropped the book and I did not care. I ran. And as soon as I made it to the street, which borders the forest and swamps, I didn't hear him anymore, and I just sprinted the rest of the half block down to my house, running in, locking the door. And my lungs and entire body burned like I had just ran a marathon. My mother was home, and she was wondering what on earth was I running from. I explained to her I saw a really big dog, and it was going to eat me. She kind of half laughed, half looked concerned, but explained to me, "Honey, it's okay. There are no big dogs that are going to attack you." But I just ran up to my room, and I cried for quite a while. And after that day, I did not play in the swamps as much anymore, especially not after school. It was just too risky, not knowing that one of these creatures were around. As I got a little older, I understood that this was what they call a dogman, or some people call a rougarou, or I guess you can call it a werewolf. Either way, you want to look at it. This thing is a real-life living legend. It's alive. I know. I saw it face to face, and it's more meaner and nastier than you can imagine in person. I think had this thing caught up to me, I would have never made it home that day. I'm just glad I outsmarted it. This evening, I was going for a nice stroll, or a jog. I had my phone on, and I had Spotify blaring in my ears. Life was good. As I was passing under a street lamp, I'd begin to notice something strange. Maybe the shadows behind and around me had begun moving, but maybe not. So I continued just fine. The loop I usually make around the neighborhood is about 2 miles. My neighborhood is nestled in Washington State. There's a lot of thick woods around here, but I never go in them. One time, I walked too close to one of the wooded areas, and I feel like I almost got jumped. There was a homeless dude in there who about broke my skull open with a beer bottle. I think he was already pretty drunk, and he harassed me. That was not a fun thing to run away from. But this night, there was no traffic, really. No angry homeless man trying to kill me. And everything was pretty quiet. Just the crickets and the beautiful nightlife. But I couldn't really hear much because, again, I had my earbuds in and I was blasting Spotify. So I'm walking, and I turn a curve. And up ahead in the distance, the road kind of bends a little bit and then turns again onto a main road. Now, on the right side, the street continues down towards more neighborhood. On the left, it does the same, but it's kind of through a very thick forest area. I'm looking and I just see these two small red glowing lights, and I remember thinking to myself, wow, those kind of look like glowing eyes. Ha, probably isn't though. And so I keep walking, and I'm pretty sucked into my music. You know how when you're walking down and you're sometimes listening to music, you're kind of just off in space. Well, I look back up, maybe about a few feet later, and I see those strange lights. They're still there. And now I'm thinking, does maybe somebody have a Halloween prop up? I mean, this is weird. But the closer I get, in the darkness, I can kind of now make out an outline. This shape or these lights, whatever they were from, were between two streetlights. So they were kind of well tucked into the darkness. But I'm walking closer and closer on the opposite side of the street on the sidewalk, and I'm looking over at it. And I can see that these lights are staying parallel, looking at me. And I'm squinting my eyes to try and adjust more to the light and see what I'm looking at. And I see these tall, perky ears, and that these lights are indeed eyes, and that it's on this large, woolly body. And it clicks in my head almost instantly. Ah, okay. This is a very elaborate Halloween prop. Awesome. And as I walk by it on the other end of the street, I kind of start smirking because I'm thinking, man, somebody still has this thing up. That's impressive. And then all of that goes out the window when it begins to move. It kind of just very slowly backs away into the forest and disappears. That's when I almost had a double take and think to myself, what did I just see happen? And right then and there, the strangest feeling came over me. A feeling like I should go back now. I'm no longer safe. It was the heebie-jeebies, the worst case I've ever felt. And because there was nobody else around, I did not have the safety that I normally feel, where you get the hustle and bustle of the day, so if something were to happen, there's other people around. This was about 11:30 at night. See, where I work at my grocery store, I get off pretty late, and I always like to go for a night walk before heading to bed. It kind of helps de-stim me, so this was just another Monday night. But after seeing that, whatever it was, it definitely spooked me. I probably went double the speed back home, and that was enough walking for a while. I probably didn't go on another night walk till the following Thursday or Friday. Fear eats me alive every time I sit back and contemplate on this, but you may not believe me. I once saw a 7-foot tall dogman cross the road right in front of my vehicle, casually sauntering across the road like it was taking an evening stroll. I had just jumped in my car, getting ready to go home from work, checking text messages on my phone, when I just happened to glance up due to the movement, and I see this thing stepping out on the road. I had a double take at first, and of course, I was in shock at seeing this thing. This massive bipedal canine just stepping out and taking about 3-4 quick steps and disappearing on the other side of the street. No, I did not have time to take a picture, but I did have time to see its glaring eyes, how they kind of glowed this warm orange amber color. I wasn't as terrified as I was just in total shock at seeing this thing. I don't think it saw me, or at least it didn't look at me. It kind of seemed like it was very intent on getting across the road quickly, as to not be seen. So in about 3 or 4 strides, boom, it was gone. The whole sighting lasted maybe no more than 5 seconds. It was very quick. And had I had my head down even more, my eyes probably would have not even caught the movement. I didn't even know what a dogman was until this happened to me. I was with a couple of friends and we were having a party back in the fall of 2013. One of my friends had to opt out early because they had to get up very early for work. We're talking like 4 a.m. And it's roughly about 9 p.m. at night. So we're all sitting around talking. They say their goodbyes and they head out the door. Well, after he leaves, we're sitting there still chit-chatting, and then not even 30 seconds later, we hear pop, 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 slam. The door opens, and it's our friend. We all turn around in shock and see his expression. He is freaked out and panicking, hyperventilating. Guys, there's a freaking werewolf out here. We're all kind of like, wait, what? And none of us really believe him. And one of us asks, what are you talking about, Jonathan? He comes in, slams the door, locks it, and begins really frantically looking out the window. I think it's still out there. I don't know. Now we're all concerned, standing up, saying, dude, calm down. What happened? What did you see? And he turns around and he is so pale. I thought the dude was going to puke. He tells us that as he was going out to his car, he sees this large dog stand up behind his car and step off behind the hedges. And Travis, the friend's house at which we were at, immediately gets worried, grabs his gun, and goes out there. He thinks it was an intruder, or maybe somebody wearing a costume wanting to case his house or something. So he steps out on the porch and screams, "Who's out here?" and fires off around into the sky. Now Jonathan, completely panic-stricken, is doing his best to try and get Travis back in the house. "Travis, it's out there, get back in now!" But Travis is not having any of it. He steps out to where Jonathan's car is at, looking around to see if he can try and find a trace of anything. It's lightly raining, very quiet. There ain't really no trace of nothing out here. So he steps out further towards the end of the driveway, and immediately stops, off across the road, right there in the opening of the trees. He sees this tall bipedal figure, glowing amber eyes, and this massive head he described looked exactly like a German shepherd's, just staring at him, due to its close proximity of the streetlight. He got a pretty good look at this thing. Travis is just frozen there, and we could all see him from the window looking at something beyond the hedges. He stops, turns back at us, and begins running back to the house. He flies in the house, closes the door, locks it, and now his expression was just like Jonathan's. Pale, stuttering, and of course me and my other friend are freaking out now, but maybe half thinking this whole thing is an elaborate prank. He looks at Jonathan and says, "You need to stay the night, man. You're not safe out there." And Jonathan just keeps saying, "What are we going to do? What are we going to do?" So we kind of wait around for a while, expecting things to eventually die down. And Travis and Jonathan just sit there. He's still holding this rifle, and Jonathan is spooked. They even pushed in calling the cops, but Travis shoots that down. "The cops are going to think we're crazy, dude. Don't even bother. We'll just wait it out and see what happens." And so about 2 hours goes by, and Jonathan's like, "I really need to go home and get some sleep." And he opens the door, and it is eerily quiet outside. Before, you could hear the crickets. They were pretty loud. I mean, they practically overtake the night. And now it is so silent, you could hear a pin drop from a mile away. Jonathan bolts to his car, jumps in, turns the ignition on, and he flies out of the driveway, stops, waves back at us, gives us the thumbs up, and speeds off. Travis is just standing there, looking out the window. Well, he obviously got out of here okay. All right, boys, time to hold down the fort tonight. Of course, me and my other friend are still pretty unnerved by everything that's gone on. Was this a prank? Did they really see something? The rest of the night was pretty weird. We ended up crashing out in his living room, probably closer to 1 a.m. Although I swore at one point in the middle of the night, I heard something tapping on the glass of the window, right where my head is. I kind of woke up, but I never dared open my eyes to see, just in case. I don't want to actually acknowledge that what happened was true, but maybe Travis and Jonathan really did see something. After the night, we never spoke about it again. In fact, the next morning, I think we were all pretty much ready for things to be back to normal. One night, my wife and I were just sitting out back in the backyard, on our trampoline, just laying there with a blanket, watching the stars cuddling. We were lost in conversation and at the magnificence of the universe above us, when my wife suddenly says, "Hun, what is that?" And I kind of look up to where she's pointing. We both see these tall, perky ears on the other side of our fence. I'm thinking, "Honey, I don't know what that is." And we're now both intently looking at whatever it is she's pointing at. Then, this head pops up over the fence line, and it's this grotesque-looking dog face staring at us. My wife screams, and then it ducks its head back down. We both get up and run inside, locking the sliding glass door. My wife just keeps saying, "What was that? What was that?" I have no idea, but I can tell you it was no dog, or anybody wearing a cheap mask. The fence is about 10 feet tall, so unless there's a giant behind the fence wearing a very elaborate Hollywood mask, then I have no idea what this was. My encounter with dogmen was when I was 7 years old. I was out by the horses by our barn, and we had an old car up on blocks. We used to put hay in it, since it was long past its prime for the horses. My brothers were throwing hay down, and I was running around, looking, and in the corner of my eye, there was this man-like beast. He walked like a man, but was covered in hair. It stood pretty tall, and when I saw it, I immediately ran inside screaming. Nobody believed me. They all thought it was my brother playing a prank on me, because when they came out, there was no evidence, like tracks or anything. We went back outside, and the horses were going crazy. I told them something big had spooked the horses, but my dad informed me I should stop telling stories and go back inside. I didn't see it again, but my mom saw it walking by the road late one night. She was driving home from work, and she said it looked like a giant, hunched-over dog, sniffing at things as it went off. She wouldn't admit this to my father, of course. He had a habit of being a drunk and would have blamed her for being on the road so late at night. When I asked my father about it, he said he didn't know what I was talking about. Of course, he had heard my mom's story. When he mentioned my mom's story, his face turned ghost white. So, there. It makes me believe there is a creature out there somewhere like this. I'm just not sure when and what. I'm sorry if my email doesn't make much sense. I try to do my best to put it into words that would portray what I felt. You can always email me back if you have any questions. Best of luck, and I'll give you full permission to use the story. When I was 17 years old, I had an encounter I would never forget. I was living on my own at the time, just recently emancipated, working at a factory that focused on making small metal items. I was on the night shift, and back then, it seemed to me that factory workers were always underpaid and had longer than usual hours. It wasn't great, but it got me some underage beer money in my pocket every week. I usually left for work around 3 a.m. sharp. The building had an open bay door facing west. So basically, you walked out the door, walked 3 steps headed west toward your car or house, depending on where you lived. On this particular night, I ran into my friend who worked there with me, as well as his girlfriend, heading for their cars, parked roughly 50 feet apart. We all nodded to each other after a lengthy conversation before I could even turn around. Something caught my attention. I had this feeling, not unlike something watching me, but I ignored it and simply kept walking to my vehicle. When I looked back again, the thing was still there, only closer now, maybe only 30 feet away, staring right at me with these glowing orange eyes. It stood there, motionless, and in one quick moment, I screamed, running to my car and driving. When I told my friend about it the next night, he just looked at me like I was crazy. I ran into this thing again at our factory just a few months later. I was working the third shift, so everything was always quiet around this time. Now, this was right around 4 a.m. on the loading dock. I walked out back to my car, and it was there again. Those same glowing orange eyes, and now about 20 feet away, standing next to one of those trash dumpsters that are huge. You know, the huge steel boxes used to store empty metal drums before they're shipped out. It gets better, or worse. It shouted, something really loud in some other language. It sounded like it was demon tongue, if I could imagine. All I know is it sounded evil. Right after that, it began running towards me, and I jumped in my car and left as fast as possible, even though I was still technically on my shift. I didn't care. The next day, I quit the job. No way I was going to work with that thing. And my friend finally believed me and stopped asking why I got all of a sudden freaked out and left. I just thought everybody would like to know there's more than one. They all seem pretty similar in appearance, and they're definitely scary. I live in an area that is known for getting a lot of different types of animals. Coyotes, which we see quite often, and bears. But recently, my brother has seen some strange creatures in the same places where he lives, which seems to be odd because it isn't really populated or anything like that. In fact, last week when he was home from work, he told me about one of the creatures that he himself had seen. Said he was walking back to his truck after getting off work, and he saw something running towards him. At first, he assumed it was a large dog. He's familiar with most animals, of course. But as the figure got closer, he noticed some very distinctive features. He said that it looked like a canine, but it had these super long front legs which made its body lean forward, and the creature kind of moved like a gorilla, almost like how it would move if its bones were broken. He said that its skin was also straight black and shiny, but kind of reminiscent of coal. It looked extremely creepy. I asked my brother what exactly happened after he saw this creature. He said that it stopped short of him, about 20 feet away. It stared at him for a while, but my brother was so freaked out by this point, he left to go inside his house. I'm not really sure what these creatures are. I just know that they're very strange in nature, almost like some type of experimental animal, or something like that. My encounter goes back to the fall of 1987. I was a young man who had just graduated from high school. I had never attended college. But since it was my dream to be an officer, I took a job as a deputy sheriff's dispatcher in a very small town where I grew up. The department was hardly busy at all, so we pretty much did our own thing for hours on end. I usually worked a dispatch by myself at night. Most of the guys went off shift right after their shift ended, and were not available to relieve me when they were done. Also, if somebody got into trouble somewhere else, we would always have to call over there and get them to cover that shift until someone could come back on another car. This is how it happened. I was working dispatch alone that night, and after a while, it got pretty quiet. That's pretty usual. There wasn't much going on at all besides normal stuff. At this time of night around here is always a lot of farm machinery being operated, especially since fall was harvest season after all. These guys are usually always out late, and they work so hard during the day getting their crop in to be able to feed their livestock or sell them for a profit. Also, a few farmers would also tend to hunt at night, during bow season actually, and I had my fair share of those calls as well. It was about 3:30 in the morning when one of these hunters called me, telling me he had just shot at a strange creature trying to attack his livestock. He sounded very excited on the phone, told me it had long black hair, standing about 10 feet tall, weighing roughly 400 to 500 pounds. He also said that he hit it a few times with his 30-06 rifle, chased after him until this creature retreated, climbing up a large oak tree and disappearing. And after that, he lost sight of it, came back to call me. At first, I thought this guy had been sipping some moonshine, or was just full of it. I mean, how could you believe somebody who claims they shot at a Bigfoot? But I humored him and went out there myself to check things out. Now, I saw where this thing had been apparently climbing the tree. It looked or appeared to be large finger marks dragging through the bark. There were also several places in the yard where it looked like this thing had bedded down, possibly, probably waiting for the right time to strike. I also saw the fur on the ground where he claimed it had been bedding down. It was also dark out, but the moonlight kept everything illuminated enough to see. The fur was very strange looking. It looked to be about 4 to 5 inches long, and it had a stank to it. I didn't touch it or anything. I didn't want to disturb any possible clues that might help us find whatever this thing was. Clearly, we were dealing with some sort of large animal. Now, the animal control officer, who also doubled as a game warden, and myself went around and looked at all the livestock. Everything seemed fine, and there were no broken locks on any of the pens or doors. It seems like whatever this thing was, it got spooked by my hunter and came after him instead. Whatever it was, we never found out what kind of creature it could have been. We also did not find any tracks or anything that could really help us identify it. Now, I never talked about this encounter to anybody until later. I was working dispatch alone at the sheriff's office one evening, and a trooper came in to use the phone. He overheard me telling some hunters what had happened, so he saddled up next to me while I was writing a report and told me a very similar story. He said that when he was going through training for law enforcement, they were being taught at how to shoot and aim properly. If you aim at the heart, you have a better chance of killing it with one shot. His instructors also informed him that if you do shoot in the heart area, there is still a chance the bullet will not pierce the heart and it will not be a fatal wound. Now, he said he had to use this with a creature he dealt with that was ultimately terrifying. Having resembled a bear, having a long snout and a head similar to that of a bear, but it was not a bear. He said that it stood on 2 legs and was roughly over 7 feet tall. Neither one of us really knew what to make of this, so we shrugged it off. I've worked in law enforcement now for over 30 years, spent a lot of my time in the city, but I did spend some time doing some road patrol in the country when I first started out. Over time, though, both me and my wife wanted to settle down somewhere peaceful, so we moved out here to get away from all the hustle and bustle of city life. Even though some things can be pretty quiet around here too, there are still enough calls that keep us busy most days. There is always something going on around town if you know where to look or who to ask. But if you ask the wrong person about what they know, they'll probably just give you a story that's even stranger than whatever you were looking for in the first place. Ever since we moved here, me and my wife have had numerous encounters with all sorts of strange creatures. I'm not just talking about dogs or deer either. This town has a rich history of weird things going on. It doesn't even seem weird to us anymore when we get called out somewhere, because we both know there is always something hiding under the normal circumstances. We will be getting another chance at proving this soon enough, because, as I said earlier, something big is coming. This happened in the winter of 2009. My wife, Kids and I had just moved to Minnesota. It was our first winter there. We lived in a town called Norwood, Young America. The day after Christmas, I decided to take my youngest daughter sledding on a big hill right by a river. At this time of year, everything is really dead, and there wasn't much snow, maybe 5 inches. But we still went up and slid down anyway. The following evening, I took my other daughter sledding at the same place. When we got about halfway down the hill, we were surprised by a very large wolf-like animal coming from the woods near the river. It came running at us on 2 legs and stopped, maybe 30 feet away. I immediately grabbed my daughter off her sled and placed her behind me as we watched it, standing there looking at us. I'm not sure why this happened or what it was, but I know that neither of my daughters have ever been sledding since then. It didn't appear to be sick or injured in any way, i.e., mangy, thin or limping, just very large and muscular, with long grayish fur. Its face reminded me like a German shepherd's, but longer, and a more pointy snout. Its ears were perked up, like they would be on a dog, but it was just standing there, motionless. The only thing I can think of is that it might have been watching us sledding earlier, and maybe wasn't expecting to see 2 adults with children in a second day in a row at the same particular time. Maybe it thought we were encroaching on its territory. Anyway, my daughters still talk about the dogman to this day. They are both in college now, and neither of them want to go sledding ever again, at least around these parts. I was in the town of Fergus Falls, Minnesota, hunting. I had stopped to look at 3 deer when I noticed something crouching behind a tree on my side of the road. It appeared like it was stalking the deer, and my gut told me this thing was not human or dog-like, so I drove away before getting too close for comfort. I pulled up my binoculars and went back to investigate. What happened next would terrify me. The creature blinked its eyes but did not move when it stared into mine through the binoculars. I completely panicked, fleeing the scene. There was only one track leading up to the tree, but it didn't show any toes, just 4-finger-like canine marks in the snow. In fact, the prints themselves were like large canine prints. I've seen plenty of coyote, bear, and deer prints, but this was unlike anything I'd ever seen. There were no claws in the print, or identifiable indentations between the toes. I've been told by some dogman researchers that this could potentially be a dogman, although I'm not quite sure what it is. I was thinking maybe a wendigo or something else entirely. I do know this thing was very tall, thick, with large shoulders, and had a very slender waist. It seemed agile enough to leap out of the tree into my path if it wanted. I wonder what would have happened if that creature decided to get up and come after me. Who knows? But it's definitely spooked me enough to buy a second firearm. I'm not sure what the creature was, but I had a scary encounter with it. It was animal-like and about 8 to 9 feet tall. Dark brown fur all over its body, long arms, and appearing to have hands like a human, or opposable thumbs. When I first saw it, the deer ran off when they saw me coming to my truck. The creature then looked at me from behind a tree for several seconds until I drove away, scared out of my wits. This thing was humongous and looked to be the size of a freakishly large football player. It was staring at me from behind a tree at first, then stepping out into full view. It scared the heck out of me. It looked like a wild man or something with long arms, no neck, and it had shoulder-length dark brown hair covering its body. This thing leapt out into view, and wow, I really wasn't expecting something this big. I spotted this blackish brown hulk for about 10 seconds or so as it dashed across the road in front of my vehicle, very quickly. I hardly had enough time to register or process what I'd seen. I've heard of Bigfoot, but I didn't think I'd ever actually seen one before in my life. When I spotted the hulk for the first time, I was driving up this road, which has patches of grass and weeds off to one side. So this thing ran across my path in front of me, just as I was coming around a bend in the road. It startled me when all of a sudden, right before my eyes, there's just this huge black mass there. Once it had ran across, it dropped down onto some tall grass on the other side, which is why, afterwards, I wasn't sure where it went. There were also several deer grazing by the nearby woods, including one little fawn, which appeared to have been separated from its mother. I should also state that as soon as I got out of my truck, a warning growl came from not far behind me. I didn't see anything at first. As I turned around, there was also a dog-like creature, roughly 8 feet tall, with black fur, roughly 20 yards away. It too had very broad shoulders and long, hawked legs. Now this creature was completely different than the one I had just seen. The creature's face looked like a stretched-out wolf, more exaggerated features, but very human-shaped eyes, slanted as well. The color of its eyes were the same. It's a murky gray, if I can describe it right. Its eyes seemed to be veiled in darkness, and words can't express the total fear I felt as I had to get back in my truck immediately. So I did, and left as fast as I could. I understood the warning that was coming from this creature. This was a really big man-like creature too, having blackish brown hair all over its body, and it too stopped at the edge of the woods where I could not see it anymore. I'm not really certain what to make of all this. As I'm driving off, it let out this ear-splitting howl, and that alone scared me half to death. I'm not certain what these creatures are, or even if they're real, but after seeing it, experiencing it, and reading many reports of similar sightings, I think they may be very real. I'm just trying to come to terms with reality. I had gone camping years ago in the Ozark Mountains. I was staying with my best friend and his family. We were having a barbecue on the bank of one of the lakes. After dinner, we were telling stories when one of their friends told us about something he had seen not too long ago. He said that there are tunnels in this mountain, used by an unknown tribe before being taken over by settlers. These tunnels are now blocked off by collapsed rocks, but if you know where to go, you can find entrances into them that people have found over time, just small crevices here and there. When he was younger, he would go exploring in these caves and tunnels with another person from his school who, at the time, lived near him. They had gotten lost for hours without flashlights, trying to find their way back out, or at least somewhere they could see outside. They finally found a small hole that opened up into somebody's property. He did not recognize who it was, but there were horses, so they decided to knock on the door and ask for help. The person who had apparently lived there told them there was no way they could have gotten in from where they came, because he should have been able to hear or see them. He also told them, even if you did find your way inside, you will see the old abandoned mines, and they are very dangerous. You wanted to be careful, because apparently, there's been talk of the bear man living inside of them. Now, the bear man is described as being this monstrously large creature, and has legends talking about it eating humans, living in those same tunnels. There are also strange accounts of sounds coming from within them, with no explanation as to what they could be from. Sounds that are not remotely human. The friend told us that he and his other friend heard growling, walking along inside the tunnels. Couldn't find anything or anyone when they went to investigate. I remember my friend also saying there's no such thing as a bear man, and we ended the conversation there, not much else being said. This friend and I went camping again the very next week. He decided to tell me more about what he saw in these tunnels and kept talking about this bear man. So, I told him to show me where they went into them, because if there really was a giant bear man that lived down there, I wanted to see if I could see it with my own eyes, and possibly get pictures, hoping it wasn't too dark, of course. We made plans for the following weekend, which gave us time to plan out how we were going to get down there without being caught. We would go in at night, when everybody else had gone home or back inside their houses, and come out after dark when the sun had already set. He showed me exactly where he found tunnels on an older map his dad had. We planned it all out, packed our gear, and left for the mountains on a Friday night, right around 7, with flashlights, knives, water bottles, and extra clothes and backpacks. The spot was only 10 minutes up the highway from where we lived. It didn't take long for us to get there at all. We drove down a small dirt road that led into a field, close to the cavern entrance, parked as far away as we could, without getting stuck in mud. He said that somebody comes through here every day to look for people who are not supposed to be here. We should try not to leave any evidence. Right before we got out of his truck, he told me something even more unsettling than what I had already heard. He claimed that when he was younger, his friends and him were exploring the tunnels again, and they had found some sort of netting or some sort of sigil that had been left behind by somebody in the past. But before they can figure out who it belonged to, they heard something large, heavy breathing behind them, coming in their direction. They all ran out of the tunnels very fast, without the remote possibility of looking back. We both got our flashlights out and ready, started walking towards where he remembered seeing this hole when he first came down here years back. As soon as my boots touched the ground, I knew we had made landing. I looked down at what I had stepped on, but I didn't see anything unusual, just dark rock. I kept going. In this moment, everything appeared fine. We made our way over to the other side of the tunnel and started walking into it. Immediately, I noticed a drastic change in temperature. Once we went through that narrow part where there's no light, the cold air from outside was gone. When we came up to this area, which had some light coming in from cracks on top of us, I asked him if he remembered seeing anything out of the ordinary here. He told me he didn't remember seeing anything, but what does that prove? At this point, I don't think even I would have believed him about the whole bearman thing. We continued until we got past this really dark section, and then we found it. The gap between the rocks where you could easily slip through and find yourself in these tunnels. This is also where he said he had started hearing growling and footsteps behind him before, when they were exploring down here years ago. After a quick surveying of the area for this bear man that was supposedly in here with us, I looked at my friend's face to see if he was nervous or scared, but all I saw was excitement. He went first, shined his flashlight in front of me into the entrance of these tunnels, and jumped through the cracks. Once you actually get inside, it's way more amazing than I thought it would have been. Imagine your standard cave, but bigger. Taller ceilings, tons of rock formation, stalactites and stalagmites. Once we got further inside the cavern, it's like it got very dark, even darker than pitch blackness. We continued to look around for a little bit more, just in awe of all these beautiful rock formations and tight spaces. Not everywhere you go will let you find things like this. We went deeper and deeper, and then we began to hear something in one direction. So we kind of walked over that way to see if it was anything. Because what else were we supposed to do? We didn't get very far before he hushed me, told me to stop, And again, we could hear something. But this something was now very noticeable. Footsteps. He stopped and stood completely still for a moment, just to see if it would happen again. Nothing. We began walking. We did not have much light left to explore in this cave anymore, so we decided to find the way out and head home. I could tell he was disappointed. He always wanted to do things that scared him. We got back over to where we thought the entrance should be and followed it until we came upon a dead end. So, we tried going back the other way, but even with our lights shining as far down as they would reach, there was no sign of anything or any other opening anywhere. At some point during all of this, my friend heard these really deep growls coming from some direction behind us, and we were starting to panic now. We thought the entrance was back this way, but we were clearly wrong. The growls began getting louder and more menacing sounding. Now we ran as fast as we could without looking back, and we began to hear something large and heavy start to follow us. And my friend had said that when he had looked back, he would see flashes of red eyes staring right at us through the darkness. Of course, I was too scared to look behind us. He said he could also hear something very large moving after us in the same direction. Fortunately, we turned right at the necessary fork and ran until we found it, the sliver of an entrance. And we could still hear something large quickly moving back in our direction, probably no more than 50 yards out from us, coming straight for us. We both made it out and never went back in there after that. I'm not sure what it was chasing us, but I can guarantee you this wasn't no sleeping bear. This was something else. I can't imagine what it could have been. I have no idea what would make something like that underground in the first place, but it freaked both of us out. I'm not really sure how to explain this either, but I could have sworn while we were in there, you could just, at least in points, get this overwhelming presence of evil. It was so hard for me to pinpoint if it was in one direction or the other, and I began hearing these loud growls coming from deep inside this tunnel. My friend jumped through with his flashlight, shined it inside. It was really hard to pinpoint exactly where and throughout this cave you would feel this presence, but it was there. With how tight the rock formations were, could it be possible that maybe something really bad was living back there? All I know is there was no way this was a person. Could it have been the bear man? I don't know. This happened on March 5th, 2012, at around 7:30 p.m. It was dark, already due to it being near dusk when I left for the movie theater. The movie theater is a little over a 10-minute walk from my house. I had gone to the movies by myself and was on my way back home when it happened. I live in a very normal town. It's not too big or small, but there are plenty of houses everywhere you look. Lots of people around during most times of the day, since the only thing that really stands out is our local supermarket. This story takes place during the early months of spring, in the suburbs about 15 minutes away from downtown. The grass from nearby lawns can be seen growing slightly due to warmer weather, which mixes with the trees' budding leaves, while squirrels and birds take up residence in their nests. And as I said, I was walking home from the movies. It had gotten dark by this time, but not entirely pitch black. While walking past my neighbor's house, which is really close to my own, I noticed something in the inside of my vision, moving very quick across the road into a small patch of trees that separate our houses. At first, it looked like someone wearing all black with reflective tape on their arms and legs. But when I really paid attention to what was happening, I realized exactly what it was. A large dog, shaggy hair running out from behind some hedges near my neighbor's house onto the street in front of me. I only saw it for a few seconds before it ran into the trees my memory of what exactly happened is limited. The thing I clearly saw was that this creature had an extra set of eyes on it. It went straight into the woods after turning around once to face me, with those two eyes staring me down as it continued to run. It kind of reminded me of an arachnid, because its eyes weren't normal. There were multiple sets of them, on its head and chest, or so it appeared. This thing was evil, taunting me, even though it was probably just shining due to having more light out there than usual. After what couldn't have been more than 3 seconds after it first appeared, this creature completely disappeared behind trees. I stood there in the dark after it ran off into the woods for a few seconds, my heart pounding, not being able to continue. The entire encounter was very brief, but it made me extremely uncomfortable, which is why I'm sharing this story, so people can know what really happened. And that's all that really happened. It didn't attack me or anything, but due to its glowing eyes and the evilness of it, I have no doubt whatsoever about what it was. Even though some people might claim dogman doesn't exist, all I saw were those eyes, multiple of them, staring back at me. I'm here to tell the story and not argue about what it really was, since the term dogman is a good enough explanation for me. What do you think it could have been? I've never heard about dogmen having multiple sets of eyes. This was in a cold night, in a very isolated area. We were on dirt roads, surrounded by trees and the silhouettes of mountains. I had been told that this place didn't have cell service, and that if we were to get into trouble, we'd be on our own for at least 6 hours before somebody could come and get to us. That gave me chills as soon as those words left his mouth. But I had come too far with this story to turn back now. The story about my first dogman encounter. I had researched these sightings heavily since first hearing of them only a month ago, and one thing always seemed to pop up. Follow any road deep enough into the wilderness, and after a few miles, you'd eventually come across the creatures. This was their territory. It was this advice that brought us out here tonight. My friend had been following these creatures for some time now, documenting their movements and behavior in his spare time. He knew of specific sightings in this part of Kentucky, figured that if we bait them with something they're known to hunt close by, then maybe we ourselves could get a closer look at them than anybody has ever gotten before. Was this dangerous? Oh, 100%. Anyway, we made camp for the first night and tried to get some sleep around 3:30 a.m. I was so tired after driving most of the day, but my friend had been up all night looking for more sightings in the area. An hour later, he nudged me awake. The man was manic, told me to grab my equipment. "We're going on a hunt," he said, while assembling his camera gear. After being groggy and had only slept for an hour, we walked into the forest, slowly approaching an open field where we could see through the trees and catch them feeding if they were still out here. He didn't think of them as cryptids. He thought of them as just wild animals that were rare but could still have the possibility of being observed. Even though it was dark, I could tell that something wasn't quite right once we set foot on that field. It's like the gravity and atmosphere itself had changed here, like every object's weight was triple what it should have been, including ours. I tried to shake the feeling and keep moving forward, but something about this place just did not feel natural. "Did you see that?" he asked me. I stopped in my tracks and looked around for what he was talking about. Nothing seemed out of place, but crunch, snap, crunch. It sounded like footsteps, or something walking near the tree line. But when I turned to get a better look, I couldn't find anything there at all. No shadows or movement, other than the branches swaying in the wind. Had this just been my imagination? We stood there in complete silence for several moments before we finally began recording video. That's when it happened. I saw something I still have trouble believing today. It was dark, but there was no mistaking what I saw emerge from the darkness towards us. From one moment to the next, I could see it clearly. A creature, taller than both of us, with this kind of iridescent green glow, fur covering most of its body that looked like a wolf's coat. But I knew right away this wasn't just some strange wolf variant, not by any stretch of the imagination. This thing had human-like arms with clawed, wickedly sharp fingers protruding through its skin, and they were big. Massive hands, fingers, claws, whatever it was. You could tell right away this wasn't normal. And then there was its head, which was pointy on top with a muzzle full of sharp teeth. It didn't even look like it belonged on the same body. We stood there in complete silence as it stared at us for what seemed like an eternity. Honestly, I couldn't believe my eyes. Was this really happening? Was I finally going to catch proof of these mysterious creatures that have supposedly been spotted all across North America for centuries now? And then the monster bowed its head down towards some small grass behind us, started breathing heavily, like it was labored. It moved some branches aside with its hands before crouching down low on all fours, bolting back into the darkness. So fast, you'd think it had never been there at all. That's when I checked my camera and saw that we had been recording for nearly 5 minutes. I was so in shock from what I had just seen. All I could do was stand there in disbelief while my friend frantically shoved me along with his equipment towards the spot where it had just crouched down. "Come on, we gotta catch up with it," he said, snapping me out of my trance-like state. "No way. This one is a story right here," I told him. He looked at me with a dead serious face, begging me to come along. He needed hard evidence for this encounter. If we did not move quickly, this creature might get, and who knows when we'd get another chance to find it again. I don't know why I listened to him, but that's what happened. We both ran into the darkness of the forest after that thing. We ended up losing it after a few moments, and then having no real way to track it. But we had the next best thing: footage. We just needed to get it up on the internet for proof. We ran back home as quickly as we could that night, uploading the footage. But when we reviewed it, the footage looked like garbage, and ultimately wasn't worth even uploading. Sure, you can faintly see this thing from the angle, and us not really paying attention. There just wasn't near enough detail of this thing to constitute as an actual sighting. I guess that's what happens when you're too busy being in shock to worry about the proper details. We sat there trying to figure out what we should do now, but none of our ideas made sense until my friend said something that I wish he had not. "I know. Let's go back tomorrow night. Look around the area for anything unusual." And like an idiot, I let him convince me to try this, even though I knew it wasn't a good idea at all. The next day, we spent researching these same creatures online, checking up on past sightings in the area. There was one sighting around 50 years ago, not far from where we saw this creature. An old hunter, apparently by the name of Ronald, had told local authorities that he had seen one of these entities while hunting in the forest. The only reason it was so far back is because people didn't believe him at first, until his body was found torn apart by what they described as a bear. But we all know how that works out. After reading that story, I knew right then and there that we were walking into a death trap if we really did decide to go looking around for this thing ourselves. God only knows if we ran into more than one. But it wasn't like I could have stopped my friend He wouldn't listen to anyone, ever since finding out about this whole dogman phenomenon. We went into the forest again that night, armed with 2 cameras instead of 1. One for me and one for him. Our zoom lenses, plenty of spare batteries and memory cards, and we even had a shotgun with us. I think we were both pretty scared, but we were still confident. I mean, you can't blame either one of us for that. If there was ever a good time to test out the gun's shell ejection system, with no pellets inside, it would have been now. Because after about an hour of walking through the darkness of the forest, without finding anything, my friend, so pumped up on adrenaline, shot up into the air and screamed like he had won some kind of lottery or something. He was always doing weird, crazy stuff like this when we went on these little trips. So I was already used to it by now. I waited for him to come back down from his shooting spree high. After finally coming back down and looking around again, he started to freak out. "Did you see that?" He whispered loudly into my ear while trying his best not to scream this time. I don't know why I didn't, but I just nodded and asked him what had happened. By the expression on his face alone was enough for me to ask another question. One which would have been answered if we had only listened to our guts in the first place. He finally got around to telling me about what he saw when he shot off his gun. "I thought I saw something moving through the trees near where your camera is set up." He told me with a tone of seriousness in his voice, instead of his usual excitement. That's when I fired at it, and the shots went right through the trees, and I saw this thing in the tree looking down at me. Then it disappeared. No matter how afraid I was at that point, I still had to try and not laugh at him for thinking he saw something when nothing was there. But this time, his imagination worked out pretty well. I definitely heard something rustling around in the forest. Maybe my camera caught it too. So, without hesitation, we both ran over to where my camera is set up, hopes of rewinding back through the footage to find some sign of whatever just scared us a couple of moments ago. But as soon as we got there, before my eyes could even adjust to what little light there is nearby, a big gust of wind came rushing through, blowing everything around us. And when my eyes finally adjusted, I saw that our cameras were completely dead. The air around us feeling extremely static-filled, almost electrifying. The same way right before an actual thunderstorm. "Oh God," my friend whispered. Now he was shaken up, because we realized at this point, there was no good reason this shouldn't have happened. The day had turned out to be one messed up nightmare. I began focusing my attention on the wind, only to discover that it's not actually just wind making all the trees swaying back and forth. It was something massive, moving in front of us and right above our heads. So, without any second thought, I grabbed my friend by the hand and started running in any direction I could, leaving behind all of our equipment. I could care less. We ran for what seemed like an hour, but really it was probably only 10 minutes. We finally collapsed and stopped. I checked my watch, only to discover that it was nearly midnight. Once again, we pull ourselves up off the ground and continue on our way out of this forest, back towards civilization. Although we had a ways to go. We must have covered a few kilometers without even realizing it. After walking about another 10 or so minutes, we heard growling like you could never imagine. We had left behind everything. Our shotgun, camera, equipment, in the pursuit of fear. We just wanted to run as fast and as far away from that horrific creature as we could. But even on a full sprint, the growling was getting progressively closer until it seemed like it was right behind us. I looked over my shoulder after gasping for air, only to see its bright green eyes illuminated with its face, looking extremely demonic, as if it had some kind of night vision. I swore, those eyes were following me long after I lost sight of that horrid thing. We lost it at some point and made our way out of the forest, being kilometers away from where we originally entered in, and now it was long past midnight. So, with almost no cars or people anywhere out here, we just started walking down the middle of this road, under the street, under the stars. All of a sudden, my friend let out an ear-splitting scream, and when I looked up to see what was wrong, there it was again, only this time standing right on the woodline of the same forest, which made me realize these things can travel way faster than you think they could, and they are just likely toying with their prey before they kill us. I lost all hope after seeing it. I couldn't run away from it again if I wanted to. My legs were about ready to collapse underneath my weight, but it quickly vanished into the trees around us. And now, I'm on the verge of tears. I have no idea what we're going to do or how we are going to get out of this sticky situation. We began hearing lots of movement in the forest surrounding us. We knew that there were more of these things. We had to get out of there, but we're stranded out here on this lone back road. And now, they were approaching quickly. We had made the mistake of leaving everything back on our spot. We were seriously up the creek without a paddle. My friend was terrified. He just stood there petrified, his eyes wide open, looking at me saying, "We're gonna die out here." I realized in that moment, I still had my cell in my back pocket. I pulled it out, and thank God, I had a few bars. I immediately called 911, telling them we're two hikers who were lost and were being followed by a bear. We needed help. We could hear these horrific screams and yells of whatever was out there, making all sorts of terrible noises, howling back at us in this demonic tone, and it caused us to panic. We weren't sure whether to remain still or to wait until somebody showed up to rescue us. We could hear a lot more movement, now more than ever, and it was getting closer. And within minutes, probably sooner, we began seeing these glowing eyes watching us from the forest on both sides. Several sets of eyes, glowing green, yellow, and amber. I have never felt terror like that in my life. I would hear snarling and growling and gnashing, and then several of the figures began to move forward towards us. In that same moment, we saw some light coming in our direction, and we both instantly knew this had to have been an officer and that we were saved. However, we turned our attention back to the figures moving closer to us, and they did not cease. We started running towards the oncoming car, waving our arms like a crazy person, and they stopped. It was indeed an officer, and we were saved. He gets out of his car, and we start running towards him screaming, and he's putting his hand out, trying to get us to stop. We quickly explain there's no time, and we need to go now. These things are coming. That's when these creatures start howling and growling louder, and he responds to the noises in a way that I've never seen a man's expression go from concerned to terrified in seconds. The color of his face drained almost instantly as he saw for himself these beings in the night, approaching, closer and closer. Seeing the glowing eyes in these large figures, he alerted us to get in the back now. We jump in and he races off, asks us some basic questions, but we tell him our car is just a few kilometers away from here, back north. I've never met an officer who was so quiet and stricken with fear before until this event. He didn't say much, but dropped us off at our car. He said he'd be calling it in about a mile down the road and for us to explain what had happened. For our own safety, we stayed at a hotel that night and have not been back out to those woods since then, at least researching. Well, now, after this experience, there's no way anyone could convince me that there are not things out there in the woods like this that are very real. And whatever you do, don't go into the forest around midnight. These things are nocturnal alpha predators. I would not recommend anybody ever trying this. Those guys know what they're doing and will not hesitate to take somebody's life for trespassing their territory. I have no idea exactly what we encountered that night, and it was days before we could actually gather the courage to go back in and retrieve our equipment, which, by the way, was left completely intact and untouched. The camera and batteries, and all of our electronics that we had left there, were completely fried. They had been overloaded. Something we have no idea how it happened. It had not rained. It's as if something had overcharged them. I just hope that there are more people out there that know what we've experienced. I've not been able to find anybody who knows anything close yet. Sorry for this story being so long. I had just gotten off work, was walking home in a dark area where there were some old abandoned warehouses by my house. Now, I would never walk down this road alone, but my girlfriend was with me. I would not have been too concerned even if I had been alone, because these warehouses are surrounded by electric fencing, and trust me, they are in working order. The road also has a street light every 20 or so feet. It's pretty well lit up. My girlfriend and I are walking down the road, talking about my work, when suddenly, she stops in her tracks. She froze up, looking scared, staring into the darkness of one of the warehouses. I asked her what was wrong, or if she saw something. I must admit that I'm rather predictable. She didn't answer me. She just stood there staring. And finally, after a few moments had passed, I decided to go check it out myself. I walked over to where she was standing and took a look into the warehouse that she was looking. There was nothing there, except dusty old equipment. Then, out of nowhere, this ear-piercing shriek echoed from deep within. It was so loud that I could feel my own chest vibrating. It hurt, and this high-pitched scream made my brain hurt. I looked back at her to see if she had heard it, but when I turned to look at her face, my blood ran cold. Her eyes were wide open in terror, and she just stared into the darkness with this horrified expression frozen on her face. She turned around, grabbing me by the arm, and tried pulling me away from this place as fast as she could. At first, I didn't want to go with her. I wanted to know what was making the noise, but after hearing it again for myself, there was no way I was staying here. I mean, the girl practically drugged me the entire way home, and I didn't say anything. My heart was pounding so hard, it felt like it wanted to escape from my chest. When we got back to her place, she locked all the doors, turned on every single light in the 10-mile radius, and wouldn't let me leave without going with her. I spent the night there. Nothing else happened during the rest of the night. I'm not exactly sure what she saw. She would never tell me, but it was obviously something that really disturbed her. So I'm going to say that we saw a dogman. I think she heard the noise and started seeing shadows of it moving all around. When she looked at its face, or so I'm guessing, based on her reaction, she saw it plain as day. I just heard the noise and got scared when she started seeing whatever she was seeing. In fact, the next morning she wouldn't talk to me about it. She got really quiet every time I brought it up about what we saw over the next few days. Eventually, I just stopped mentioning it. I could tell that she was upset by it. It's been a few months now since this happened, and things seem somewhat normal. We still talk about work from time to time, but that's about it. Not sure if she will ever be able to get past whatever it is she saw, or what caused her fear. But who knows? Maybe one day when the timing's right, she'll be ready to talk. Back in 2001, my buddy and I decided to go on a frog gigging trip. We loaded up the back of my brat with 2 5-gallon gas tanks, tents, fishing poles, shotguns, just in case, Lanterns, cots, walkie-talkies, chairs, everything. We were ready. It was already dark when we left for our hunting spot, about an hour southwest of where we lived at the time. It was my property, where me and my two cousins had found numerous fossils over the years. It held good memories. That night, though, what awaited us there would change my life forever. We didn't just find frogs that night either, which is why this story is being told now. Unbeknownst to me at the time, what we found was not something terrifying, was worse. It started when my buddy and I got off the four-wheeler and set up camp for the evening time. We had been there before, so we knew where we were going. Making a fire is always nice after spending hours in the hot sun gigging frogs. Plus, on top of that, it's illegal to shoot firearms within city limits, which is why they came along this trip. About an hour into sitting around a glowing fire pit, a mysterious red glow appeared far off in some trees near a huge pit mine from long ago, all grown over now with brush, and small as tall as 10 feet high. We thought nothing of it at first, just some people walking around with flashlights or fire. I'm pretty sure there was nobody else for miles, and we both immediately had a weird feeling we were being watched. We walked over to the four-wheeler, got out the walkie-talkies, turned them on, trying to look casual about it. As we started talking back and forth, we heard something huge crashing through the brush and trees running straight toward us. It sounded like a really big animal. There were almost human-like screams mixed in with it, through what seemed to be getting closer much faster. It's hard to describe what happened next, but I'll try my best. When whatever it was launched itself from the trees and brush at us, it looked like something out of a horror movie. The closest thing I can compare it to is something from The Exorcist. Eyes all white, blood coming out of its mouth and nose while screaming. Its body appeared human but very contorted and deformed in what appeared to be agony. This thing looked like a misshapen naked human, limbs all bent, contorted, with deep white and black eyes, and almost a featureless face. My buddy jumped behind me when he saw it coming straight for us. I cocked the shotgun and fired into its chest before running back towards the four-wheeler to get away. As soon as this thing felt the impact of the buckshot, it turned around, screaming, running back into the woods. I have never heard any human being scream as loud as that did, nor have I ever been so afraid. It didn't seem very tall, maybe no more than 5'10" or 5'11", like me, but very featureless, no hair or anything, just a deformed body. That's all I can remember for now. Maybe I'll remember more as time passes. I promise you, though, that nothing short of a bullet will stop whatever it is we saw. Please, use extreme caution if you plan to investigate this firsthand. I've never heard or seen that thing again after this night, but me and my buddy could not sleep for the next few days, and still to this day, if I see anything in the woods at all, I throw up a prayer to God asking to make sure the safety of me and my loved ones are okay. And if something is out there, may God help me. Please be careful who you send this to. We do not want any more people getting hurt because of whatever this thing we saw that night. It's bad enough sometimes somebody dies out here by themselves trying to get lost on purpose without worrying about whatever that thing was. Use extreme caution. As I said before, I don't think this thing will go down without a fight unless you kill it. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. Again, use extreme caution. If you plan on making contact with this animal, whatever it seems is very aggressive and dangerous by our standards. What we saw could or could not be human. This also happened several years ago, not far from Falls Lake, just off of Highway 98 near Creedmoor. To this day, I still don't know what that thing was. If anything, it didn't look or sound human, that's for sure, but it still scared me almost as badly as looking into the eyes of that thing. I've never heard or seen anything like it before or since, and hope to never see anything like it again. My family and I were having a reunion at a fairly common campground at the Delaware Water Gap. Considering we used to go there pretty often when I was not much older than 7, the area and amenities were mostly familiar. What made this reunion particularly special was that my brother and 2 cousins, one in his late teens and another in her early 20s, were all home from college. My siblings and I had been wanting to do a proper camping trip, at least while we were here. We had just finished setting up our tents, and we were sitting around a fire pit. It was a gorgeous day, so we were all sitting around in picnic chairs and chatting. There's a lot of woods surrounding the campground, with trails leading to the nearby Delaware River. My cousin said she wanted to go for a walk, so my brother went with her, while I lagged behind with my parents. The 2 walked down one of the nearby trails when they both stopped suddenly, exchanging confused glances at each other before looking back forward to see what it was. They saw an unusually large dog standing on its hind legs right at the edge of where the forest meets the pathway. That alone was enough to freak them out, since it's not something you see every day. But then, they noticed this dog had a very strange-looking face, wrinkled and bony-looking, and resembled some sort of skeletal creature more than a dog. My brother even said he could see how its teeth were rotted right through its gums, as the sides of its mouth were pulled back and rotting, almost in a snarl. It had these cold, dark eyes and looked more like black marbles staring unblinkingly at them. They stood there, completely frozen on either side of this thing, for what felt like forever, before it finally dropped down on all fours and walked away into the forest, with an odd, almost strange limp. Well, after they both calmed down, especially my brother, we started heading back to the campground. The whole way back, he insisted that this creature had been stalking them, and that it was by far not what you would call a dog. Its ears were too long and kind of pointy looking, like elf ears. If anybody knows his horror movies, elves are pretty much next to zombies on his list of most feared creatures. Its tail was also strange, not like what you'd expect of a canine. He claims it was more like a lizard than a dog, but that it was still upright like a person. As for my cousin, she said it was even scarier up close. She could see how deep some of its wrinkles were, and that under all those open scars of pus and skin, it was sickly looking. The color of its eyes and the yellowish-green slime oozing out of its wounds, like it was hurt or badly wounded, or emaciated even. It made her feel powerless to look away, or even cry out, until it finally disappeared. At least, that's what she told us as we walked back home together after dark. She definitely did not want to get into the woods by herself. Also, I should add that while we were setting up our tents, some of my family went for a swim in the nearby river and had come back with some strange tales about the wildlife out there, which they declined to go into further detail on. The creature definitely looked more like a human dog than the other way around. As for why I believe it was this cryptid, my cousin and brother were traumatized what they saw, to say the least. And while my brother didn't tell me right away, he finally did admit that what had set him off so badly at first was the creature's mouth being wide open, as if it were about to attack them, let alone the general appearance of this thing. He said it was so disgusting and rotting looking, it horrified him. I've been in search and rescue now for several years. I've seen an interesting thing or two. From the moment I took this job, I knew it would be an experience. But out there taught me that there's always more to life than what you think. It made me appreciate the little things in life that I never really considered before. You see, searching for somebody can be one of the most frustrating challenges you can ever face. But at the same time, it could be one of the most rewarding experiences once you find them. One of the very first people that I had to go and look for was this child who had fallen off a small cliff. They must have been no older than 6 or 7. And while we found them out alive, there were some very strange circumstances surrounding this kid's fall. First off, when we found him, he was still in relatively good spirits, having been missing for 6 hours. He suffered no more than a broken leg and a fractured rib. That kid was pretty tough for having what happened to him, but it's what he told us of what happened that really didn't make sense. See, he was roughly about 50 feet ahead of his family when he explains to us that some large man pushed him off the side of the cliff. And although this could have been impossible, he was all by himself, at least 50 or so feet away from his family, and there was nobody else next to him or around him. But his story never changes, even when questioned on multiple different times. He explains that a tall, large, bulky man in all black shoved him off the cliff, and that's why he went tumbling. When we asked the parents and the family, they said that they looked up and just saw him almost lose his balance and fall. The kid's story never changes, even now. While he's cleared out of having mental health issues, he seems genuinely frightened when he talks about seeing this man that shoved him. He also went on to say that this same large, dark man also followed him the entire time he was on this trail that led right around to the small cliff. But while that kid ended up fine and alive, there are other situations when I've dealt with hikers who are unfortunately never found. I often hear about cases where people are never found with virtually no trace of them ever left. Search teams often bring out their dogs and aren't able to find any scent. It's as if they just vanished, disappeared into the woods, as if consumed by Mother Nature itself. Sometimes we find shoes or articles of clothing, but that's never guaranteed. And sometimes, even our most trained search dogs just flat out lose their scent. How is that even possible? And in fact, there was one time where one of my close colleagues saw something in the woods that changed their entire personality. And this was a time where we were dispatched to help a woman who had gotten lost in the woods. Well, we found her almost 8 hours later near a creek. She was sitting on top of a rock and had been crying. When she saw us in the clearing coming towards her, yelling at her, she quickly told us to get out of here, that it is still around. While ignoring her pleaded cries, we came to her rescue and got her out of there, our whole team. Her physical appearance hadn't changed much, but she had been scratched up and dinged pretty good, almost as if she had been dragged through the woods, or so it looked like. When we asked her about what do you mean by it is still around, she wouldn't speak. She had been clearly very traumatized by someone or something. We can never exactly find out who or what, but the most we can get out of her is that something very large chased her into the woods and was apparently keeping her there, not allowing her to leave. Whatever it was apparently let us take her, which I don't exactly know what that was all about. Now, my colleague whose personality was drastically changed by this experience supposedly saw whatever it was, and she also refuses to speak on it at all, won't even answer questions on it, and just prefers to deal with her own business. After this case, she ended up going on leave for about 2 weeks. When she came back, she was totally different. It was like dealing with a trauma victim or something. So, as you can see, we deal with all sorts of stuff on the job. Stuff that I don't always feel that we are equipped to handle, but that's besides the point. I took an oath when I took this job, and after having doing this career for quite some time now, I never thought that this job would take my life to the places that it's at now. While it's given me so many opportunities to explore and expand my horizons, it's also made me appreciate the sanity and simplicity that life has given us, that we all sometimes take for granted. You know, they say you don't know what you have until it's gone, and I know that all too well. It's my job to not only protect the public, but other rangers as well. We have to protect our staff and each other. If they're not aware of what's going on, it's harder to get everybody on the same page. After all, we are a team. So my hope is that my fellow colleagues can be much more open about discussing strange things going on, and I would love to see more transparency between fellow search and rescue officers and other rangers. Thank you for reading this story, and please enjoy the rest of your day. If you wish to contact me about something directly related to what it was written, feel free. And just remember that the following are some safety precautions that you may want to take if you plan on going into any national park. Make sure to always follow the instructions on signs. Don't enter prohibited areas. Don't feed or approach wildlife. Keep your pets under control at all times. Remember to tell somebody where you are going. Bring plenty of food and water and supplies, as well as a first aid kit and extra clothing layers, in case it gets cold or wet. Always be aware of your surroundings and stay on the designated trails. Be careful out there, and best of luck. I've had some pretty wild stuff happen to me while working search and rescue. There's something that happens every once in a while when we're out on a search. We like to refer to it as the architecture of fear. The person who finds these strange, inexplicable things will usually go silent and refuse to talk about it afterward. The first time I saw one of these unexplained things, it was around 2 a.m. I was searching for a young woman who'd gotten separated from her hiking group. We were out past dark, of course. Our bloodhounds had picked up her scent. But unfortunately, when we found her, she was deceased. But what didn't make sense was the state her body was in. The medical examiner said she had been dead for roughly 2 weeks, based on the state of decay she was in, which was impossible. She hadn't even been missing for more than 12 hours when she was found. So for her to have been that decayed, that means something must have happened that is beyond our realm of comprehension and normality. I had questioned at one point if a state of rapid or advanced decay is possible, even acceleration, but none of that is possible, not to this degree, even based on the temperature, climate, humidity, or any other exterior forces working on her decay process. Something else that was extremely odd about the case was the medical examiner decided to do an autopsy, only to find out that her right lung and her heart were completely gone, just missing, not torn out or her chest ripped open. There had been 0 incision wounds anywhere on her body, and when inspecting on her organs, they all appeared to have been exposed to a very high temperature, judging by what the medical examiner had released. He did not go into specifics about if the heart or lung had been torn out, cut out, or what. Something else is that the base of her spine had over 100 very tiny fractures, which did not make any sense at all. Her body had been discovered around the bottom of a ravine, but nothing to indicate that she fell. What's also strange is she was nowhere around this ravine when she had been reported missing. In fact, the last place she had been seen was roughly 6 miles away from this spot, and at the bottom of this ravine was completely out of the way. One would have to climb over very large rocks and boulders to even get down here. Virtually impossible for a woman of this size. She was roughly about 28 to 29 years old, 5'2", 120 pounds. Tiny girl. One of the other things I wanted to include in this is that when she was found, she had the look of horror on her face. Eyes wide open, mouth agape. She had seen something that clearly spooked her. But what? That's not the only story I wanted to share with you. There's another one I have. This man we'll refer to as Red Elk. Now, this man was an interesting case. We had gotten the tip-off and report that he had gone missing after going on a camping trip with some close buddies. We were told that no alcohol or drugs or any sort of inebriating substance was involved, and he simply just wandered off from camp too far and got lost. Very traditional. We made it to the area where they said the last place this guy's phone signal had pinged before we got an emergency response call, saying they were needed further north. Something that's also interesting to note about this case was his other buddy was also missing too. So, after responding to the call, apparently they had found his dead body. Now, The spot in which he died was a small clearing. The man was completely naked, no clothes on at all, and appeared to have died from exposure, although he wasn't found huddled in a ball or in the fetal position, like many people do. He had simply collapsed on the ground. No wounds or any markings would indicate he suffered any exterior damage. It's as if he had just stripped himself naked and collapsed on the ground. Now, his buddy who had died was found only a mere 10 meters away from his body, and his buddy had been killed in a much different way. We found his buddy in chunks. It's as if whatever or whoever killed him had torn him in pieces. Not the same way an animal would, where it would tear at a ravaged corpse. He was literally in chunks. He had also not appeared to have been eaten on, and there were no flies or smell of death surrounding either of them. Very strange. Something else I really wanted to mention about the bizarre nature of this case is that the man who was found in chunks, there was zero traces of any blood at all. Not even any coagulated blood. You figured being found like this, it would be a mess. But it wasn't. It's as if the man had exploded in ribbons, but yet no blood or gore. Just tons of pieces of flesh and tissue. Neither of these men had been dead longer than 6 hours at max. While we didn't get to work on the case long, our supervisor was very quick to step in and inform us that a different branch was going to handle this specific case, and that we were to no longer talk about it, think about it, work on it, anything. We were also not allowed to discuss details of this specific case, which is why I'm keeping myself anonymous while sharing this with you. There were only 4 of us that dealt with this, so if this story gets too big, well, hopefully it can't be traced back. I guess I'm really putting myself on the line while talking about this. Now, a few years back, we had also dealt with another hiker who was very suicidal. According to his family, he had gone off in the woods to end it all. Well, we found him about 4 hours later, completely alive, but terrified, sobbing. We assumed he was having a mental breakdown, but he claimed something very big had chased him this far into the woods. He was only about 2 miles from where he had last been seen, and he was scared that the big wolf was around. When rescued, it was noted thoroughly that this man had had a history of mental illness. Not schizophrenia, but bipolar disorder, multiple personality disorder, anxiety, but nothing that I remember or recall that would cause him to hallucinate a giant wolf, is what he said. And his story never changed, which was also strange. When asked more about what he supposedly saw, he claims that a giant wolf had chased him into this section of the woods and was surrounding him and stalking him. He didn't give much details, but the guy was clearly completely traumatized by it. After checking on his blood, he was free of any sort of drugs or substances, which would rule out him taking any drugs and seeing this. So that's yet another question we don't know about. Now, besides all that, there is something that I did want to talk to you about. One of the most startling things for me, of course, and that is seeing a UFO in the sky. Now, at first glance, I assumed it was some sort of military craft, just sitting there hovering in the sky. This particular one appeared to be in the shape of a triangle, but kind of black and white, almost as if it was glowing, or having a shining white silhouette. Now, I've never seen anything like this in my life. And I'll never forget when doing drills, how we all saw this large black cube, several hundred feet in diameter, just levitating up there in the sky. I have seen many strange shapes in the sky, though, but this one was a whole different anomaly in and of itself. And it wasn't moving. It didn't appear to be hovering, just staying perfectly still, as if it was being held by strings or something magically in the sky. By this point, it's possible that some of these things may have been declassified of government aircrafts. We have seen strange jets around, but nothing like this. I'm aware that there are people out there who want to discredit my story for whatever reason, but all I can say is this. You do not go through life without experiencing something supernatural, unusual or unexplainable at least once in your lifetime. It's to me at least 3 times more. I'm not a believer in this stuff, but I guess I can't really deny what I've seen. as far as the fate of the several strange hikers that I've met who have died, perished, or have seen the strange and unknown. I don't know if I really have any answers for that. This is my experience I had while working as a park ranger in Oregon. It's not exactly the scariest thing that has happened to me, but it's still pretty messed up. We get occasional calls from hikers out on trails when they're having trouble. One day, I responded to an emergency call. The radio signal we got was from a lost young man who claimed he was being chased down the mountains by something very large and fast. He didn't have much time before he lost our signal, so we set out with another ranger to try and find him. We went all over the mountain until dark fell, then split into multiple teams for safety reasons and protocol. Those are just the things you do. Me and my team took part of the trail that followed along a very deep chasm right next to a ravine, whereas a couple of my partners went up to the last known location where he'd lost radio contact. After about 3 miles, I saw something moving in the trees ahead of me. It wasn't normal movement. It seemed almost like it was taunting me or playing with me. It's as if whatever it was knew I was approaching. It would suddenly stop moving when I got close. And suddenly, this thing jumps up in the tree, climbs up probably about 30 feet, and leaps from tree to tree to tree, like a darn monkey. Immediately, I radio my partner, and he tells me that he feels like he's about to be ambushed after hearing heavy footfalls coming toward him through the brush, followed by large growling sounds that I could audibly hear through the walkie-talkie, and some of his team members began screaming. Before I could even get a word in, this partner of mine begins frantically calling for help, saying he's being attacked. I lose signal over the walkie-talkie, and nothing happens but static. I'm stunned. I'm left literally speechless as I'm holding it, just hearing static. I'm sitting there trying to process what had just happened and not lose sight of the mission, and I hear movement. All the noise around me had ceased, and now me and my fellow partners who are with me can hear movement coming in my direction. Several figures, large, judging by the weight and how heavy they moved. Immediately, we decided to retreat from this spot, having no idea what it was we were up against. Now the search had complicated itself even further. Instead of just this being a search for this lone hiker, now it was a search for my partner and his team. I'll spare you some of the additional information. After more and more days of searching, the hiker, the original one who went disappearing, my partner and his team were never found. The last known location was, as I said, roughly 3 miles from our GPS point. The only evidence left behind was blood, and the blood trailed off into the woods and then just disappeared. After doing tests, the blood was indeed human, but could not be matched to any of the partners that I worked with. After that, the dogs lost scent of all the rangers, or any of the rangers who were assembled in that team, which would have been 3. I was told to be very hush-hush about this story. I guess my superiors don't like this kind of evidence getting out. Maybe it just reveals their incompetence to handle proper situations. Maybe we're dealing with something more dire that is not supposed to be in the woods. Either way, this job isn't as safe as they always claim. When I was just starting out as a rookie ranger, I was told the 411 about all the strange events that have been being reported around here that have taken place. Everything dating back 10 years ago and beyond. Strange sightings. Things that, by the book, did not make sense. This first story happened roughly 12 years ago. It involved a hiker who had gone missing on one of the more popular trails in this park. A park's identity that I will keep anonymous. I can't have any of these things leading back to me. It would ultimately be career suicide, so I have to share this in secrecy. Wish me luck. Anyway, The search teams found his backpack and supplies, untouched, unscathed, no dirt, nothing. The man had been missing for over 10 days. Search parties were turned up with nothing. No scent trail, no evidence, other than his lone backpack and supplies. I didn't exactly deal with the search of this one, but I was told throughout the story that a very primitive campsite was discovered, roughly 12 miles from his backpack, and that supposedly his skeleton was discovered there, but not like a mummy or his whole skeleton. Pieces of his skeleton. The DNA sequencing matched him, but judging by the marks on his skeleton and bones that were found, it appeared that he had been eaten. But it gets even creepier. When studying the bite marks on his bones and the scratches, it appears as if the bite marks fit that of other human dental records, meaning he was most likely eaten by cannibals or consumed by another human being. I don't know if there's any evidence to suggest that he was alive when he was being eaten on, or if he was killed and then eaten. We don't know. It's just what I've been told from stories. The primitive campsite in which his body or skeleton was found was pretty much deserted, and had been deserted for quite some time. Of course, there had been no evidence prior or after of any sort of cannibalistic nature from anybody, even reports of it. And that's only one story. Another story that a ranger had told me was that a lone camper had been drug out of his tent in the early morning hours, attacked by some large humanoid animal. When the police and us went to investigate the sighting, we couldn't find anything. His tent was torn up, and there was a lot of blood. The blood led into the forest about a quarter mile away, and kind of just stopped. The man missing was a guy by the name of Roger Patterson. He was 59 years old, was kind of a lone wolf, wasn't married, did not have any kids, but he hiked and frequented this area often. Immediately, all of us thought bear attack, but when we looked at the damage on the tent, the way the blood, even the markings in the dirt, there was a struggle, absolutely, but nothing matched that of a bear attack, at least not one traditionally, so to speak. For example, judging by the bite marks and claw marks on the tent, this did not fit anything that was bear-related, nor did it fit anything canine as well, just in case others tried to assume it was a large lone wolf or a coyote of some sort, even though this is completely out of the norm unless supposedly an animal was starving, would they even ever begin to act like this. But forensics and evidence proved that this was simply not the case. Something else had attacked Roger and drug him out into the woods. What's strange is since the blood trail ended about a quarter mile into the woods and just stopped, the dogs acted very skittish and panicked upon reaching this one spot. This is right where the blood stopped, and the dogs, for whatever reason unknown to me or my partners, would refuse to go any further. Nobody was sure why. I don't know if they sensed something, maybe they smelt something they didn't like, but they would not go any further. However, search was pushed further than that, but there was no trace of Roger anywhere. Other disturbing reports were also reported around the same area in which Roger had gone missing that morning. Within the month's time following his disappearance, other campers and eyewitnesses described seeing a large, hairy ape-like being watching them from the woodline, scaring this one older woman who was roughly in her early 50s. After she had got out to use the bathroom at about 5 a.m., she came out and saw this thing staring at her from the woods. She described it as really ugly looking, having beet red eyes and a very smashed-in face, but she described it as looking very intently at her, as if studying her. Completely terrified, she ran back to her campsite and searched for the nearest ranger to make a report. Her story is just one of several that has happened in this park for years. Now, I've heard from some rangers trying to make a connection between Roger's disappearance and what this woman saw, assuming that Bigfoot or Sasquatch might just be the cause of Roger's demise. Although, the bite marks and the teeth and the destruction of Roger's equipment made us believe that whatever did it had several rows of teeth, or meaning a snout. I'm no expert on Bigfoot or Sasquatch, but they don't have a snout, at least not that I've ever been made aware of. The only other connections that I could personally attribute to Roger's disappearance and this woman seeing what she did that morning is that other campers in an adjacent camping spot have also talked about hearing strange noises out in the woods at night, specifically things like wood knocking and yelling, and also this weird chattering kind of sound. And sometimes, right around 1 or 2 in the morning, they would report about hearing grunting sounds as the distance would get closer and closer, hearing some figures come close to people's tents, sniffing, smelling, and smashing their feet. One gentleman claims that he actually brought his gun and shot at one of these things who was getting too close to his camper. Now, this was at a time before I was ever a ranger here. In fact, this was back in the late 1980s. But the man claims that he was stepping outside of his camper and closing up all of his barbecue equipment. His wife was in the trailer showering or doing something, and he sees this thing kind of just trot out of the woods, heading right up to his camper. The man, completely startled and scared, pulls out his revolver and fires a few shots at this thing. Instead of running and retreating, this thing turns from curious and passive to very aggressive, begins smashing at his camper, smashing part of the window in, completely terrifying the wife inside. And now she's screaming bloody murder. And this thing tries to attack the husband, but he fires one more shot at it, shooting it right through the eye and the skull, killing it. And judging by what I was told, apparently a sect of government had showed up at the park that evening. The man was detained, the wife was detained. The park was shut down, and that camper was also taken in as evidence. Now, I know my place to not ask too many questions, so I only allowed me to be told what I could be told. But from what I was told, that's pretty much the end of that story, and they never really released any more information, or what I can assume is that my supervisors and my fellow colleagues were never told anything more on that case. The park was allowed to reopen about 4 days afterwards. An older gentleman, the one who told me this story, is probably the only ranger at this park that has been here since the mid-70s. He's an old-timer, but he's been here a very long time, and, well, he's seen it all. And he was working at the park that day that this happened. He said that he had heard the gunshots of the man firing it, and told me that, not long after, these men showed up and made the entire park clear out. They were there for at least 12 hours. And he said afterwards, the body was gone, no evidence could be found, not even any blood. It's like they just came in there very quick, cleaned it all up very quickly, and got out. And he's not even a conspiracy theorist at all, or is even into that realm of information. But he said that something about the whole thing, about them trying to cover it up very quickly, just did not sit right in his stomach. Now, if we fast forward to the future, the lady which saw one of these things going to the bathroom about 5 in the morning and Roger's disappearance all happened in the early 2000s, much later than this. But ultimately, I believe on paper, Roger's disappearance was marked off as a bear attack, although it should be noted that we have no bears here in this area, at least none that have been spotted. And for a bear to be able to do that to Roger would have to be of gargantuan size, judging by the teeth marks, the bite marks, and the claw marks, and the destruction of his tent and equipment. Nothing added up. I can only assume that there's a cover-up there too. Anyway, I don't want to get too conspiracy on you, but these are just some crazy things that have happened in my time as a ranger, or should I say before. This isn't something I normally tell civilians about, but our park has been having a strange issue. It's dealing with wolves. Very large ones. In fact, we've even been tossing around the old coin term, buffalo wolves. These wild canines of incredible size. You see, we've been seeing the deer population over the last few years severely dwindle to virtually nothing. This park and the surrounding area used to be bustling with deer and all sorts of wildlife, from raccoons, possums, you name it, even lots of birds. But in the last couple years, all of that life, everything, primarily the deer, has all just appeared to vanish. It's too much of a coincidence that these big wolves are coming here. And now, all of a sudden, all the wildlife is now disappearing. Even though I'm not a biologist, it's easy to see that if you put a large predator in an area with lots of food, well, chances are those predators are going to eat that food and continue to stay there as a reliable food source. This has been proven time and time again all throughout nature, wherever you go in the world. But this isn't just my speculation. We've received many frightening complaints from park visitors about these wolves. Apparently, they aren't just running around eating deer. They're trying to break into people's camps and attacking people. We even have an ordinance up that nobody is allowed to enter into the woods or in the trails at nighttime or after darkfall. And these animals have become increasingly more and more violent. We don't know if that's due to the lack of food that is becoming more and more apparent, or if this is just the nature of these kinds of wolves. Another thing that I wanted to type out, but I'm nervous to mention. I don't want to sound like I'm making this up, but some of the reports of these buffalo wolves is reports of them walking around on their hind legs. I understand, it sounds completely unbelievable, because as you know, and as I know, canines do not do this. While they do possess the ability to temporarily stand on their legs, like we might see in funny YouTube videos, they do not casually walk around and operate as a predator on two legs. But these wolves, there is something different entirely. There's almost a sinister, unnatural quality to them. And judging by a lot of witnesses who have talked about them, are all incredibly frightened by what they see. Now, I have some notes here that I wanted to share with you, because these are some commonalities between all the eyewitnesses that I've personally spoken to while on the job. Now, they describe this thing as being well over 7 to 8 feet tall, and they describe their eyes as this unique, almost source of light, dare I say. One man who I spoke to described it the same way that headlights do when they shine into a deer's eyes, except these wolves' eyes were not having any light shine into them. Their eyes just naturally emitted this glow. Personally, I wasn't exactly sure what to make of that information, but that this man in particular was completely frightened by seeing these things. He even told me that when these things are around, they are not like normal animals, and they are certainly not like normal predators. They are not afraid of humans, and they just carry a certain presence around them. When they're there, you know it. And they also have this stench that follows with them, this musty, wet dog smell. Some eyewitnesses whom I've spoke to have described also there being a rotting meat or death smell that is accompanying with the wet dog smell. I can't speak on any of that myself. I've never experienced it, I've not smelt it, and I've not dealt with it, so I don't know. I can only go by what I have here in my notes as I'm typing this up. But I think when we look at the grand scheme of this, we're talking about a large canid alpha predator here, an animal that can clearly be deemed as incredibly dangerous. And while like other wolves, they are a pack, because other eyewitnesses have claimed to see more than one, and more than one at a time. I haven't heard it, but some of the witnesses claim that these things make a screaming sound. When I've tried to ask about this more and find out more information, they say the scream is similar to that of a mountain lion, but much deeper in tone and much more guttural sounding, kind of like more of a lion roar. Very deep, lots of bass. But there's just something, what I was told is supernatural about the auditory quality. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but judging from the witnesses I've spoken to, they would all agree. I've even cross-referenced my notes with other eyewitnesses to make sure that it wasn't just some person making this whole thing up. But we have gotten so many complaints and reports about these things, I think there's more here than what we can handle. In fact, just doing a little bit of digging, I found out that there's actually hikers up in Canada seeing these same creatures going around in small packs, appearing mostly on trails at nighttime. Supposedly that these are also discovered in hotspots with a lot of Bigfoot sightings. I don't know anything about Bigfoot, or if anybody has spotted a Bigfoot here, or let alone if they even exist. But my guess is that if these alpha predator wolves are being discovered up in Canada, they're probably coming down here, the way some animals would migrate. That's my guess. I'm assuming it can only be in search of food or a larger food supply. However, this has been going on for years, so I can only assume that they have now made this place a permanent home, a permanent place of residence. While nobody to my knowledge has died or been viciously attacked by these wolves, I can tell you that, sadly, there have been at least 3 dogs to my knowledge that have gone missing. One was a golden retriever lab mix, while another was a German shepherd, and I couldn't tell you what the third dog was, but all disappearing within 4 months' time. Very shortly after, people first described seeing these things in the park. I can only assume, judging from the evidence I have here in front of me, that this is all interconnected somehow. And I guess that these alpha wolves, or what they are, I'm not sure, have driven off any other predators, like bear, coyotes, wolves. They have established themselves as the top alpha predator of the area. My only hope is that once enough food disappears, they will pick up their things and move to the next area, so to speak. And maybe that will give us a chance for everything to return to normal, for the deer population and wildlife population to regain itself. But my other worry is once that replenishes, will they move back into the area, safely and securely, establishing this as their home again? Or will they continue moving on, southwestward, in search of more and more food? These are all questions that I constantly ask myself. But I can tell you at least one thing. My team of supervisors are not doing anything about it. In fact, I think they're scared to deal with it. And I think they know that what we're dealing with here is something that's definitely not normal. They're trying to make sure that everybody, including the public, stays very, very quiet about this. They don't even want me talking about it. But I feel like it's in my due diligence to let the public know that there is a threat to the common person. And I don't necessarily recommend going out on the trails, especially at nighttime with these things around. There's no telling how predictable or unpredictable these wolves are. And sadly, I believe it's only a matter of time before a human life is claimed, if there hasn't been already, and we just haven't known. I've not dealt with this myself, but many of those at our park have spoken about it, even from an eyewitness of an older man who claims and other people have seen this goat man around the park at night. I get it, goat man. Isn't that the stuff of urban legends? I thought the same thing too. But with all the overwhelming amount of eyewitnesses about it, maybe there's more to this legend than what I initially thought. In fact, according to one of my fellow rangers, there was a case not too many years back where a young boy had gone missing for about 3 or 4 days. He was found about 2 weeks later, being on top of one of this high plateau. He had literally no memory of how he got there, and he appeared to be in shock during his entire rescue. This is about an 8-year-old boy, and he was using the word goat man. Now, for this young man to even know what the goat man was, which we all knew at the time was things of urban legend, it would have been impossible. His parents were devout Catholics, they were from a different part of the country. The idea of a goat man wouldn't even be something in this boy's head. But he kept saying, "The goat man took me, the goat man took me." And we would ask him, "What do you mean the goat man?" And an 8-year-old boy, which there's no way he can make this up, claimed that this person or thing or animal was half man, half goat. He claimed that it had hooves just like a goat, but it had arms and a chest like that of a man. And the head was kind of like that of a goat, but with long horns. And it had these nasty sharp teeth, is how he described it. It kidnapped him and fed him berries and meat. The 2 weeks that he was captured, he said that this thing fed him well. He wasn't in any way, shape, or form malnourished. And as a matter of fact, His clothes looked very clean. For a young man to be lost in the wilderness for that long, he would stink, he would be dirty, his clothes would be filthy, if not tattered. But that was not the condition he was found in. Even his mental state was very good. He had even been hydrated. And he claims that while this goat man was frightening to look at, his words, not mine, it took care of him and made sure he survived. When asked why he was left on the plateau, he explained that the goat man put him up there and said he was not allowed to leave. Which already, his discovery is similar to many other missing 411 sightings that I have been recently made aware of by an amazing researcher by the name of Mr. David Paulides. And after reading through that man's books and seeing his research come to life, I realize there is more horrifying truth to his research than those might realize. Once you work in this industry and job field, you'll soon realize that a book like that many would write off as just fun fiction, is actually reality. These things are happening to people, and they've been happening for a long time. Nobody wants to bat an eye. Nobody wants to realize that this is actually going on, and that there are things going on which nobody seems to have an answer for, or that we can explain. And instead of trying to bring this to the public and get an answer, we want to tuck everything underneath the bed, hide it all, for fear that the public might get scared and freak out, for fear that the public parks, might lose large sums of profit. Even though there are human lives being taken here, families shattered and torn over their deceased loved ones, young and old alike, something needs to change. Something has to end this charade of keeping knowledge hidden. I'm going to try and do my best to bring many of this knowledge to light, to the public eye. I've known that there are many who've tried to do what I do, and end up getting mysteriously killed in the process, or somehow dying at a very convenient time. I'm going to do my best to try and reach out to Mr. Paulides myself and see what I can do to bring this information to the world. Clearly, there is something going on. I've seen it. Many fellow rangers that I've worked with and do work with have seen it. I think many of us, including myself, are scared to talk about it. Not only could it be career suicide, but our lives, our livelihood, our family is at risk for whatever is to come. The repercussions being completely unknown, but severe. Greetings. I work in the forest industry as a ranger. I'm from Idaho, or the Idaho side of the Grand Tetons. This is going to sound crazy as heck, but I swear this has all happened, and I'm not just high on acid or do drugs. Let me date this back for you. In 1997, I was assigned to Grand Teton National Park shortly after graduating from college with a degree in biology. Being a young person to a new area and now working for a living, I was more than ecstatic and excited to get my feet wet in the field of the Forest Service. In fact, my very first autumn season working here was coming up, so it wasn't long before my supervisor actually got to take me out on patrols, getting me familiarized with the hiking trails and other areas of interest, such as camping sites, specifically places where wildlife roamed freely. As a matter of fact, on one Saturday, there was supposedly a report of people having in the national park seeing large footprints in the area. Unless there was some mysterious basketball player walking around with size 20 feet, there was no real evidence as to who or what it was made from. Having no other options, I had to take this assignment myself. My coworkers were occupied with deep cleaning and maintaining equipment for the autumn season. Upon arriving at the scene, this would have been my first taste that the Bigfoot phenomenon was actually real. The tracks that I saw from my own eyes, but regret not having any plastering with me, were humongous. If you've ever seen those old 90s TV shows where they show those guys showing off the plaster cast of Bigfoot footprints, I always thought those were fake and made up. But I'm here to tell you, after seeing them myself, there is truth to those casts. The indentation alone was more than mind-boggling. These things had to weigh a considerable amount to put in this much force into the mud. And something so large. We're dealing with an animal here that we don't even know. The possibilities could be endless. As I'm studying these footprints, I noticed that the stride itself is also incredibly large, roughly about 5 feet from step to step, meaning this thing had to have been huge. I can't recall though in that exact moment if I was immediately thinking of Bigfoot or Sasquatch. I just knew that what I was looking at was unlike any animal I had seen, and I wasn't exactly sure what it could have been or what made it, but just that I was more blown away by the fact that I was staring at human-like footprints that were this large and this deep in the mud. I also recall feeling a very specific emotion that day, not just fearful, but dread, and the unmistakable sensation of being watched the entire time I was looking at these footprints. Now, I was a newbie, so I was still getting my feet wet, no pun intended, and trying to learn to be well versed in the wilderness around me, the things to look out for, things to be aware of. My supervisor was able to come by and make a plaster cast of these exact prints. And keep in mind that this particular time was just one isolated incident. Now fast forward a little bit in time, especially all the way up to the year 2005. This had happened multiple times, and not just feet print. I'm talking the whole 9 yards. Sightings, seeing these things in the trees, seeing them watching me, feeling their presence, knowing they're there. So I tried to educate myself the best I could, watching and binge-watching Sasquatch and Bigfoot documentaries to see if there's anything that might resemble what I saw, because the things that I saw all looked different. Nothing I saw, or there was never 2 of these creatures that I saw that looked identical. Maybe identical in height and size, but all the faces looked very different. The first creature I ever saw resembles kind of the creature from the 1980s film, or maybe it was a TV show. Do you remember the creature Alf? A-L-F. Had a short snout, very ugly looking, black eyes. That's actually very close to the creature I saw, or I should say the first non-human humanoid creature that I saw. I caught it watching me through some thick blackberry bramble one summer morning. The next was seeing a group of these creatures off in the trees, together. These ones that I saw were flat-faced and had a face that was more akin to a large ape, a flat nose, very deep-set in black eyes, and large sagging lips. Whereas the third account I saw, this being looked much more humanoid, or Neanderthal, I should say. If you took off all the hair off its body, it would look very much like a man, a native man. And my first 3 accounts actually happened from 1998 to 2001. It's in that time that I really started to grow more comfortable with the idea that these are actually Bigfoot and Sasquatches, although I was still very ignorant on that kind of knowledge. I didn't exactly know yet what cryptozoology was. I didn't know much about these beings, but I knew they existed, and I knew they were there. But I tried not to really think about it much or acknowledge the fact that they did exist, and I especially did not talk about it with my bosses, or even my fellow rangers. See, there's something I learned early on. It's that there are some subjects on the job that are just taboo to speak about. This all fell under that category, even with the first footprints that I found, and I tried to ask my boss, me being young and ignorant and naive to the job. I didn't realize it was one of those things, and so he just got really quiet. He wouldn't answer me, or if he did, he would give me either rhetorical questions as answers, or just very short-form, one-word answers. I got the hint after that. And I'll never even forget when I was trying to talk to one of my early friends who worked along the job with me. I started talking to him. At the time, I had already had my first sighting, and I was telling him about what I saw. He stopped me, looked me in the face very seriously, and said, "We're not supposed to be talking about these things," and walked away. I was kind of shocked by the sudden, tonal change in seriousness, but I realized there's something to this. There's something about this that we're not supposed to talk about, and I don't know why. Now, after that, of course, I would go on to have my 2 other sightings that would bring us up to 2001. This is right around when myself began to hear of a lot of reports from campers saying that they were seeing Bigfoot, or ape-like creatures, coming in and out of the campsites. One visitor in particular claimed that while she was hiking in the area, all of a sudden, she saw these big red eyes staring at her from across the bushes. She froze and heard a very loud scream off in the distance. The scream seemed to shake the ground around them. The immense tone and bass was enough to frighten them, and as far as I know, they have never returned to this park. That's when the National Park Service, to my knowledge, had begun heavily investigating these sightings, but they hadn't found anything conclusive as of yet. Oh, I can't find it now, but there was a Reddit post that I read a while back. Somebody had actually described an encounter with a Sasquatch in the Tetons. They said that the Sasquatch had looked at them, took a step forward, bluff charged them, and then ran away. This same person also claimed to have had rocks thrown at them by Bigfoot, and have seen these things crossing through the campsites at nighttime. One lady and her husband who had camped just slightly off the trails, something that we definitely prohibit as much as we can for not just camper safety, but for wildlife safety as well. She claims that 2 of these large hairy creatures came and visited their campsite in the night, tearing apart all their food and eating their entire pack of bagels and sandwiches. She at first assumed it was a bear until she stepped outside of her tent at dusk and saw these 2 things approaching her camp. Completely petrified, she fled back to her tent along with her husband. They weren't armed and I believe only had a knife, but I think they knew that a knife was not going to do anything against these large unknown creatures. These creatures spent hours scavenging through their supplies and food, and ate the majority of it. And from what she told, these Bigfoots never bothered getting into the tent, or trying to get to them, the man and his wife. It appears they were like bears in the sense that they were more interested in the food they smelt. Prior to that event, in the evening, just about 2 hours before this, the man had been cooking steaks and barbecuing ribs. One can only assume that the smell of that, the wonderful aroma of food, must have drawn these things in. Now, the lady also described a weird chattering noise, and the sound she described has always stuck with me, because other reports talk about hearing a very strange and similar noise. The way she described the chattering, she said it was like 2 Vietnamese people having an argument. Very high-pitched, very fast, but it had almost this squirrel kind of chatter to it. It's very hard to explain. She mentioned these specific things because she actually worked around a few Vietnamese people and was very familiar with the language they spoke in terms of tonality, cadence, pitch, and most importantly, inflection. That's how she was most importantly able to connect the 2. But obviously, I don't think Bigfoots were speaking Vietnamese. And that's not what she was saying. But she was saying their chatter was very similar. But regardless, it freaked her and her husband out. I don't think they've been back to that camping spot for a long time. When she made the report, she appeared pretty traumatized from the whole thing. I mean, who wouldn't be? At this point, this email's getting pretty long, and so maybe I'll write you a part 2, because I have a lot more things to share with you. But for now, I'll just let you off with that we're not supposed to share this stuff, as I've said. I can only assume by everything that I've seen since then, and even more so, there must be a large population of them around this area, and all throughout the Pacific Northwest into Idaho. This is not a misidentification. They are far too big and look far too different to be a bear or any other animal for that matter. It's simply undeniable. These things have also been spotted all the way down to Yellowstone, so there's something going on. What that something is, we won't know, probably, if not ever. This was summer of 2017. I was sitting on my porch, enjoying a nice beer after work, when suddenly, something caught my attention from across the street. No idea what it was, because all I saw was this really bright light in the sky, like some sort of UFO. Of course, I wasn't sure, so I stayed seated and watched as this light came closer to my house, nearly hovering over the roof of the garage. At this point, I knew this was not a conventional aircraft, nor some kind of drone. There was no sound, and the light just hung over us for several minutes. Then, without warning or any noise whatsoever, it began moving up, transcending up into the sky at incredibly fast speed. Then, it shot off into the horizon, leaving nothing more than a glowing trail behind it, lasting several seconds before evaporating completely. I was stunned. I didn't think it's possible to not be perplexed when something like this happens. And the way it just vanished without a trace. It was freaky. I was so shocked that I didn't have the presence of mind to take pictures or video. By the time I got inside for my camera, it was long gone. Overcome by curiosity, I did some research the next day and it came across incidents similar to mine, but all over the country. I'd like to think there's a possibility it might have been some kind of alien spacecraft that just lost power and maybe was trying to access electricity. But that's probably just stupid thinking. Although, the way it came without warning and left just as abruptly as suspiciously similar to how people describe UFO sightings. Back when I lived in Australia, there were so many reports of UFOs around Perth. The media would run specials about them every other week. We even had our own X-Files type TV show where they followed different groups of Australians who would go hunting for said UFOs on the weekends. It was actually pretty cool. But seriously, I doubt aliens would waste their time hovering over my house if they just wanted to hang out. I mean, the trail of light was incredibly bright and long-lasting. If it had been for some sort of drone with a powerful spotlight, I feel like I would have at least heard some kind of engine sound had this been a real aircraft. Anyway, while there is technically no evidence from this, besides my own eyewitness account, to back any of this up, I still think it's worth mentioning these incidents in general. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time anybody came forward with proof after seeing something like this. I've kind of given up on the idea of finding out what it was. I mean, if it was some secret government experiment or an actual alien craft, why would it leave behind any evidence? And even if there had been a photograph, by the time I had got my camera, the trail had already evaporated. Who knows how often this has gone on during my lifetime without me ever knowing. Even more frightening is wondering whether or not these things have ever caused harm to people on Earth. I had a UFO sighting back in the spring of 2011. I was visiting my sister in Green Bay and was outside looking at the stars before going off to bed. While watching the sky, this extremely bright light caught my attention. I stared at this for a few seconds before it began to take off across the sky, moving extremely fast until fully out of sight within just a few seconds. I immediately went inside and told everybody what I just saw. They would probably think I was nuts, but nobody did. My fiance, who was with me, said that he had seen the same thing, the same object only 5 minutes prior, but decided not to say anything. He didn't want to get me mad, and there was also other people there who claimed that they had never seen anything like that before. They said it looked as though the object had moved towards us and maybe watched it across the sky. My fiance and I had just started dating, and we grew up on a farm with a lot of farmland around us, so we were used to seeing planes and things like that going overhead pretty frequently. But neither of us had ever seen anything like what we saw that night. We still wonder, all this time later, if anybody else on Earth actually saw it. I mean, it must have been pretty huge if everybody in Green Bay who lives there has seen things like this before. Well, later that summer, I moved from Illinois to Wisconsin, so I don't know if I would have another chance to encounter anything like this soon. But I know what I saw, and it's something that is real and something that has forever changed me. Now, I've read about various things like swamp gas or orbs of light, but nothing that can move that fast or change direction the way this did. My fiance thinks it's possible that there are parallel universes or dimensions next to our own, which may be why we never see any proof of aliens before. Maybe these beings can choose their own and pop in and out of different universes and dimensions as they please. This allows them to always stay one step ahead of us. I don't know. All I know is that what I saw with my own eyes. And if I hadn't seen it myself, I would think we were crazy. And I know better. I think it might be a little bit of both though, because I've always gone with the thought that this particular type of thing was never really meant to be seen by anyone. But perhaps nobody else saw it, so they decided not to come back. I mean, who would? All I know is that UFOs are definitely real. I saw something that night that I can't ever describe, and I'm pretty sure this was an alien craft of some kind. I was out on the lake fishing, like I always do on Wednesday evenings, and I saw this bright light in the sky. At first, I thought it might be a craft or an airplane, but then it stopped in midair and disappeared for a short while. Shortly after, another one of these same bright lights appeared at the same spot, kind of like flickering in and out, but you couldn't see a craft. Before long, there were 4 or 5 of these exact same lights, parallel, lined up right next to each other, hovering in place. Then, they're kind of moving around off in the distance, and I'm keeping watch mainly out of curiosity, because I'm trying to figure out in my mind what sort of planes are these. And then, they all start to descend towards the ground in unison. And then, something even more strange occurred. There's this really weird sound, and it started vibrating every part of my body, especially in my chest area. You know how sometimes you get that loud ringing in your ear? Imagine that, but coming from all over. And the next thing I know, I can't control my hands. It was like somebody else was in charge of them, forcing me to drop my fishing rod in the water. I couldn't move or scream, and all I could do was watch as I lost control of my body. That's when I realized I had begun to close my eyes, out of fear and partially muscle control, unsure of what may come next. All of a sudden, I can feel my body start to move against my will, as I was losing consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, everything seemed bright and foggy around me, even though at the same time, I could sort of see clearly, somehow. I know that's hard to explain. The next thing I know, I woke up in my bed and found myself staring at the ceiling in disbelief, confused about what had just happened. Even though I was in my own bed, I was still in my clothes that I had gone out in Wednesday evening. It was Thursday morning, 3:34 to be exact, and my left leg hurt really bad, feeling like I had kicked a brick wall. It hurt really bad. I couldn't find anything wrong with it though. No marks or nothing. I have no way to account for what happened to me out there. Could you help me? I had gone to bed like any other night. In fact, this was no different than any other night that I went to sleep. And it was around midnight when I woke up from seeing a strange light shining in my window. I remember a sort of being in a daze and feeling a presence had entered into my room. As I'm trying to come to, I start to see these shapes materialize in my room. Have you ever seen the movie The Predator with Arnold Schwarzenegger? Do you remember how in that movie, the Predator kind of took on this weird translucent cloaking device? It made the light around its body warp and bend. That's kind of how these figures looked. Like the shape of human beings, but the light was bending around their bodies. I was worried for my safety, and at the same time, trying to grasp what I was looking at. I'm not sure how long it had been before I was able to muster up enough courage to scream out in fear. But when I did that, They all appeared to just vanish. I ran downstairs, grabbed a baseball bat, and prepared to defend myself against whatever kind of intruder might be lurking in the shadows. The only thing on my mind was to get assistance from somebody else, so that they could witness what had just happened upstairs. That's when we found strange footprints on the carpet. The feet prints were very weird. They were shaped in a webbed footing shape. Something had been in my house. I wasn't sure what. That experience alone has scarred me for life, and if not careful, I fear something may return one night to finish me off or do worse things. I have no idea what these creatures' intentions were, or what they were. Ghosts, demons, aliens, I don't care. Whatever their desire was for me, it was nefarious and sinister, I believe. I'm not exactly sure what these things were, or, like I said, what they wanted with me. And it's been quite a while since this all happened, but I've only told my story to one other person. The only thing that really sticks out from this entire thing is that I got this really bad scratch on my arm, and it did not heal for a long time. I even had scans done on it to see if there was anything stuck in my arm or anything like that. Nothing showed up, of course, but it was very unusual. My mind is still plagued with questions of what exactly came in my room that night. Back in the beginning of 2014, I was planning on taking a trip to Utah. It appeared really fun, and my friend told me about some place called Newcastle. I woke up one morning, around 6 a.m. to get ready for my trip. I left from Reno, Nevada, after packing some essentials into my pack, like clothes, a compass, a knife, etc. I'd been going through the hills for a few hours now. It was 8 a.m. when I came to the edge of a forest and decided this would be a good place to get a little catnap. So, I put my car in park, turned it off, and fell asleep. I woke up about 2 hours later, ate some beef jerky, and got back on the road. I was only about 4 hours away from my current location. I reached this bridge that had been abandoned long ago, not soon after. There were rusted cars everywhere, and the smell was like dead rotting animal. It gave me really bad goosebumps, but I pushed through and kept going. I realized that not far away from me were shapes and figures moving towards my vehicle at incredible speed, and a feeling of dread came over me as they came closer. I knew something was off, and so I started to slow down. I can barely remember what happened because I blacked out, but the next thing I know is I am flooring it and driving away from these figures chasing me. I drove for hours, music blasting to try and distract myself from what just happened. One of them again appeared in the road in front of me. It stood there looking at me, and all I could do was sit there frozen in fear as it stared into my eyes, like it was gazing into my soul, my very core of my person. Then it just disappeared. But I don't know if it was gone for good, so I took that opportunity, and I sped and I sped. Had these things caught up to my car, there's no telling what they would have done to me, but it could not have been good. It's been a while now since this encounter, and even every night, it feels like the same memories come back to haunt me. Seeing their eerily black eyes scares the living lights out of me to this day. As I had just gotten done playing a gig around midnight in Liverpool, it was lightly drizzling outside, but kind of on and off. The roads were pretty empty, which is always nice, as the city can be a nightmare to drive through, even with minimal amounts of traffic. I was waiting for my girlfriend to come pick me up from a gig. So I was walking around the building, about to have a smoke. Upon reaching a corner, that where my girlfriend would pick me up at, I noticed something across the road, illuminated by the light over it, just outside of a convenience store area, where there would normally be a lot of people during the day. And from where I stood, this looked like some sort of strange big animal. I couldn't make out an exact definite shape or form, as it was pretty dark, and I was standing across the main road looking at it, but noticed that one thing it made me think something wasn't right. This being or animal was opaque and looked very strange. It was also standing up on two legs, almost entirely black. What I didn't see was any fur. It definitely did not look like any animal I'd ever seen before. Its body was sleek, black, and moved very strange, like its body was made of water or something. It kind of reminded me of a bear standing upright, or a big monkey, but it obviously wasn't. Its eyes were also kind of glowing this green color, and it felt like I was locked in a gaze with this thing for 5 minutes, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't that long. I felt like I should back away before whatever this thing is notices me. So I quickly turned around and went back around the corner. I swear to you, within the next 60 seconds, it went from not raining, but downpouring. The air felt like a thunderstorm was coming, and within the next 5 minutes, thunder and lightning began crashing and thundering. Here I am, trying to pack all my stuff up, and by the time I get everything and all my gear ready, it's probably been about 15 minutes since I had last gone outside. The weather had gone from bad to worse, and now it's raining cats and dogs. I'm trying to find a way from getting caught in the storm, and I have a light for my phone, so I'm trying to find my girlfriend who was there to pick me up. Just then, as she pulls up, we start hearing this strange sound all around us. Even my girlfriend was pretty perplexed. It creeped me out, so I hopped in the car and off I went. It sounded like metal being scraped against metal, but it was very, very loud, and it was not thunder. The entire drive, the air around us felt full of static electricity, and the sky looked unusually dark, even for a thunderstorm. But eventually it would stop pouring for a bit of time. Look, I'm a pretty level-headed guy for the most part, but I can't help but feel all the things I experienced that day were in direct correlation with one another. The static air, the meteorological anomaly of all things. I can't help but feel like something was trying to stop me. Could it be ghosts, aliens, the universe, or unnatural forces? Who knows? Either way, I have no true way to explain what I saw that evening. Out in the back pastures at my grandma's farm, a large ash tree that is around 3 to 4 feet wide is one of the oldest trees near her house. This tree has an ancient magic around it, or so it feels. The energy surrounding it is just different. The bark was gray with black spots and had many branches all over the top half that would keep dying. It was strange. It stretched out about 30 feet long overall, ample room for several people to stand around it. Like I said, anytime you got one or more people around it, the energy would seem to shift. And that's not all. My cousin once explained she saw something big run behind around the tree and decided to go back there and see what it could have been. She wasn't very specific about what happened. I found nothing but felt like I was being watched when I went back there myself. I felt this strange feeling all around me, like the atmosphere and energy was changing. It just didn't feel safe. It felt dangerous. Another night, I was driving home from my grandmother's house, and as I drove by the tree lines surrounding the outer parts, I always do, the road curves, and as I approached, something caught my eye. There was a large figure standing behind one of those ash trees near the entrance to her property. This figure stood roughly 7 feet tall, very broad shoulders, but hunched over, like it was sick or dying, with its hands holding onto the tree trunk. This was pretty late, and there were no other lights out besides my headlight. I had a hard time making out specific features other than the dark hair and what looked like light fur. Its face, though, was wide and appeared to have sunken-in cheeks and eyes. This figure slowly turned its head to look at me. I could also tell that even in the darkness, it had a very large nostril. Well, since we live in an age where Bigfoot and Bigfoot-like creatures and many other cryptids are viewed as real. I think whatever this thing is was real too. It gets even more strange. We had also seen these strange lights in the sky around the same time frame. My grandmother is very spiritual and open-minded about these sorts of things. She said that what we had seen was probably an alien. At the time, I didn't really put much thought into it, since I never believed in aliens or UFOs. But after seeing this creature up close, I'm not so sure anymore. It didn't do anything really. Grew up hunting like most people in my family and had hunted plenty of deer before. Never ran into one of those creatures we ever had come across. I mean, it did look vaguely human. It made me question if my cousin saw something, or maybe she was just seeing things. Plus, I grew up with that type of stuff all around me, like everybody else in that area, since that's what you grow up around when you are surrounded by farmland. I didn't get freaked out about it. But of course, this was before I had my own sighting. I don't think it's an alien because, if that were the case, why was it hiding behind trees? I mean, maybe it could pass as one of those gray aliens, but this thing looked more like a Bigfoot. Is it possible there are aliens and Bigfoot activity on my grandmother's property? And that's what we've been experiencing. It seems like quite a lot to account for, but I'm no expert. And I also don't think there's any connections between aliens and Bigfoot at all, in my opinion, because the thing we saw was more like a Sasquatch and not an alien. What do you guys think? Please, help me out with your opinions. It was around noon on a sunny day. Not too hot or humid, considering it's Washington. There was not much traffic on this road at the time, but what we saw that day, I'm not exactly sure what you would consider it. Washington is home to a lot of wildlife, but this one takes the cake. We did not see what we thought we were going to. We did not expect to see a human-like animal on its hind legs, standing taller than a man. And for a moment, it looked like something out of a science fiction movie. But this was not what we came for. There were two of these things standing roughly 30 feet away, on the other side of the tree line, but totally visible. At first, their backs were to us, and they made no attempts to notice us as we appeared to enter their territory, or what I assumed to be their territory. They first seemed interested in something. I'm not sure what it could have been, because their large bodies were blocking our field of view, and they seemed perfectly calm about everything, as if nothing new or even interesting to them anymore popped up. It looked like something taken right out of those old black and white horror films. You know, a large, creepy costume, shaggy hair all over its body, and dirty-looking skin. Then, it turned around and noticed us, and that's when it went from calm to very aggressive, like they were filled with this almost primal anger, directed at us for no apparent reason. This, of course, though, wasn't until it noticed us. When we drove past it, we thought it was the strangest thing in the world, but both of us were in total shock. This is the part of Washington where a lot of UFO sightings have been reported, and it made us wonder if we had just seen one. I'm not sure with how familiar you are with Washington State, but the state is home to thousands upon thousands of strange sightings and sounds of lights in the sky, crafts that can't be identified, and bizarre sounds off in the woods. I almost wonder if what we saw that day has anything to do with aliens or the UFOs. I'm not sure what it could have been, but I know that the only explanation for this is that it had to be some kind of extraterrestrial life, possibly walking around our forests. It's hard to imagine like this living so close without knowing it exists in the first place. I would love to know what they're doing here. And I would love to think that if we weren't told Earth was being visited by aliens, who knows how long they'd be able to stay hidden before anybody truly saw them from the public. I guess at least now, there are stories being told about them. It makes me wonder if more people have encountered these things before, or are just now coming out of the shadows. I'm not sure if anybody else has encountered these strange creatures before me, or do they even exist at all? Did I simply imagine it? I could only imagine what it would be like for somebody to see these things up close and personal, how that would shape a person's world differently. I wonder about what the truth is and where all of this is concerned. Maybe one day we'll figure it out if any kind of mind-blowing extraterrestrial life form is really visiting this planet. It was a slow, hot day in the summer. I was at a lake or the beach of a lake with my family, swimming, boating, and most importantly, having fun. As summer usually is, it had been hot all day, but when the sun began to set, I was starting to get tired of being in the water and decided to go sit on the shoreline. I found a small rock outcropping that stuck out onto the lake near our picnic site. A bit of shade from the trees nearby made this the perfect spot to relax without overheating. I sat down, facing the lake, using my own sweatshirt as a pillow. I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew, there was something just outside my field of vision at the water's edge. The things around me suddenly got increasingly bright very fast. It was disorientating, and it took me a few seconds to realize, and it was a light that I don't recall ever seeing in my life. It's hard to explain, but it wasn't a kind of light you face here on Earth. I felt something warm grab onto my shoulders. I must have panicked, because whatever was holding me squeezed hard enough for it to really hurt. I recall screaming, but the light was so bright, I couldn't see anything except for a silhouette. I felt like I was trying to fight it off of me, but I just felt powerless. Before I could free myself, I felt like I woke up completely conscious on a cold steel medical table. I couldn't move. I realized I had restraints around my wrists and ankles, not like what you have here on Earth. These were strange looking and prevented me from moving in any way, shape, or form. My head was also held in place by some kind of helmet mask-like apparatus. It only covered part of my head, and my nose was fully exposed. I could hardly see anything, but I could hear the whir of servos and the sound of some kind of fluid being pumped into my nasal passages. It was then I noticed several large figures looming over me, speaking in this harsh, unintelligible language I had never heard before. Panic had set in. I could only see their silhouettes against the bright lights shining down on me. The one holding my shoulders was large and dark, its head just a giant shadow, obscuring any real details. The ones examining me with some kind of scanners moved around in a blur. Their bulky exoskeletons and strange appendages make them look like giant praying mantises. The time after that seemed to be a blur. I tried to resist as best I could, but I was so weak. Whatever sedative they were pumping into my system was making it increasingly hard for me to think clearly. I never felt so drugged up before. It was like this sedation I can't even begin to describe. It was incredibly traumatizing. I remember them taking this small metal-looking tool and shoving it right into my arm, and I can't describe to you how that felt. It wasn't like anything I've ever experienced before. This was a hot iron poker, shoving into my veins and arteries. It was incredibly painful. I faded out after that. The next thing I know, I'm waking back up on the shore of the lake, right near our picnic site. I was screaming. The light was now gone, and everything seemed so dark after that unbearable brightness. Everybody was staring at me like I was some lunatic. I was now screaming and crying uncontrollably, trying to explain what had happened. They must have thought I'd hit my head or something. Nobody could see what was going on. I began nervously looking around, scratching at my arm, which hurt horribly bad. But where they poked me, there were no visible marks at all. My family tried their best to comfort me, but explained I probably just had a horrible nightmare. I'm not a believer in UFOs or aliens, but there is no other explanation for what happened to me that night. That was not any kind of nightmare. It was real. I don't believe this was a nightmare. I believe I was actually abducted and experimented on. I'm not the only one who has had this happen to them either. There are others out there just like me. Somebody needs to take these aliens seriously before they experiment on others. I don't know if it's relevant, but while I was slipping in and out of consciousness on that table, I swore I caught a glimpse. I saw some kind of symbol being burned into the skin of the upper part of my stomach. It was something that no human could have done to me. It must have been burned there while I was passed out. I don't know if anybody will believe me, but that same symbol will still appear in my stomach at night sometimes, just randomly, and then go away. The following weeks after this happened, I was extremely sick. It felt like some kind of flu or something going around, but it was different. Whatever the aliens were doing to me made it harder for my body to recover from the sickness, like this normally would have. Maybe they planted a sickness in my body. I feel like even that thought is so ridiculous. I don't know. I just can't explain that horrible flu I had. It was the worst sickness I'd ever endured. Since then, I've been struck with vivid nightmares after that night. Vivid enough to where I was scared to sleep. And the dreams will happen randomly. But they mainly focus on what happened in the lab where I was drugged. At least I assume it was a lab. It seems to kind of fade in and out when it comes time for that abduction. But I'll get a recap of what happened when I'm in there. In these dreams, it's like you could see my perspective from the room where they were keeping me. When this happens, it starts with them operating on me and doing things. It was like surgical torture. I know it sounds weird, but the most prominent dreams are where they would give me something through an IV, and my body starts shaking involuntarily, like I'm having a seizure of some kind. It's very disturbing. Seeing these things happen to me in my dreams, it's not hard to wake myself up from every time this happens. I don't know what else to say. They were experimenting on me. I dreamt about this symbol again last night, exactly like it was in reality after the abduction. I'm probably being paranoid, but I feel that I have proof of alien abduction. All I want is someone to believe me. I want somebody who will finally take these things seriously. Whatever ruined part of me that night, I pray to God never lets it happen again. The pain was unbearable. I'm still not sure what happened to me that day, and I haven't told anybody because it sounds like some kind of crazy hallucination. If anybody out there has had this happen to them or knows what happened that day, please help me. I'm not sure if I'll ever feel safe again living in my own home. If you have any information about where I can go for verification on this symbol burned into my stomach, anything at all would be great. I was driving my car into town at approximately 11 a.m. It was Friday morning. I recall the exact date was October 7th. This is important for me because it was also my birthday. I was driving down this road called Old Highway 52 in Walton County, Florida, which eventually turns into Highway 984. The road is not well maintained, and there are many cracks and potholes throughout the old dirt road. Many people often take this shortcut instead of taking Highway 331, which is the main one, because it is faster and much less traveled. As I was driving, I noticed my odometer started going backwards. What? I remember saying to myself. Confused, I turned down the volume of my car radio, listening for any strange sounds coming from my engine. I couldn't hear anything wrong at all with the way my car sounded. I looked out my window and saw that the sky was now starting to turn from blue to a dark gray. I looked out the opposite window and saw that it was still clear. A few moments later, what happened to be a rip in space, or so I would describe, opened up above my car, rippling the entire length of the road. By this time, I had begun going uphill towards Highway 331. As I was passing under this rip in space above me, everything around me began to go black. The rip in space I'm referring to was like this glowing strange light, no more than 50 feet above my vehicle in the air. It was like this flat, 2D rectangular shape. After everything went black for just a moment, everything came back, except for the light of day. It was now nighttime, specifically 10:14 p.m. at night. Yet, I was in the exact same spot on the road as I had been when this started. No more than 10 seconds had actually passed since everything had faded to black. So I pulled over on the side of the road in complete shock, trying to comprehend what had just happened. I pulled out my phone. It confirmed it. 10:14. The date was the same. I pulled up my Instagram to see just how accurate this information was. There had been posts that had been made by people I'm following hours ago, which would have been earlier in the evening. I was in utter shock. How is it that I just fast-forwarded 11 hours of time? I don't know how long it took me to get my bearings together, but I know it was more than 10 minutes, probably closer to 30. A little while later, I looked up just to see how common this is, and as it turns out, people have actually been reported missing time all over the world. But it seems to happen more frequently with people that live in rural areas. The most common explanations are a glitch in the matrix, interdimensional travel, people having a moment of clarity where they come across some fundamental truth about themselves, the universe, or reality, and of course, alien abductions. Because I was under the assumption that this is a rare phenomena, I'm not sure what compelled me to look it up on Instagram of all places. But after doing so, I've come across a few people who have reported these jumps in time. Let me know if you have any other stories you could share, as I'm trying my best to not only comprehend it, but learn more. My experience happened on a September evening in 2012, around 6 p.m. I was walking to my mailbox, and I heard this rush of strange sounds. I looked around but didn't see anything unusual, so I continued. As I turned back around to the house, I stopped in my tracks. As my peripheral, I spotted this figure hovering no more than 20 feet above my house, staring at me. It looked no more than 3 to 4 feet tall at most, and what I saw was this very tall, stereotypical gray alien, large black eyes staring down at me. It of course looked humanoid, and if you've ever seen a gray alien, you would know what I'm talking about. It was naked, having no hair, and of course the large dark eyes. It stared me down for several seconds, not moving or breathing, before I lost it, screaming, running back towards my house. I locked the door firmly and prayed. Nothing happened. I have no mental illness. Neither does my family. At least, not anything that ran in our bloodlines. This was no hallucination. I know what I saw. After thoroughly searching through images on Google, I have concluded that the being I saw was indeed an extraterrestrial, rather than some sort of strange creature, or bird, or cryptid, or whatever. I feel very confused and disturbed by what I had seen. It didn't make sense. I was afraid, and I think that aliens are evil. But this wasn't aggressive. I still think about it, and I do have nightmares from time to time. But I have no doubt that what I saw was real and not a dream or my imagination, like some people would try to make me believe. I was sitting out in my car one evening, kind of just scouting for deer, very loosely. It had been a pretty rough day at work, and I had gotten into a pretty bad fight with the old lady. I just needed some time to de-stress, to think. You probably know what it's like to be a man and clear your head, especially getting away from family. That's very important. So on this evening, I was sitting out in my car, again, looking for deer. It's something that's very relaxing and cathartic for me. And I notice off in the distance, way off on the horizon, there's this strange blinking red light. Now, it's not unusual to see planes coming to and from. That's pretty common. But this was a red light that wasn't moving. It just kind of kept flickering back and forth, growing in size and then shrinking again, but never actually seeming to move beyond the horizon. I watched this more now curiously, finding it very strange of what I was seeing. Don't think right away that I assumed it was a UFO. I had no idea what it was. It was just bizarre looking. And then it started to move very quickly from left to right, as if it was shaking or something. And then it just suddenly vanished, like the light just burned out. I did not see any craft accompanying this light or anything, even moving across the night sky. I thought that was very strange. And then, after maybe a minute or so later, I kind of went back to watching the deer, and this red light again appears, much closer this time. Except this time, it's fading in and out much slower. It would kind of pulsate, if that makes sense. Very dimly, and then very bright. Very dim, and very bright. But again, much slower. Because it was so much closer, I got out of my truck, looking at this thing overhead. Well, not directly overhead, but maybe at least 500 to 1,000 yards away from me, over the tree line. And it was just this bright light. I noticed that it wasn't attached to any craft, at least not that I could see. And here I am, looking at this, trying to formulate what I was looking at exactly. I had no concept of what this was, and I'd never seen anything like it in my life. It was just this pulsating light that didn't seem to be attached to anything. And so in that moment, I decided maybe it would be a good idea to leave. I didn't really feel safe. It's not like I felt threatened or anything, but I don't know. My fight or flight senses, I guess, kicked in. So I hopped back in my truck, put the key in the ignition, and as I go to turn the car on, nothing. The battery had been completely killed. The car wouldn't even do anything. I keep trying and trying. The truck was dead. Now what am I going to do? As I look back up, the pulsating light had dissipated once again. Everything, even the night crickets, had gone completely silent. That's when I felt pretty eerie all around me. It's like your skin just crawls. Your body is able to sense things that you normally can't. And that's kind of how I felt in that moment. The woods seemed darker than usual too. In fact, the entire night around me appeared darker. I felt confused and disturbed, trying to get my car to work, but it seemed like everything I was doing, I could not get it to turn back on. So I sat there, thinking what I would do, and in that moment, I popped the hood. Maybe or possibly the battery became disconnected. There had to have been a logical explanation for why the car would not even go on. So, after getting out and looking under the hood, I didn't spot anything that looked out of the ordinary. Everything was connected. I tested the battery. It had plenty of juice. But for whatever reason, the car would not turn on. Everything mechanically looked like it should be, operating and fully functional. Now, I'm not a mechanic by any stretch of the means, but I know how to diagnose basic problems and how to know if my car should turn on or off. And there's no reason electronically or mechanically why my vehicle should not be turning on. So I sat back in my truck, completely astonished as to why my vehicle would not turn on. I decided to pull up my phone and maybe pull up YouTube to see if I can find any possible explanations. Because of where I'm at, my service is very poor. This was a pretty rural area, so I didn't expect the greatest. But as I'm trying to pull up a YouTube video, I start to hear this loud humming noise. It sounded like really loud machinery, but it was very, very loud, and it was very low in pitch. It sounded like maybe something underground. That's just a guess. And the humming continued to grow gradually in noise and decibel volume. I looked around, trying to see a source of this noise, but I couldn't find anything. So I kind of just shrugged my shoulders and went back to try and searching on YouTube. The noise continued to grow louder and louder until it sounded like it was close by. Just then, my truck randomly turns on. Keep in mind the key is in the ignition, but the key is also not even in the on spot in the ignition. I was completely confused by this, looking at my key spot and realizing there is something very wrong here. Worried that my car was going to fry itself, I turned the key to the on position. The car did nothing, but continued to stay on, and the machinery humming noise only continued to grow in noise. That's when this next thing happened. Because of my truck turning on, obviously the headlights came on with it. And directly in front of me, I see these small black figures moving out of the woodline towards me. I say small figures because they didn't have a shape. They just looked like small people, fully black. It's like light around them was bouncing off of them and being fully absorbed. They were just shadows. But I'll tell you, the second I saw these shadows or whatever they are, I got a chill down my spine. I threw my car in drive, praying it would go, and it did. Throwing my phone in the seat next to me, I floored out of there so fast you wouldn't believe, and the humming sound kind of slowly dissipated the further away I drove. My house was only about 12 minutes away, and I at least did double the speed getting back there than I did getting out here. The speed limit around these roads is about 40 miles an hour, but you bet I did about 70 or 80 to get back home. I get back home, jump out of my truck, and run in the house. My wife, who was still pretty pissed at me from our earlier argument, looked at me strangely because she saw how spooked I was. And I said, "Honey, you won't believe what happened." I sat her down and explained what happened to me. She kind of half believed me, half didn't, and she said, "Well, it could have just been a nightmare, or you could have dozed off, or maybe you were drinking." I had to physically shake her and explain to her, "No, I don't believe in this kind of stuff. This was real. I saw something out there. I don't know what it was, but I have no way to describe it. This was not normal." She didn't really have an answer for me. She knows I'm not the type of person to believe in anything other than real life. I call it real life because it's stuff that you wouldn't encounter on any other normal day in your life. And I realize my encounter probably sucks, but it took me quite a while to come to terms with what happened. Now, as time has passed, I believe that I had some sort of alien UFO experience. I feel silly saying that, like I should have some sort of tinfoil hat on. That's just natural and the way society has made me feel. But can I blame them? Even thinking about it just seems so crazy and out of the normal. I have a hard time even accepting that as a possible outcome. But I simply cannot explain the lights, the humming noises, and the shadows I saw coming out of the trees, coming in my direction. So I'll just let this information sit with you. You can be the judge on what you think it could have been. Maybe it was just a bad dream. Maybe my wife is right. We never talked about it again after that. That was the end of it. If we're honest, I had no desire to bring it up again in conversation. I would prefer to leave it where it needs to stay. I live on the outskirts of town, where there is less light pollution at night. When I first moved out here, things were peaceful and quiet. The only noise would be the odd cricket chirping, and I'd always see a few deer cross by my house. A couple of years ago, things started to change. At first, it was just noises outside my window at night, but soon, the noises turned into something more sinister. I heard something rustling around in the bushes beneath my bedroom window one night. In response, I grabbed a flashlight from under my bed and went out onto the porch to investigate thoroughly. I shined a light on some movement down by the tree line across from me and saw what looked like 3 or 4 bobcats. After that incident, over time, I saw a few coyotes, bobcats, and even a large cougar creeping out from the tree line at nighttime. I began to feel uneasy, being outside at night, so I bought myself a small handgun, just in case I needed to scare off any animals or defend myself properly if needed. One night, I was lying awake in bed and heard this blood-curdling, unearthly scream coming from outside. It sounded like a woman screaming, but at the same time, it had more of an animalistic, growling quality to it as well. I knew something must be close by if I could hear its cry that loudly. It didn't sound like it was more than 10 feet from my house, and I ignored it the first time and fell asleep. A few months later, there were reports of a huge black cat that people had been seeing wandering around this area. Apparently, some hunters saw one eating a deer carcass on the outskirts of town. I began hearing those sounds again and decided to stay up all night with my earplugs and radio on. I heard the sound as it came closer and was surprised at how loud it sounded. This thing must have been huge if my ears were picking up on its movement. It stopped beneath my bedroom window. I shut off my radio, hoping to hear something, but then there was a thud on the wall, right by my door. I slowly walked out of my bedroom, down the hall, peering into our living room with a flashlight, trying to spot what was there. There was nothing. I went ahead and opened the front door, expecting some sort of large wild cat to be standing outside. But nobody was there. I shined my light across our porch lawn area, but I did not see anything. That's when I heard a kind of wisping sound, the same kind you would hear from wings. I shined my light upwards, and I about lost my flashlight. No more than 30 feet up in the sky looked to be like a real living gargoyle. It had large wings that looked like they were made out of stone, at least in color. It had huge claws on its hands that were also gray. It had a long tail with a spade at the end, and spikes as well. Its body was more of a darkish bluish purple color, and it stood perfectly upright the way a person would. It screeched this horrible sound, disappearing behind some trees. I immediately phoned the police, but they said because there was no real evidence, there was nothing they could do. I felt like this thing was the black cat that everybody had been seeing and had just come up with a concept to try and not sound crazy. I felt like this thing was hunting me. It would sneak all around outside my house, hoping as if to pick up my scent, following me just about every time I stepped outside. So, I bought myself a dog in hopes to scare off whatever it was that kept following me. But the same thing would happen. I'd hear it screeching now late at night, and I could feel its unmistakable presence nearby. Then, hearing something moving quickly outside my house above my roof. My girlfriend now refuses to live out here with me. She says there are too many weird sounds coming from the woods at night for her. She thinks I'm crazy, but I know what I heard. You know, I don't leave my house much at all anymore, so I can avoid whatever it is that follows me. The only time I go out is to take my dogs for late night walks. I never even gave cryptids much thought before this happened. But now, after seeing one of these beings in person, and then hearing these horrible screeches, no doubt in my mind that there are things lurking in the woods here. In fact, many people around here have also seen strange-looking creatures walking on the roofs or even flying overhead at night. And while most write it off as owls or night birds, not everyone thinks that anymore. Not after what I've shared in my encounters. I never would have believed you had you told me these things truly existed just a couple of years ago. It's a good feeling to have a personal encounter with these kinds of things, even though it's terrifying, but mainly because I'm living to tell about it. I would encourage anybody who has seen something like this to share their story. You'll be surprised how many people will appreciate your experience and thank you for sharing what you saw. I'm not the only one in the area who's had run-ins with these things either. I'm assuming it's a gargoyle, so that's what I will call it. I'm assuming this is just one of many. And I hear things at night still that I know for sure aren't owls out there hunting. These creatures have been around for centuries, I'm sure. I just want to start off and say that I truly believe that what I saw that evening on the ridge was indeed the Mothman of Point Pleasant. Currently, I'm a junior attending college, And this sighting happened to me during my sophomore year at my old high school. It was around the time of prom season, actually, which usually falls on a weekend in late April or early May. I can't remember which. Right around that time frame. Me and some friends decided that we were going to drive down to Point Pleasant, on a whim, for the first time ever on that Friday night. Stay with one of his relatives who lived nearby. I know it sounds cheesy, given how dangerous the place is, or how it's supposed to be, but we were young and dumb, and thought it would be fun to see if anything really did happen there, as people claimed. So, towards the evening hours, we hopped into his car, made our way over through the fog-covered roads down to the old amusement park. We parked right at the bottom of the holler by the West Virginia Ordnance Plant, walked up the holler until we hit a fence. This fence separated us from getting any further, so we stood near there for several minutes, looking around but didn't find anything other than abandoned coal tipple off in the distance. It was quiet, with none of us saying anything since our walk up that hill had been silent as well. The air had felt particularly thick that evening, almost like it does before a thunderstorm or really heavy fog rolls in. I suppose it shouldn't have surprised me when all of a sudden I heard this weird flapping noise coming from above. My friend and I both shouted in shock at the same moment, since it was so close. When we both finally looked up from where we were, staring on the ground, we all saw a large bird with a wingspan enough to blow our minds. It wasn't making any noise other than what sounded like its wings going through the air. Powerful, enough to have easily lifted a full-grown man into the air with just a single gust. As it flapped its wings and swerved through the air, I noticed that this wasn't any ordinary bird. It appeared to have a long, needle-shaped beak and black feathers. I'm talking pure black, and also having a small patch of gray on its chest. My friend also saw, as well as I did, what seemed like two red dots where its eyes would be, which lit up like glow sticks. And when this thing turned towards us, as if to look at us head on, I felt all tingly inside, that those glowing bloodshot eyes locked onto my gaze, making me unable to move my limbs or even blink, before finally turning away and flying off into the distance, right over the abandoned factory we were at. We stood there simply in shock for several more moments, and after it had flown off, we were completely unable to speak. The only thing that either of us said was, "What was that thing?" while all staring at each other, dead in the eyes. We eventually cut our trip very short, wishing to get out of there as soon as possible before something else happened. Or perhaps worse, someone would find us standing on the edge of this hill, simply talking about what we'd seen instead of running. We both swore never to tell anybody else about this, since I know me and my friend were scared that night. We would do anything not to go back there again. This thing, what I assumed to be the Mothman, was incredibly large, larger than any bird I'd ever grown up seeing. I'd say it was as big as a full-grown man with a wingspan as wide as the road. It had to have been at least 6 to 9 feet from wingtip to the base of the body, and I could have sworn that it did have a human-like profile in the silhouette, but there's no way for me to prove that. All I can do is describe what it looked like from the ground looking up into the air. Big black wings beating through the night, along with its large glowing red eyes, made it seem almost surreal, especially since this thing was so close and wasn't making any noise until after my friend shouted. I know it sounds crazy, but I am 100% sure what I saw was the Mothman. All of my friends and family make fun of me for believing in things like Bigfoot and even the Loch Ness Monster, despite lacking any evidence to back up what I say, but now they can't laugh at me anymore. As far as I know, this thing is very real, And maybe one day, somebody will catch one of these things on tape and know that there are things that go bump in the night. For now, though, please keep my name out of this story. I'd really prefer not to get mocked by all those people who think this stuff is just a joke. Anyway, I don't know if the bird thing was some sort of alien or animal or unexplored ancient creature. I don't know. I do know that what I saw still gives me the goosebumps to think about. It definitely wasn't anything like any bird in which I'm familiar. So, until somebody can provide me with at least somewhat of a logical explanation for what my friend and I saw that night by the holler, then I'll always believe there's something weird going on down in Mothman country. I was hiking down a trail, admiring the nature and enjoying the peace and quiet, along with my dog, Max. It was an average day for this time of year. The sun was shining brightly through the leaves overhead, and birds were singing beautiful songs. Everything just seemed fine. I noticed, though, a sudden shift in energy around me. I'm very sensitive to changes around me like that. I can sense them very well. I looked around for a second, unsure of what was going on. Suddenly, I felt as if I was being watched from all sides. There were bushes behind me rustling, and branches snapping. The wind even seemed to have shifted direction, making the leaves sound much louder than before. It sounded almost alarming to my ears, and I heard something very large in the branches above. I called Max over to me, and we started heading back the way we came. I was tense all over, ready to run at a moment's notice. I continually glanced around, fully expecting something bad to happen. It seemed like it would happen at any second. That is, until I saw what it actually was. There was a very large bird in one of the trees nearby. Its presence alone calmed down my heartbeat significantly, but only for a second before realizing just how out of place and strange it was. The bird did not make a single sound or flinch while watching us below its branch. It did not appear to be afraid of humans whatsoever, and did nothing but stare at us with its jet black eyes through thick, lush green leaves overhead. This bird was the largest bird I've ever laid my eyes upon. It somewhat resembled a raven, but very different still, and much larger. Its wingspan had to have at least been 10 to 12 feet. I'm not kidding. And its feathers were midnight black and shiny like oil on water. Even the edges of the wings appeared to be made mostly of fine feathers instead of coarse ones. I could not see any fluff on this bird at all. It looked sleek and smooth, very powerful. The head was large with thick short horns curving back from each side, near the base behind its eyes, which were also appearing to be these dark glowing orange-red orbs when the light hit them just right. And when it would look at you, it's like it would pierce into your very soul, with an intensity that felt almost unnatural, but captivating to look at nonetheless. I didn't feel fear as much as I did amazement and awe at the actual sight of this thing. Although strange looking, it had an almost angelic quality to it. I was simply mesmerized by its appearance, and completely forgot how eerie everything else had become just seconds before that moment. It then opened its wings slowly, stretching them wide open, as if getting ready to take flight before folding them in again, all the while never taking its eyes off of us for a second. Then, just like that, it spread its wings out one more time and took to the sky. It flew right above me with ease, not flapping or making any sound at all, even though it was larger than most birds I'd ever seen on a daily basis. The tree branches were severely blocking my view now, so I could not watch this thing fly away anymore, not after it passed over. It disappeared from view, and I was just left wondering, What on earth did we just witness? I'm not sure if this was paranormal or not, but I do know for sure that it was hypnotic, and certainly not normal. It was so bizarre and mysterious in appearance and behavior, but again, calming at the same time. Now that I'm thinking about all this again, it's hard not to feel spooked out by what we saw, even though it didn't cause any fear in me while actually seeing it. I grew up experiencing such feelings towards animals, like wolves particularly, because we had them so bad where we lived. And during my early years, before moving away from home, later on after high school. After living all these years here in town, there hadn't been a single instance of anything making me feel afraid until now. Maybe this is some sort of sign, but if so, then what? At this point, I really don't know the right words to describe what it would be. It's all so strange and surreal. I'm still trying my best not to feel frightened by this whole event, even though I can't stop thinking about it now. Like constantly playing back what I saw in my mind over and over again, with no escape. Any further attempts to disregard this experience for good will likely fail. I didn't feel like this thing wanted to harm me though, but almost know it existed. I sensed that it was just as surprised to see me and my dog as we were to see it. It felt like it didn't know what my reaction would be or how I would respond. But as soon as it realized this thing didn't mean any harm, it's like my feelings changed from alarming to calmness. Now, I've heard tales of the thunderbird, which is supposed to be this ancient bird of gargantuan proportions, supposedly bringing thunderstorms and being a bad omen. But I have no way to confirm or deny that this is what that was. Yes, the bird was larger than anything I'd ever seen, but part of me thinks that calling it a thunderbird is a far cry. I think the closest thing I can compare it to is a prehistoric bird from thousands of years ago. But clearly, who knows? The last time I saw anything like this was in a dream, and I've never imagined I would see something that resembles something out of Jurassic Park appear here. This bird looked much different than anything you can imagine, anything you can muster up. No way did it look like anything at all from our present-day world. The best way to describe how this whole event would be is saying that the wingspan was roughly 3 times as long as its body. Whatever mystical bird this was, I guess I should consider myself lucky for ever having seen it. My friends and I were on a camping trip, just a few miles outside Bettyville, Kentucky. The town had been having a lot of trouble recently. Apparently kids had been missing, and police had absolutely no leads on anybody related to these kidnappings. Of course, we really didn't think anything about it. But as soon as we started hearing some gunshots from our campsite, we decided to move somewhere else ASAP, since police were probably already involved. The shots clearly spooking us after a while. We eventually found an abandoned house that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. And this quickly went from a camping trip with buddies to an urban/abandoned exploration expedition very fast. Now, upon entering this old abandoned shack of a house that hadn't been lived in for God knows how long, was the smell of old, dried blood. We couldn't see any, at least that we saw right away. But there was just this lingering, rusty, coppery smell. The air was also cold, probably because the house wasn't being sunned at all, and thick overgrowth laid at the top. The windows were boarded over. I don't know how the weather would have affected it, since it was pretty cold in there, but I believe that's what made me notice the smell. Now, after entering this house that smelled like that blood, we began to explore it further. We didn't really find anything shocking, I guess, just trash and old items. And in the kitchen, we found an old boarded-up basement door. We immediately got the idea we should bust the boards up and see what's down in the basement. Maybe some really cool old items or treasure. Maybe. We started breaking it down, and we finally got the door open and began heading down. The stairs were so creaky and wobbly, I thought they were going to collapse under our weight. But the smell of blood became stronger, and suddenly, we heard something scuffling and movement coming from somewhere in this basement. We used our flashlights to try and uncover what was making that noise. Of course, as soon as we walked into the basement, which is pretty much a series of rooms, is when my friends and I started hearing this loud, raspy breathing, like somebody was sleeping or laying down on something really close to us. I know that's probably a terrible description, but that's really the only way I knew how to describe it. So, my friends and I immediately turned around and wanted to go back up. But now, I was very curious as to what could be causing these noises. Did some crazy homeless man live down here? Our hair was standing up on end, and we were all definitely freaked out. I kept looking around with my flashlight, and as I was turning, all of a sudden is when we saw this huge shadow of something very large coming from the corner of the room we were currently in. It didn't look like a bear or any animal that I've ever seen, and it definitely was not human. The thing just stood there, breathing heavily for a couple of minutes before taking off running towards one of the boarded up windows, gliding right through it. I don't know if this thing was a demon or what it was, but it was just this black mass of a shape that resembled a human and appeared to have wings tucked behind it. As soon as we shined our lights on it, it started fidgeting and flew through the window in this almost strange paranormal gliding motion. Paranormal or not, we were scared. So, in a nutshell, that's the experience. This happened to me about a year ago, and I'm still curious as to what it was. I'd love to know if anybody has seen something similar or knows what this thing could have been. And for those of you who are skeptics, don't bother trying to debunk my story, because let's be honest, what else could it have been? To this day, I don't know what it is, but I wouldn't go back to Bettyville if you paid me $100 million. My first encounter happened in April on my way home. I worked at a summer camp during the off-season, and I would go to school at night. I'm out driving around most nights of the week anyway, and on this particular night, it was around 3 a.m., and I decided to stop for some gas before hitting the road again. I had made it about halfway across Pennsylvania when my car started sputtering badly. I knew there was no way I would make it home without getting stranded, which is bad, because being stranded is dangerous, but doing so alone can get you killed by whatever's lurking out there, and not just pedestrians who are hitchhiking. So, after stopping to reevaluate, I realized that I was about an hour away from my house. If I drove there, instead of after, I would probably be confused at where I was at. About an hour from my hometown, right off of Route 33 at night. There aren't any buildings for miles, and the forest is fairly dense. Before reaching this point is where it happened. I know that doesn't help much, but that has to be enough information. This is right when I saw some flashing lights up in the trees ahead of me. And the flashing lights, I would soon learn, were actually the eyes of this large figure emerging from atop of a pine tree. I spent a few minutes trying to figure out what this was. Its movement kept catching my eye as I watched the area around me. The first thing I noticed was its head, which looked upside down in the moment. It had a very wide mouth, lanky arms that kind of swung heavily as it moved, and this kind of bushy mane going from its neck all the way up to where I could see its head. It also kind of had hooves instead of feet, and appeared to kind of hold itself upright, having bright yellow eyes that kind of flashed and flickered like a fire or lightning. This thing looked completely terrifying, and almost like a stereotypical demon. It almost reminded me of a chimera hybrid or something. I'm not sure if I was looking at the Jersey Devil or something else entirely. It scared me badly, and soon it leapt off into the night and flew in the opposite direction. It occurred so fast, my mind had been trying to figure out what this thing could have been for months now, but nothing made sense. There is no way that thing was an owl. I mean, owls are nocturnal. They don't look like this. They don't have heads that resemble a lion. Not to mention, they also don't exist during the day, or so we think. What about any other type of bird? Are all these explanations just not sitting with you as well? Because they did not with me. To my knowledge, there is no flying animal the size of a deer that flies and looks like an actual lion beast. I still have a really hard time driving around in the early morning hours now, or nighttime. I feel like I've gained PTSD from this sighting, and I'm always worried I'm going to see that thing again in the sky. It's really kind of messed my life up. I have a hard time falling asleep at night without hearing it in my head. When I do sleep, my dreams always seem to be haunted by this thing, and it's the worst nightmares I've ever had. Maybe I did see a living demon, or a creature, or maybe something else entirely. But the fact that this animal exists here is terrifying to me. It leaves me worried about other things we might not know exist outside of this world. Maybe it doesn't matter what it was, if we can bump into one another. That's scary. I do know what talking about what I saw will help me, as it seemed to help many others before share their stories. I'm glad there are people out there who will listen, and I do know that if I describe what happened as best I can, perhaps somebody might have an idea of what I saw. I'm going with a chimera. It was terrifying, but looking back on it, after thinking about it constantly every day, for months since seeing this thing, I need to get this off my chest. I'm not sure how much I should say about where I saw it, but if you can find the general area, the southeast corner of the US, it's plentiful in forests and swamps. It was just after sundown on a clear night. I remember it, November 2nd, 2012. I was driving home from college with my girlfriend at the time to visit her family for the weekend. About 10 minutes into our trip, she fell asleep. So I put on some tunes and cruised through the back roads toward her parents' house. After about 20 minutes, I thought I'd sneak a peek at her while she slept. So I pulled over to the side of the road and shut off my car's engine. There was a field across from where I stopped, so I rolled down the windows and turned off the radio. It was quiet out, but if you know me, you know I love being surrounded in nature, so that was hardly bothering. I just wanted to look at her for a couple of moments. She looked so peaceful, sleeping there next to me, almost like an angel. That image of that moment is still clear as day in my mind. How soothing and beautiful she was. Her hair was against her face, and she had been switching positions back and forth between sleeping on her stomach and side, before since we drove through a patch of bad road about 5 minutes away from here. And now, she was resting on her back. She looked so calm and relaxed. It felt like nothing in the world could touch her. At that moment, none of what happened next even mattered or seemed possible. I know this is going to sound cheesy, but it felt like we were the only two people left in existence. Like everything around us had melted away into oblivion, and all that existed was her sleeping right there next to me. So poetic, right? I was also in the middle of nowhere. No other cars around. Nothing. It was quiet, and not even any crickets. I remember sitting there for a few moments, just thinking about what could happen next with us. We had only been dating for like 6 months, and it felt like something very special. I began to hear this faint noise that sounded like heavy breathing, or it sounded like something coming from above me. I couldn't quite place where the noise was coming from exactly. Just then, this huge black shape with wings comes flying right towards my car. I thought it was a bat at first, but the size of its wingspan kind of threw me off within a second time. Crash! This thing lands right on the hood of my car, staring directly into my soul 4 feet away. While I'm being blinded by this creature's wings tightly against the sides of my car, all I can see is blackness and these giant red eyes looking right into mine. In this moment, there is no sound in the world except that deafening breathing that was coming from this thing. Then, nothing. It felt like everything just cut to black for a second, and when I had my wits about me again, the creature was gone. I had lost consciousness due to being so petrified. I came to, and my girlfriend was still asleep, hard. I threw the car on and began to pull out of there. Looking all around me for this thing, I could still faintly hear its wings flapping, or the heavy breathing, or both, is how I would describe it. I knew. I just knew this thing was directly above me, and I needed to leave now. So I began to drive away as fast as I could, but stopped immediately when I heard a large thud against the trunk of my car. My girlfriend didn't flinch at all, so she was still asleep. But that noise that sounded like wingspan hit me really hard. Driving home wasn't even an option anymore. This thing wanted me gone one way or another, and it seemed like it was going to make sure. So we started driving, and we were out in the middle of nowhere, and not a person around to help us. I was now going up to 80 or 90 miles an hour, just trying my best to get away from this thing. And I remember it like a horror movie gets burned into your brain. This thing flew right next to my driver's side window, looking over directly at me. You want to talk about absolute terror? You haven't experienced it before. I'm telling you. This was death following me. Whatever it was, it flew off, and the rest of the night was a blur as I drove and made it out. I felt like whatever this thing was wanted to chase me out of that spot. It didn't want me there. It was dark, spooky, and powerful. It wanted to be gone. I should say that I don't believe in ghosts or the paranormal. At least, I didn't before this happened. This was real, and it still is very real to me. Like, what kind of being would do this? This has been terrifying to reflect on. Luckily, my girlfriend never woke up from the whole ordeal, and I never told her about it. She's a very heavy sleeper. I mean, why traumatize her with this information? That girl could sleep through a hurricane. I would be lying if I said it didn't affect me for months afterwards. Severe nightmares, night terrors, insomnia. I still have them, even now after all this time. I'm not sure what happened that night or why, but what I can tell you is it's real and it's terrifying. I would just like to add that I've spoken to some close friends about this before submitting, and they believe I've had an encounter with the Mothman. I've had to look up the information about the Mothman. I didn't know what it was, but my gosh, what I saw looked exactly like the depictions that you'll see. It felt like death was following me, and I wanted to do away with me. What do you think I saw? I've tried explaining this in the best way I can. Thank you. In the summer of 2014, I was hiking in the mountains of West Virginia after work with my friends. It was around 8 or 9 p.m., and we were all tired after a day at work. We decided to stop for the night on top of Cheat Mountain. We brought our tents because it had rained earlier that week. This way, we could pitch our tents without worrying about them sinking into the mud. We set everything up and ate some dinner long before the sun went down. The only problem was that none of us had flashlights. We did not equip properly. This means we couldn't go exploring any caves like we had planned or walking around at night I was definitely scared to be out there in pitch blackness, with virtually no light source but our phones. But, since none of us were planning on really sleeping anyway, we decided to stay awake for a few hours, talk about spooky stories and what might live in these woods. We all know about the Mothman sightings in Point Pleasant, so naturally, that came up during conversation. My friend Sam actually pointed it out first, saying he saw something dart across the sky in the distance. At first, I thought he was crazy, but I looked out to where he pointed and saw something dark against the bright sky. At first, it seemed like a large bird or bat because of its silhouette. But then, it didn't move at all, even though there were no obstructions in its path. It just sat dead still for several seconds before darting the other way after about 5 seconds. We all agreed that whatever Sam saw must have been some type of cryptid, since nothing else around could explain what we were seeing. Either way, none of us wanted to go walking through those woods without flashlights. I wasn't sure the whole Mothman thing after seeing what Sam pointed out. I think we very well could have seen the Mothman off in the distance, judging by its shape and stature. I don't think it was too far away, and we were fairly high up on the mountain. After I saw what Sam pointed out, I didn't look directly back that way for a few minutes. However, turning around and looking into the woods, I felt like something had been watching me the whole time. The feeling started as a chill on my neck, but soon turned to fear as some hairy or scaly-like animal thing darted from tree to tree in my peripheral vision. It moved pretty quickly, though, through the trees, but maybe that was just my own paranoia. I definitely saw the same figure Sam did, and that really creeped us all out. Especially because we were all talking about Mothman when it happened. I do believe that the Mothman is a paranormal entity of some kind, but I'm not so sure the second animal-like thing Sam and I saw was exactly related to it. Yes, we both spotted something dark darting through the trees, but that could have just been a local animal. We didn't really stay around long enough to investigate after we made camp for the night, which is yet another reason we all agree that this area should remain unexplored by humans until further notice. I'm confident that judging by the size and shape of this thing, I could have very well been the Mothman. The only thing I can't figure out is how it was able to move so quickly through the trees. It's like this thing teleported or something. Of course, now that I think about it, there were no sounds coming from any of the brush as well, which, now that I recall, Sam and I never heard either. I think the fact that the forest around us was so quiet, it was maybe a tip-off to this being, something of that paranormal world. The next day, we agreed that we would never speak of this. I'm pretty sure Sam is still staying quiet, but I know for a fact the others aren't too happy with this, given what happened back of the trailhead. We figured it's better this way for our reputations, but I'm okay with opening up to people like you, who this is all they do. It was terrifying and probably the scariest moment of my life. However, I'm not 100% certain or convinced it's because we were trespassing through this creature's territory. Even though it was off in the distance and shaped to that of a bat, it was still too large to be a bat. I can't really describe it well, but it had to be at least 6 feet tall, and maybe 3 to 4 feet wide. It was black in color. I mean all black. The only feature that seemed almost human-like was the arms, which reached down towards the ground, similar to how an ape would hang. Lastly, I'd like to say that I'm not sure if this was all just a coincidence, or if I really did see the Mothman. But after this experience, I'll never look at Mothman quite the same way again. I know for a fact that what Sam and I saw was not a regular animal. These beings are intelligent, at least smarter than humans. This whole thing will stay between us forever, even though it's killing me on the inside to keep my mouth shut on such a phenomenon. No matter what I do or where I go next, that horrifying image of it flying over does not want to seem to leave my memory. Maybe it wants something from us. Who knows? I'm a fairly well-known lawyer in my field of law, and I'm going to keep my credentials anonymous. My reputation is on the line, so I'm going to tell you exactly what happened and what I saw. I was driving along the California coast back in the spring in 2017. The weather was superb, sunny and warm, but not too hot. The views of the mountains in the distance were still breathtaking, and just off in the distance, I could see something in the air flying in my direction. As this thing glided through the sky and got ever so closer, I would soon make out that this was indeed a living, breathing pterosaur. This thing kind of just glided through the sky, heading southeast to northwest, probably 300 to 500 feet above ground. Everyone else around me saw it as well. This was in the middle of the day, clear weather out, like I said. I was just looking at the view and saw something coming towards me in the sky. It wasn't super fast, but it moved through the air smoothly, like a bird would. I looked around to see if there were any birds nearby, because if this thing might have been mistaken for one of them at first glance, but nope, nothing on this day anywhere near the creature, and I had my eyes glued to the sky, waiting to find out what it was. It was dark in color, but not black. It had a long tail that strung behind it with a sort of spade shape at the end of its tail. I could see its head because the sun was shining off of it, which made it easier to spot. It had an incredibly long neck and a pointed head. I don't know how else to describe what I saw. It just flew until it disappeared out of view over the horizon. I was completely shocked by what I had been seeing. Did I just see that? It was incredible. I never felt such awe and amazement before that was simply astonishing. I just saw a pterosaur up close and personal, outside of books and films, of course. I don't feel like it wanted to do any harm to me, but that doesn't mean it didn't have any ill will towards humans. I always thought they were extinct, and maybe one made it through. Look, I know what I saw, and it changed my life forever. This has left me with so many questions, and no matter what people say, though, I know what I saw, and I am 100% sure that it's out there. There is nothing that this could have been misidentified as. I was driving down a lonely stretch of highway, dusty and dry, and I had just left the city behind, and was looking forward to reaching the next big town before nightfall. It is dangerous for women to be driving alone at night, along rural roads, so I wanted to put as many miles between myself and the city as possible by sunset. The highway had been built recently with no curves or hills in mind, only straight as far as my headlights could see. There were very few cars passing me, so it felt like I was the only person on Earth at that moment, which was why when I saw something large fly overhead, I almost drove off the road in shock. At first, I thought it must have been an airplane, but it was going way too slow. I thought maybe a military plane had taken a wrong turn, but it didn't fly straight. Instead, it turned and dived back towards the ground. No, not the ground. It landed on the road ahead of me. I swerved to avoid hitting the creature as my headlights fell upon its shape for just a split second, before losing sight of it behind a ridge in front of me. I braked hard, but still overshot the spot by a couple 100 feet, so that by the time I stopped and put my car into reverse, I couldn't see anything on either side of the road. The ridge was taller than my car, so even if there were some crazy human-sized fly thing up there, I couldn't see it. I reversed for a bit before putting the car in drive again, and then pulled into an area that looked to have been cleared out by construction equipment when the highway was built. This thing looked like a flipping dragon, if I've ever seen one. Like I said, it was a very dark road, not much else going on around me. The air was dry and thick with dust, the smell of burning rubber from my car's tires as I came to a stop. I was pretty shaken up by what I had seen land on the road ahead of me, but confused more than anything else. Was this a real-life dragon? This thing was gargantuan and dark in color. Its wings were bat-like and leathery. Its head was elongated, with a jaw full of sharp teeth. I thought for sure this thing was going to come after me, but as soon as it landed, it kind of just vanished over the ridge. This thing was easily the size of my car, if not bigger, which is why I first thought it was a small plane. I could not believe what it was that I was seeing. I don't feel like it wanted to hurt me, but I don't know. It landed right in the middle of the road, and then just disappeared. What else did it want? I've never felt so much fear and awestruck in my life. I mean, I was speechless. I don't think I've ever felt this way before, ever. I'm still learning how to process what I actually saw. I would believe to be a real-life dragon if I've ever seen one. If this sighting has taught me anything, it's that things we thought were a myth are more real than we could ever imagine. I have since been obsessing over this since it happened. I feel like I haven't been able to go a day without thinking about it. The more I think about this sighting, the more convinced I am that they're actually real. It's crazy, but after seeing something like this firsthand, there's no other explanation for me, other than believing these things are real. Nobody would ever expect to see something like this, let alone be able to describe it so well to somebody else. The only reason I could talk about this is because I know your channel is a safe haven for people like me. People who have sightings that most others would not believe if we told them. For the record, I was entirely sober. I've never done a drug in my life. Thanks for reading. In 1999, I spent a majority of the winter up at my cabin in the mountains of Colorado to try and escape the craziness of life. It was the coldest winter on record that I can remember. I didn't expect it to be any different. I had been chopping up a load of firewood when I heard my name being called out from further away, deeper in the forest. At first, I thought nothing of it, but as time went on, it got closer and closer, until finally, I couldn't help but feel extremely uneasy about whatever was calling my name. I gathered my wits and began to investigate where the sounds were coming from, thinking that possibly some other hikers could have gotten lost. But what I found instead made my blood run cold with terror. It was late on the 7th night of my trip, when I would hear the sounds again and again. It was dark out, and I had been sleeping soundly in my warm bed, until whatever it was started calling for me again, and it scared the daylights out of me. The wails of this thing echoed throughout the trees and sent shivers down my spine. But then, something else more vaguely human joined in with its cries. There were more of them. Something about this memory traumatized me, but I can't exactly explain why. I knew it wasn't normal, so I did what any sane person would do. Packed up my gear and hightailed it back to the city. I've never been back to that cabin since. I don't ever plan on going camping up there again. From what I know, the Wendigo is out there, and it wants me. At the time, I didn't know it was a Wendigo, but as I spent more time talking to people, like who I had spent years living with, isolated, alone in the same mountains, they too have had the same experiences I had, hearing strange voices and things and experiencing supernatural occurrences. It's almost as if I brought something with me, and now it wants to make sure that I never go back again. My time spent up in Canada hunting soon turned sour once I had my very own run-in with something I can only describe as a Wendigo. I was hunting caribou in the northernmost tip of Ontario when I noticed something strange. I've heard of the many legends out there, like Chupacabra and Bigfoot, but this was something entirely different. It's been said that the Algonquin folklore, a Wendigo is seen as a malevolent spirit or demon, often associated with winter storms, who embodies gluttony. It lures people into the cold northern forests to kill them and feast upon their flesh. Those who indulged in cannibalism were at particular risk, according to reports from white settlers from earliest contact onward, which may explain why legends of the Wendigo have proliferated among communities where such practices occurred. I know something was off when I saw it running through the brush during my trip up north. I thought it was just an average wolverine at first, but then its eyes glowed a bright red as my flashlight pointed towards it. They were vicious, an unnatural feeling that did not seem to match this region of land, not even close to the harsh environment around us. At first, I thought it was a wolverine, but I realized this was not the case. It appeared to be about 5 feet tall with thick brown fur and piercing red-yellow eyes. It had claws for hands and large sharp teeth protruding from its jaws, which looked like they could tear open anything in their path. I was walking north on a trail where I began to notice an awful stench, similar to rotting meat and feces. This is when I saw it, or what appeared to be 2 legs sticking out from behind a tree, about 10 feet away from me. Suddenly, it uprooted itself, lunging at me with its sword-like claws that were dripping. I ducked just under them as they swung right at my face, where it would have been had I not dodged. I grabbed my rifle, firing 2 quick shots into its chest. But it didn't even seem to faze it, as it lunged at me again, swiping for my head. This was something that has haunted Canadians for centuries, if not millennia. A Wendigo. It's said that Wendigos are spirits that possess an individual, consuming them with greed until all their fat is scavenged, and only bones remain before the Wendigo moves on. Apparently, they could also shapeshift and take the form of animals, or any their form they want. They have a hunger for human flesh that is never-ending, driven by the ultimate desire to consume. Wendigos, I learned from many of the Algonquin tribe, are vicious, and they will not stop no matter what. Anyway, so I shot this thing again, and I noticed this black ooze from the wound on its side. Obviously, my shot had taken effect. I was beginning to run low on bullets, so I ran and took cover behind some trees while it closed in on me. It let out this awful moan before flinging itself towards me again, this time feigning left after right, trying to trick me. The look of hunger and hate in its eyes made my blood curdle like milk left out of the fridge too long. I could feel bile crawling up my throat as I watched it try to get to me. It lunged yet again, and this time going for my throat, which I luckily evaded just in time as it grabbed hold of my arm and sunk its sharp teeth into my flesh. It bit down so hard, I could feel my flesh slowly tearing away from bone, like a knife cutting through butter. I reached around to where I had one arrow knocked on my back, pulled it out quickly, jamming it right into this thing's eye socket. This created enough space between us to lift up my rifle above its head and fire into the top of its skull, which didn't kill it, but sent it screaming. I used this as an opportunity to flee. Partially blinded and filled full of holes, this thing couldn't have been living for that long. I fled back to camp, writhing in pain and blood, until I reached the other hunters and demanded they pack up immediately. We trudged our way back through the snow, somehow not dying of blood loss, when we hear this thing off in the distance, howling. It was paralyzingly terrifying. Even though we were several kilometers away at this point, we could still hear it. This thing was loud. This sent me flying faster than ever before. I never really believed in creatures like this living in the forest, but I realize now that nothing is truly impossible. I never expected to see something like that in the forest. I never thought such things even existed, let alone in Canada. Never even read about them, never mind seeing them with my own eyes. I can never go back into those woods again. I have no interest in leaving the comfort of my home. This was not a normal creature, even for this terrain. It just stands out so much more than what you normally expect to find deep within the wilderness. To be honest, after all these years, I still think about it often, wondering how different my life would have been had I never come across something so evil and vicious. This was an experience that will surely never leave me, but one I don't plan on hopefully ever having again. The look in its eyes still haunts me to this day. I never understood what drives somebody to want to possess the flesh of another human being, but I truly never wished this on anybody, what I experienced. To some, it might have just been a normal animal in the forest, but for me, it was so much more than that. From here on out, I will never question something until I know exactly what is going on, which also means never camping again either. There are some that say Wendigos are implacable evil because they are driven by an insatiable hunger that will never end, never giving them peace. It has even been said that once they kill their victim and have consumed them, they will stalk the others, completely ignoring any wounds they might be suffering from. I never believed these stories, but now I have a whole new perspective on the whole thing. I never would have thought such things existed, only to come face to face with one in real life. Never even considered it a possibility until I myself came across the same creature. Some of the natives were so fearful they even refused to speak about what was out there. All except my good friend, who we'll call Bill. He claimed he knew exactly what it was and where they could be found. He himself had even had multiple run-ins with these things and even found the den of one, supposedly. I never wanted anything to do with him again after that, at least hiking and stuff like that. I never cared for his superstitions and never want to be back in those woods again. This wasn't a normal creature, or something even close to anything you'd ever expect to find in the real world. I hope this story helps those who are nervous to come out with their own, and give them the strength and courage they need to be open with the events that have taken place in their life. I've been wanting to share this story for a while now. I've received it from a friend who does a lot of investigating in cryptid sightings and reports, specifically in the southwestern region of the United States. You wouldn't believe all the paranormal stories and sightings that occur down in this region alone, from Southern California all the way to Western Texas, and even up to Idaho and over to Southern Colorado. Stories involving demonic entities haunting people, seeing strange horned beasts and cryptids off in the desert night, large black felines, and worse. There seems to be a large upswing in Bigfoot sightings too. And recently, I read reports about a large uptick in skinwalker and dogman sightings as well. There have been countless paranormal stories from this region, but today, we're talking specifically about the skinwalkers and their habits. Here's one that I will share with you that was shared with me. Back in 2004, a man was driving home from work late one night on Highway 191 when his car had a flat tire, and with nobody around to help him out, he was on his own. The stretch of road where this would happen is Highway 191 in Arizona, right in the Navajo Reservation, outside of Round Rock. It's believed that there are at least many sightings of the skinwalker all over this region, or so I'm told. These stories come mostly from people who have broken down or have even gotten lost on this unforgiving stretch of highway. And not just the 191, several of them that all interconnect and bleed through this region. A lot of the area still remains uninhabited for very, very long periods of time, if not indefinitely. There are also hundreds of more scary tales surrounding the events of the famous reservation, the Navajo Reservation. Now, this gentleman had finally got his spare tire out and was working on replacing it. His car was jacked up, and he was either taking the old tire off or putting the new one on, when he suddenly noticed the temperatures suddenly dropping all around him. It began getting colder and colder, and then something caught his ear. He heard a faint sound, like whispers coming out of the darkness, terrifying him so much that he runs back to his car for safety. He tried comforting himself, explaining that it was probably just the wind, and there was a cool breeze, and that there had to have been a reason for this. And this is when he heard the whispers. Whatever it was, whispering, getting closer. He could hear whatever horrible thing it was breathing out its nose like a distressed animal. And something scary had happened. Whatever being was making this, he heard it all around him. It was like it was right next to him, and then it was off in the distance, and back and forth. He started to hurry again, getting out of the car and getting this tire on now. And as soon as he got the next tire on, he noticed yellow eyes glinting in the darkness. He looks over and sees this being, barely visible, only about 20 feet away from him in the night shadows, a long set face with yellow piercing eyes. He flies into the car, slamming on the horn, in hopes it would drive this person away. But this thing did not even move an inch. He began to hear terrifying noises, like growling, and his heart pounding like never before. And he saw the face of this thing that looked something right out of a horror movie. He was in complete shock when looking at what one could only be described as the most horrifying face he's ever seen. He said it was gray and wrinkled dead skin, pointed ears set deep within its skull, fangs dripping saliva. He explained it in detail. Whatever this creature was, it had no problems communicating, because immediately after seeing him there on the side of the road, it spoke to him. Not in voice though, but telepathically, as demonic creatures usually do. It explained to him it was going to kill him and make him suffer. He was so petrified, he urinated all over himself. And before this thing could try and get into his car, another vehicle shot over the horizon, flying in his direction, driving this being away. Help had arrived, and as it turned out, it was actually a Navajo medicine man who had been praying and knew that he was sent out here on a mission from God himself to rescue this lone man from evil. The medicine man explained to the man that he had been sent here to help somebody from evil, and that somebody was him. He told him that the spirits had communicated and told him there was somebody stuck that needed help on this exact road. Wouldn't you know it? And that's exactly what had happened. He should have been killed by whatever it was lurking in the shadows before being rescued by the medicine man. The explanation didn't stop there though, because ever since then, terrifying things continue to happen, including horrific dreams, being telepathically communicated to by him, by something that is desperately trying to get into his life and tear him down. The medicine man even thoroughly explained to the man that had he not shown up, this thing would have taken his soul. When you escape something this horrifying, with something evil like a skinwalker, out in the desert of night, on Highway 191 outside of Round Rock, nothing else matters anymore. The only thing that mattered was realizing the skinwalker's true form and what a terrifying experience it all had been. I realize this is a very long email, but after talking with a friend who had many similar skinwalker encounter stories, I felt the need to share this one. Things like this have been going on all throughout the reservation, and many of the natives refuse to talk about it. They're afraid of being shunned and also inviting this thing into their lives. And this isn't just Navajo exclusive. Many tribes all over the US and even into Canada report similar evil shape-shifting beings. Remember that a skinwalker is specifically a Navajo witch who practices black magic. It's the worst thing you can become if you're a native. It's very difficult. Mastering that style of witchcraft involves doing many dark things, severe dedications like murdering of a relative, and other dark practices. There's a reason why they are shunned away from the tribe, and many of them refuse to talk about it. My encounter with these things is something I'll simply never forget. Sometimes, even now, I'm tempted to just forget it ever happened, and hope that maybe I just imagined the whole thing. They say skinwalkers are Native American Indians with the ability to shapeshift into animals by simply wearing their skin or pelt. Some think skinwalkers use their abilities for good purposes, like helping sick people get better. Others say skinwalkers only use their powers for evil, causing sickness, invoking curses on humans and livestock alike. I hadn't believed in skinwalker tales before this, but this experience altogether was something entirely different. It goes a little something like this. I was sitting outside on my porch one night, watching the fireflies dance around in the distance when it happened. I first noticed them. Two dark beings down by the creek, or should I say figures. From their shadows from the light, they appear to be coyotes, large ones, but standing upright, contorting and shifting in size and stature. At first, I thought I was simply imagining things, and by the light of the moon, And there was enough that I could clearly see the shape of these. I know what I saw. They were standing on two legs like a man. They even walked like one too, walking very comfortably, the same way a man would hold his balance up. They were clearly not people, though. Their skin, though, what I would later find out when they would walk closer to the light, appeared to be inside out, hanging loosely from their body and snout as they would slither almost through the darkness. I can't explain why, but it didn't seem to bother them that I could see their skin falling off their body. It looked like it was loosely wrapped around bone and muscle, with nothing holding them to each other. It was disgusting, like a rotting corpse. Their eyes were glowing in the darkness of the night, as if lit by an inner fire. I didn't notice the flesh part right away, as I said, until they had appeared more closer to the light, and I could see the terror before me. I can't explain it, but as I said, their skin appeared almost as if it was melting off of them. It was like it was wet and dripping, as if whatever skin they wore wasn't originally theirs. And I'm not talking about a simple animal pelt. I'm talking about the actual flesh that clung to their bones and muscle. It was the most putrid, disturbing thing I've seen. I wanted to run or call for help, but yet I couldn't move. The fear I felt paralyzed me in place, as these beings continued to walk closer still. They stood about 7 feet tall, having human-like torsos, covered by these large fur coats. The skin that I could tell was kind of a grayish green, torn with patches missing from their bodies. If skinwalkers are truly humans who can shapeshift, these things maybe weren't skinwalkers, but something else. Maybe undead. I have no clue. I began praying as loudly as I could as these things began to approach my house from the distance. I didn't know what I'd do if they get up here, but I was sure not going to stick around and find out. I reached for my rifle near the front door when one of them let out a large, strange howl. I pointed my gun, aimed, and took a shot at one of these things, and it screamed. It sounded like a man and an animal scream in one. I think I hit it in the face, but I couldn't tell. Before I knew what was happening, the other one began coming up towards me with an eerie calmness as I reloaded my rifle. The first skinwalker ran back into the darkness where it came off as, and I fired another one, no more than 10 yards away. I hit this one right in the middle of the chest. It stumbled backwards, but only a little, and very slowly rose back up, and now started running in my direction as fast as it could. I had no choice but to run inside my house and get out of there. I locked the door shut, grabbing a butcher knife from the kitchen counter, all before I ran into my bedroom, locking every door. I could hear these things running up to my house, slamming against the paneling, the doors, the windows, causing my entire tiny house to shake and tremble from the impact. Then, I could hear the second one that was joining in with it. They both paced around my house. I could hear them tearing apart my car out there, smashing the windows, throwing things at my house, rocks and whatever miscellaneous objects were out there, shouting and screaming and all sorts of horrible sounds and noises. I was petrified. I wasn't sure what to do next. The next thing I know, I start to hear these strange chanting sounds from all around the trailer. Skinwalkers reciting things that I could not understand in this weird hissing kind of language. From what I've gathered from skinwalkers, I think they were trying to break through the front door, getting inside my house. Somehow, skinwalkers were here all along. It seemed as if this thing badly wanted for me to open the door. I have no idea why they were so determined to get inside, but I think they wanted me. I think they wanted to steal my soul. These skinwalkers were trying for hours at this point, but could not manage to break through my front door or bedroom door. Every time they did something, like be banging on the walls of my house and shouting, they could hear where I was, and they'd stop trying to break through. This went on for hours with them trying to break in, and all I could do was sit and be completely scared by what I know what would happen if they happened to get in. I would be dead, and there would be nothing left of me. They would tear me limb from limb if they could. I had no idea what time I was dealing with. This went on for hours until sounds began to completely quiet down. However, even the crickets outside had gone completely silent since this whole thing started, and they had not started back up. It had become so unnaturally quiet, like they were lying in wait for me to make the move and expose my vulnerability. The next thing I know, I heard a loud but subtle howl from what sounded like just right outside my house, from where these things were standing before. I could see shadows moving around in the front window, and it felt as if someone or something was looking inside my house from out. I realized these things had never gone away like I initially thought. Instead, my second thought was right. They had been waiting and watching for the right moment, until I was most vulnerable, for them to try and break in. And in that moment, they were both peering through my window to see if they could see where I was. I happened to see what one of them looked like, and I regret ever looking. The face that I saw peering through the window reminded me exactly the way I described the flesh earlier. Decaying, skeletal. I must have fallen asleep at some point from the sheer exhaustion of fear, because when I came to, there was daylight outside. Completely apprehensive and still nervous, I listened quietly, and I could very faintly hear birds chirping outside and wildlife bustling. I got up quickly and ran outside with my rifle in hand. Didn't see anything. My car was badly trashed. All the windows were shattered, and the doors looked like the bear had attacked them. And there were these strange symbols carved into the ground and on the sides of my trailer. They appeared to be etched in with claw marks. What I don't understand is they trashed my car, tore metal, and shattered windows, but yet they couldn't break down my door or shatter my windows to my house. It makes me believe that this whole thing was an intimidation tactic, a way to terrify me. Because if they really wanted me, I believe they could have. I was not going to risk this for a second night in a row, so I decided to go spend the rest of the day and night at my brother's house, who lives 2 hours away from here in a more populated portion of the state, somewhere I would deem safe compared to here. I called him up later that afternoon and explained my situation thoroughly. I could tell he didn't really understand, but was more than willing to have me come and stay with him for a few weeks. So I spent the next 3 weeks over at his house, mostly just trying to keep from coming back out of fear. I'd only gone back to my house about 2 or 3 times in the weeks, and it appeared that no extra damage had occurred. I finally began going back, and was finally now back full time. Nighttime was extremely eerie. No crickets or nothing. You could hear a pin drop outside, and feel just this evil around. However, I feel confident in saying that I never had to deal with these things afterwards. Sometimes it really upsets me that I don't know what to do about this. Sure, I have the proof of the damage, but it's not enough for anyone to believe it or hope to help me. It has yet increased my paranoia around strangers, and I'm constantly expecting them to show up at my house after dark. It even makes it hard to sleep at night. It feels as though these things wait until it knows that everybody else is asleep, and then tries their hardest to break in. And it took quite a while for me to be able to adjust going outside at nighttime without being completely scared out of my mind. I still feel nervous sometimes, but nothing like before. I've tried to do some researching as to what I'm dealing with here, and I have to be honest. I believe, after what I've read, that these are indeed paranormal entities of some kind. I know that it is most likely a skinwalker now, which at the time I did not, but these things are demons. They could take the shape of any animal or form they want. I guess they're said to be a witch like in nature, and they gain their power by sacrificing humans or animals. I've never done it, of course, but I feel it should be possible to kill it with fire. It seems that fire can purge or purify anything. I'm still not sure what these things are, other than just plain out terrifying. But at least now I think I know how to keep them away for good this time. If it does decide to come back around, well, I'll be ready. This encounter has stayed with me for so long. It even still feels surreal just talking about it. I guess it has mostly just given me a different perspective on life in general. It makes you wonder if there's more out there that we can't see. My brother and I love to camp. So, when he got his first car, we used that to explore the depths of the forest. There were many trails that went very far, and we've been doing this since we were little. But of course, now we've had the transportation to do what we wanted to do. We increased our boundaries and more. This particular time, our destination was a cabin, about 10 miles deep into the wilderness, but it felt like much more. That itself turned out to be a wild adventure. So, we set our sights on actually going to a different state and going to different forests and sections. On this occasion, my brother and I had gone exploring in the northern section of Pennsylvania, a period due to the lush landscape we had been wanting to camp out for a long time. And now, we finally got our chance. We had probably trekked out about 6 miles into the nearest trail and decided to call that camp. My brother and I had just made camp for the night, and we were getting ready to settle into our tents. We had the fire roaring, and were actually drying off our socks because we ended up stepping into some water that was deeper than we originally thought. I was busy stuffing a protein bar in my face while he was getting some water for the canteen. This was right around the very first moment we heard something strange off in the distance. Immediately, I recognized the noise as a voice that sounded familiar to my brother and I. I looked over at my brother, who was looking back at me, and we both kind of gave each other these puzzled looks as to what it was that we were both hearing. We looked back in the direction of the voice that we had heard, realizing this voice we were hearing, to our disbelief, was the voice of our deceased uncle. As we had heard our uncle's voice calling to us deeper in the forest, beyond the roar and light of the fire, deep in the distance behind where my brother and I were looking, there was a strange black figure, looming very far off into the woods, past the clearing but still visible. The hair on both of our necks stood on end. We had no idea why somebody would this be far out in the middle of nowhere, imitating the voice of our dead uncle. Did somebody who knew us follow us out here? How would they be able to perfectly imitate the voice of our dead uncle? I grabbed hold of my machete tightly, and my brother stood close by, as we watched this figure slowly come closer and closer towards the entryway. It began to sway back and forth, at which point I noticed just how tall this being actually was. It must have been somewhere around 8 feet. As we glanced over and observed this being more and more, we both realized this was anything but human. My mind raced for all things that could possibly be, but nothing added up. There are no bears that can stand on their hind legs like this, or look like this. When bears do stand up on their hind legs, they look like distinctly bears. This looked like a large person, but shaped very differently. My brother and I felt imminent danger, and we knew that whatever this being was complete trouble. This thing wasn't anything we could not handle with the tools we had on us, or so we thought, and it was very clear that this being or person was not afraid of us. I can't help but think of how much bigger this guy looked compared to my brother and I. We were both fairly young men, around 20 years of age. We weren't built like football players or anything. In fact, quite the opposite. My brother is a small guy, standing at maybe 5'5", weighing around 120 pounds soaking wet with his socks on. On the other hand, I'm somewhere around 6'1", a little bit heavier, but still very slender. This thing, we could both feel this immense power coming off of it. Its body language suggested dominance and complete unshakable confidence within itself. It began to approach us, taking step by step. It would take one step, pause, then another, then another. My brother and I motioned we should jump in the tent and stand guard. As we did this, the forest around us, filled with crickets and nightlife looming in, fell completely silent, and it began to grow increasingly dark very, very quickly. My brother and I sat there clutching our weapons, ready for the next thing that was going to happen, but nothing did. We sat there and we waited, and we waited, waiting for whatever person this was to approach us. After what felt like forever, I opened the tent flap and peeked outside. Our fire still roaring, and it was now a lot darker out. There's no way the sun could have gone down that quickly. It had been no more than 7 or 8 minutes since we first laid eyes on this person. Well, I couldn't hear it around or see it, but you could feel this eerie presence surrounding us. It felt like we were being watched. I was afraid to leave the light of the fire, in case whoever or whatever this was waiting. This thing, it didn't feel like a person at all. Something much bigger and much more powerful than anything I'd ever felt before. I knew this wasn't human. It wasn't exactly a spirit. It was something else entirely. Whatever this presence in the darkness was that we were feeling, we knew we couldn't just sit there and wait for it to move in on us. My brother was shaken up, especially having the memories brought back of our uncle, whom he was much more close with than I was. Were we being haunted? Was something happening like a ghost encounter? Were we being attacked by a demon? It was something none of us knew how to explain. This thing, whatever it was, felt like pure evil. It didn't feel like any man-made or natural evil I'd experienced in my life. We were dealing with the worst kind of evil you can imagine. Something most definitely paranormal. But my brother and I sat there, held our ground for as long as we could, just waiting for the night to end. We figured we would take shifts on staying awake just in case this thing decided it would come back and try to break in. I want to reiterate here that we had no idea what this was. The thought of this being some sort of supernatural entity didn't even cross my mind in the moment. I had never dealt with ghosts before or hauntings whatsoever. In fact, that topic was so far out from my day-to-day life. My senses were so heightened and I was full of adrenaline. I was ready for full-on war. I think I gripped my machete so hard, I probably caused blisters on my hands. After what felt like an eternity, both my brother and I waited for the sun to come up. After what seemed like forever, I noticed something odd. The wind had picked up, but it was dead silent. Only the slow crackling of the fire. Everything slowed down, including our breathing, and we sat there awake, guarding the tent. The next thing that happened made me feel sick to my stomach. It was extremely gentle, almost as if whoever this being was did not want to wake us, although we never fell asleep, which is why it came upon us during the night, maybe in hopes that it knew we would fall asleep, therefore being completely untouched and vulnerable. I heard something off in the distance. I couldn't make out what it was at first, but it came close, and I could tell they were heavy footsteps. The being didn't want us to wake, so it walked as quietly as possible. I could hear it trying to be quiet. So I held my breath, looking over at my brother, who I thought had heard it too. He also had stopped moving. Everything got really still again, almost like this thing, whoever or whatever it was, could read our minds and knew that we would sense something coming our way if we tried to get up and run. The next few moments felt like hours to me, even though I know there were only a few moments in reality, but time itself seemed frozen around this thing's presence that came upon us very suddenly. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, and when I turned, all I could see were the shadows dancing among the trees. What is this? Was this finally going to reveal itself? Was this its attempt to scout us out, so it can find the best way to strike? I looked at my brother and nodded towards the opening. We were going to make a run for it. We would have nothing to defend ourselves with outside the tent, but at least there was light out there, right? At that moment, I heard my brother gasp. He had seen something in his peripheral vision too. I turned my head completely around quickly, almost popping my neck, when I saw what he saw. What stood in front of us was not human nor animal. It did not even cast a shadow on the ground beneath it, even though there was a strong light source of fire. It looked human, but its skin was grayish, almost white and sickly, and its eyes were large and black. Its hands and feet were massive and kind of webbed, like maybe somebody had sewn weights onto them because they were disgusting looking. This thing looked starved and frail and skeletal on bits of its flesh. There was flesh at parts missing. It was in that very moment that our fight or flight senses had fully kicked in, and we didn't hesitate. We made a bolting run for it, going as fast as we could without wasting a second. We actually ran in the opposite direction of this thing, and unfortunately for us, deeper into the forest. Because this was so on a whim, we were not equipped with anything. We had no lights on us. All of our equipment and gear were left back at the campsite in the tent, and we're running aimlessly, sprinting off into the darkness, in fear, and can hear whatever this thing was begin chasing after us. If that didn't give us an extra boost of adrenaline, I don't know what would. All of a sudden, I felt like I was going 5 to 10 miles faster. And let me just explain something to you. This wasn't like somebody chasing after you in the woods. This sounded like a flipping football linebacker crashing through the woods, breaking down trees and small stuff. It was gaining on us, whatever it was. As we're running, and as we began to see light up ahead, it felt like we were going uphill, and the closer we got, the lighter it became, as if this was our end, and we would die in those woods. Who knows what would happen after that point? Maybe we would just stay lost forever. Perhaps it wasn't our time yet. The light turned out to be a campground where there was somebody still awake at 2 a.m. standing by the fire pan, watching us sprint towards them, looking terrified. We finally reached camp and breathlessly told them what had happened. After telling the story, they kind of just looked at us silently, not saying a word. It was actually an older gentleman who seemed somewhat annoyed by our presence, but also slightly scared why we were running so hard. We were practically collapsing on top of one another and completely out of breath. What's also strange is whatever was chasing us had now completely stopped, that we were surrounded by this larger campsite, fully illuminated by lantern light and firelight. It's as if whatever had chased us wanted to stay completely out of the light, stay hidden in the darkness. The old man just took a deep breath and explained that there was this old abandoned insane asylum about 3 miles away from here that was left to rot in the early 1900s. It was apparently never demolished. He explained that he's been camping around these woods for a long time, and I guess there's a lot of strange activity, from weird voices to strange dark cloaked figures. A lot of demonic activity. That asylum has also been a hotbed for satanic rituals, exploration, and other things straight out of the dark realm. My brother and I just looked at each other, trying to comprehend what this guy is talking about. None of this was ever something we knew anything about. We just explained to him we're just trying to get out, and we'll come back to our campsite in the morning. We were wanting to know if whatever was chasing us, was there any connection to the insane asylum? But he didn't really answer. He explained that we're more than willing to stay in the campsite for the night and return in the morning. He handed both of us a cup of coffee and told us we would need it until the sun rose. He was a very strange man. As far as the rest of the night went, it was awful. Well, I can't say anything about what we learned about the insane asylum that is supposedly nearby where we were at. We did hear all the screaming and strange sounds not even 100 feet away from us all throughout the night. Like whatever this being was angry that it could not get to us because of the light. As I said, this man had at least 4 lanterns hung up all around his campsite, which would explain the bright light that we initially saw. I don't think this is more than a mile away from our own campsite. What I can say, though, is that whatever chased us certainly wasn't human. It was breathing hard and making what seemed like strange animal noises and huffs. Not to mention the fact that this thing sounded very heavy. Okay, I'm going to try and sum up what happened here during my experience, but first, let me explain something about myself. This story will seem strange to you, but I assure you, we experienced something not normal. After we spent more time talking to the man over the course of the night, we learned that there is a being called a Wendigo, supposedly a cannibalistic entity that feasts on human flesh. A being that was greatly feared by many of the native tribes. He believed that the real way to keep it from coming towards you, especially during the evening time, was to keep plenty of light around. It hated the light. We did not sleep at all that night, and by morning, we were exhausted. We said our goodbyes, and we made our way back to the campsite. Everything was torn up and destroyed. There really wasn't much left of our tent and our sleeping bags. They looked like they had been put into a shredder. Our equipment was broken and shattered. Flashlights snapped. And much of our supplies was thrown out everywhere and scattered. Everything was destroyed. We made sure to take what little energy we had left and get out of there, and not to return to this section of woods ever. I know that sounds crazy, but it's what it was. Now, let me explain something for you. This is the one and only time we have ever been camping in the northern sections of Pennsylvania. We usually try and do a lot of solo camping where we just go out together and spend about 5, 7, 8 days in isolation out in the woods. There's something about that style of camping that does really good for the human psyche. You become very intricately connected to nature. And while this was not the first time ever doing this for us, this was our first time encountering something this abnormal. We decided to put our heads together and try and do a little bit more research to see what we could uncover of this supposed Wendigo cryptid. What we learned about this being was quite disturbing. We tried to learn anything we could about an abandoned insane asylum, although we could not find much on it. My brother and I never actually went exploring for it, or found it ourselves. So for all we know, that old man could have been lying and making it all up. The only other connection I could really think that goes hand in hand with what we went through is that I know Pennsylvania has a very high amount of witchcraft. I don't know if the two coincide with what we saw and the satanic rituals, but it makes you wonder. After all of this, of course, we don't go camping in this section of Pennsylvania anymore at all. In fact, we don't even travel that far anymore. We stay more in southern Ohio, and more towards the east if we can. I still don't know much about cryptids or cryptozoology, or whatever you call it, or even wendigos for that matter, and either does my brother. I don't really care. What we experienced was more frightful than I would ever want anybody else to experience. This, however, will not deter me and my brother from camping and enjoying ourselves out in nature like we love to do. In 2001, I moved to Kodiak, Alaska to become a pilot. I was excited about this pursuit. I would be able to see several beautiful places that I had never seen before. The first place that I visited in the area was a beach on a small island, not too far from Kodiak, where a sigil had been sighted. This was an animal sigil that had only been seen apparently once by a guy named Frank who lived around there and told people about it. The sigil had been almost completely washed away during the waves of the tide, but it still gave off a very dark presence when you were around it. The sigil, of course, wasn't necessarily scary though. It was what happened after you saw it. The sigil kind of gave off this vibe that made you feel like if you didn't leave, something horrible would happen. I had heard about this sigil before. I'd even gone there, so I was expecting something pretty creepy. But seeing the sigil in person still gave me a very uneasy feeling because of how eerily accurate it looked compared to what I had heard about it. I, of course, had met Frank with myself and spent quite a bit of time talking to him about the sigil that appeared. He said to be very careful around it, that it attracted a dark energy you do not want to be anywhere around. He also then began asking me about Native American legends and lore. I asked him why. He explained to me that this sigil was put there by a Native American witch, also known as a shapeshifter. He asked me if I have ever heard the term skinwalker, and I had not. He explained to me that there were shapeshifters who possessed the power to wear whatever animal pelts they wanted, and they were able to shapeshift into those animals. This shapeshifter being was responsible for the sigil placed here, and if I was to go around it, looking at it, messing with it, or in any way disrupting its power flow, I would be invoking the wrath of darkness, or the skinwalker. I needed to be extremely careful. He said that this witch's eyes were on this thing at all times. He also went on to say that this sigil might be related to sigil sightings in the state of Utah, where there had been more hikers disappearing and more witches. I thanked him for all this information, but after mulling it over in my head for a couple of days, I decided that, you know what, Frank was just telling me these things because he wanted to scare people away from messing with it. The sigil that was carved into the side of this large rock seemed harmless enough, and all this talk about being spooky magic, well, maybe it was just that. So one day while I was up there, I decided to bring a few friends with me to take a look at it. We drove out there and were going to spend the day just hanging around, exploring. We brought food, drinks, etc. We were going to be hiking and exploring all around all day, and we finally made our way to the sigil near the end of the day. It was a gorgeous day, and we weren't able to get too close to the sigil, at least during the lower part of the day, due to the high tide that was coming in. But when we were finally able to get out there, we just stared at it for a while. My friends were joking around about all this weird sigil stuff, and one of my buddies dared me to go scratch on it with a rock. I couldn't help but remember what Frank had told me, that I should stay away from the sigil, and it would probably be very safe not to even touch it, let alone get close to it. My friends, of course, thought the entire thing was one big joke, and that I shouldn't even waste my time listening to old Frank. My buddy handed me a rock and said, "Dude, just go for it." I kid you not. Before I could even take a step over in the direction to do anything, you could literally feel the air around this thing change. Things got colder, the wind suddenly becoming harsher, and this unsettling feeling washing over us the same way tides came crashing in on the shore. It's like this presence just enveloped the entirety of the region. Even my friends noticed it. I saw the expressions on their face change from laughing to a serious one. Some of them were already looking around as I was the source of this change in atmosphere. My one friend grabs my hand with a rock in it and says, "You know, maybe this isn't such a good idea after all. We should probably just go." Bad. The friend who handed the rock said, "Nah, let's do it." He grabs the rock from my hand and briskly walks over to the sigil, which was now only roughly about 25 feet away from us in the sand. The sigil was carved on a large rock that was sitting on the shoreline. My friend walks up to the sigil, and without hesitating further, throws and chucks the rock right at it. I saw it hit the sigil, and as soon as that happened, this deep growl, this guttural sound pierced all throughout the woods all around us, so loud it would have made your ears bleed if they weren't stopped up because of how deafening this was. My friends look around even more frantically than before for where this sound might have been coming from, while me, I was staring right at the sigil, trying to figure out what direction the sound had come from. And it sounded like there were multiple sounds moving towards us now very quickly from the woods. We all stopped and began frantically looking around again at the source of the noise that was now quickly coming after us. It reminded me of an army approaching through the woods in our direction, and my friend who stood on the shoreline, who had just thrown the rock, looked scared crapless. His face was white, and all the woods behind us were waiting for something to come. It sounded like many large things coming in our direction. We just glanced over at each other and said, now would be a good time to leave. I don't think we've ever ran so fast in our lives. We all took off running towards the car with these sigil-covered woods chasing us, like some demon-possessed forest. It was like something out of Evil Dead. It sounds ridiculous, but that's what it was. I'm not sure what or who was coming after us. None of my friends would stop me to ask. They just kept running until we all got in the car. And I think we piled in faster than ever have, like a clown car. And we drove out of there. It wasn't even funny. All of us were freaking out, asking what was going on. All the usual questions that you would probably ask in a situation like this one. The rest of the time was just frantic chatter and fear. Even that night, as things calmed down, we had our own, more frightening experiences in the cabin. That night in the cabin was one of the most terrifying nights that I'll never forget. I mean, we had already had weird stuff happening in the woods, but for some reason, That night at the cabin was just pure insanity. We did not go to sleep right away, thinking that if these demonic spirits wanted us dead, they would have killed us by now. I can safely say, though, after what happened that night, it made me feel like the demonic power we had somehow invoked was coming back to haunt us. We were all still very shaken up from the day and tried our best to lay down and relax, to try and forget about all the craziness that had happened. I would like to sit here and tell you that we were calmly relaxing, trying to fall asleep. But you don't just simply fall asleep, not after a day like this. The events of this night started roughly at about 10:30 p.m. This is when the first sounds were heard. These were like howling noises, not like a wolf, but much, much deeper. And they were joined in by more of them, and more. And they became extremely loud, and very apparent they were angry. And those soon turned into snarls and growls, as if they were a large chorus of bears and wolves. I remember my friends and I all looking at each other, trying to comprehend that, is this really happening? Are we all hearing and experiencing the same thing, or is this just some mass hallucination? We were all completely sober, nobody had drank, no drugs, nothing. Those screaming sounds and howling, of course, grew now closer to the cabin, where it began to almost turn into this demonic chanting and yelling. We would hear things like rocks and stones being thrown to the cabin, loud tree knocks and all such, frightening noises all throughout the night. We had a gun with us, but we really doubt that would do us any good against the forces of evil. It was obvious at this point we had clearly invoked a demonic force by messing with that sigil. We kept hearing the chanting, the screaming, the laughing, everything in between. It was so incredibly scary, we couldn't say anything. How could you even describe such a horrible experience? It felt like the night would go on forever, but it would eventually pass as ours bled through like minutes from the tormenting noises. The following day, we were just glad we made it, and all the sounds and activity had totally now subsided, at least with the sun rising up. None of us had even bothered to step out of the cabin again for fear of what might come, until probably noon the following day. We waited until the sun was in the middle of the sky pointing down, illuminating everything. Even the morning sun wasn't safe enough, or so we felt. Completely amped from panic and just completely wiped by fear. When we stepped out, we were also more scared by what we found. The same sigil that was carved into that rock was now written all over our cabin. And not just written, but carved into the wood, as if somebody had some sort of blade or something to carefully craft this sigil into the wood. It was also all over the trees and the ground, and some new ones as well. Something I want to add in real quick, that we also, when we saw this, we left as soon as possible. But we all experienced some pretty severe symptoms of sickness and disease after this. I'm purposefully keeping the names of all my friends that were involved out of this, just as an FYI. One of my friends with us during this ended up almost dying in the ER and getting severe kidney failure within 2 weeks of this happening. I, myself, ended up getting severe flu symptoms for 3 weeks following these events. I experienced terrible body aches and chills, all the usual symptoms, but I just kept vomiting. I was concerned I'd have to go to the hospital. I could not keep water down, but eventually came out of it. The one friend who threw the rock on the sigil developed stage 2 stomach cancer roughly 60 days after this had happened. And my other friend who was involved, both his parents had passed away within 3 months of this event in a very horrific car accident. Of course, this could all just be one large coincidence, but if you look at the nature of black magic, it probably wouldn't take a lot to realize we were cursed. We were marked. We had been hexed for messing with the sigil. I've been pretty messed up since this happened. It's not like as soon as I got better from the sickness, I was A-okay. I've been stricken with constant anxiety attacks, nightmares of demons, night terrors, and all other sorts of chronic nausea that seems to be a common theme in my life following this event. It seems to be getting better slowly by slowly, but it's still very persistent in my life for the last 20 years. Unfortunately, The only way it seems to get better is to distance yourself from people and places that remind me of this event. I want to make sure this is clear. I was not the one who threw the sigil, even though I'm usually blamed for it. But what reason would anybody else have if not me? If everyone had these symptoms, and they could see my other friends who were sick or have died after this event, they know there's more to it than just a coincidence. For those reading this, do not toy with occult magic. I can't stress enough that our actions were stupid, and if you decide to mess around with things like this because you don't believe it exists, you are truly playing with fire. We must remember at any given moment, our time could come, and we do not want to be careless. We should live every day as if it were our last. Nobody knows what is going to come next. I'm going to go ahead and end this story here. It's been a long time since I've tried to write something like this out, so I hope you all enjoyed it, or at least got something out of my horrible experience. I'm running into you because I want to talk about my own running in with the shapeshifter. I was a young man back then, running a truck full of nets and a few traps through a part of Arizona that I remember as kind of sandier than the rest. Truck had seen better days, of course, even if it had been a gift from my uncle. I like to consider myself a guy that would try and track down skinwalkers near Flagstaff. It's a tricky thing to catch, unless you know its tricks. But I feel luck had sided with me, rather than against me that day out on Highway 77, outside Winslow. I remember a dog in cage in the back, a black lab. I had bought it from a breeder to keep me company when nobody was around, but also because I knew the skinwalker hunted people. 2 months later, you can't even tell it came with me, other than its willingness to sit in the passenger seat while I drove. That's when I see something that looked like a man, or at least a skeleton wearing what looked like clothes that went out of fashion about 8 decades ago, standing out on a stone, probably 60 yards out. I wasn't sure what it was at first, so I called to it, and then it turned to look at me. Every muscle and fiber of my being tensed up instantly as I just see these yellow glowing eyes and a skeletal face staring back at me. I knew deep down in my core what I was dealing with was entirely paranormal. This was a Navajo skinwalker, a shapeshifter. It quickly stood up, and I felt every part of my being telling me I needed to leave now, as this thing slowly began walking in my direction. I had a .45 with a full clip of silver bullets on a hip holster, a net across the truck seat, and a few steel traps in a box behind me, and a double-barrel shotgun. I just went for my sidearm, as everything told me to go ahead and shoot this thing before it's torn into my car or ripped out my throat. The Navajo skinwalkers have been around since at least American expansion westward, up to their genocide by European settlers. They can shift into almost any animal, except for maybe like a frog or a housefly. I mean, why would they want to? They're mostly violent, but some people say they're only violent if they're actually provoked. So I aimed my .45 right at this thing and took a shot. And I realized a silver bullet isn't going to kill it. They're pretty hardy. The skinwalker supernaturally dove for cover and missed it, like a lizard would when it's dawned on me that this thing is basically a superhuman. I didn't want to die out in the desert, so I realized I was unmatched, flooring it to my uncle's house. For half an hour, all I can hear is this weird warbling noise on the wind behind me, even with all the windows rolled up. Once I finally got within shouting distance of my family home, I saw them come running out with shotguns as my truck bounced its way into the driveway. I remember dust floating around me like a second cloud of smoke that had magically appeared once they fired their first round of buckshot into the dirt track. I had made this driveway from where the thing was standing by a rock about a mile from here. I was a little too shaken up to share a single detail about what happened with them, but a few nights later, when a coyote came into the yard, they told me that a pack of them had been showing up more and more during the day, all around the compound we live on, so I might want to keep a lookout. I think it was the skinwalker who had now targeted me coming back to me. I don't exactly know how skinwalkers work, but I do know they will target people. I would call what I did pointing a weapon at this thing completely foolish and probably made myself a target. Even though I like to consider myself a skinwalker hunter, I probably shouldn't. I mean, it's not like I've ever killed one. Ever since this has happened, we have seen a huge increase in coyotes on our property, and all other sorts of strange behavior. I'm a little jumpy now when a coyote howls at night. A little more jumpy when I see a dog stand outside, barking, and a lot more edgy around a full moon, knowing these things will operate in packs. And more horrifying, they will disguise themselves as a part of the pack to get in close to your house.